Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Immortal Emperor. Please refrain from cross-referencing different realms with divergent worldviews, as it may lead to disillusionment. Supreme Jiang, the Sword Pavilion has entrusted me with a query. Are you interested in the upcoming Immortal Sword? Outside a humble thatched cottage, a man clad in black knelt on one knee, respectfully inquiring of the figure within. Oh, you refer to the recently unveiled by Shui Immortal Sword, I believe? It is said to have been nurtured for a millennium and appears to be an exceptionally rare blade. The man in green spoke in an unremarkable tone, his attention seemingly engrossed in the roasted sweet potato he was peeling. He took a delicate bite, nodding slightly in recognition of the familiar flavor. The black-clad man appeared to overlook this lack of decorum, continuing, "If Supreme Jiang expresses interest, the Sword Pavilion would be more than willing to facilitate your desires." Upon finishing his sweet potato, the man in green finally displayed a look of satisfaction. "I have heard that your Sword Pavilion has already gathered 11 immortal swords thus. The 12th should hold paramount significance for your leader. Are you truly willing to relinquish it so easily? While the immortal sword is indeed vital to us, if Supreme Jiang requires it, we are not averse to waiting for another opportunity." "Very well, I bear no particular interest in this immortal sword. Should you desire it, feel free to procure it yourselves." With a dismissive wave, the man in green turned and re-entered the cottage. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man exhaled in relief. As long as this esteemed individual refrained from pursuing the Sword Pavilion held a 90% certainty of acquiring it. After all, the Sword Pavilion was recognized as one of the four mightiest sects, far from being trifled with by mere commoners. Without further ado, the black-clad man vanished in an instant, eager to relay this fortunate news to their sect leader. Securing the immortal sword would elevate their sect's power to new heights, likely reshuffling the ranks of the four major sections. Once the figure outside departed, Jiang Lu remained indifferent. He had no inclination to concern himself with such trivial matters. As the youngest immortal emperor in the cultivation world, few things still piqued his interest. The roasted sweet potato counted among them. At present, he was troubled by another matter: how to savor the roasted chicken of his past life. Achieving the pinnacle of cultivation in merely 10,000 years, Jiang Lu stood as the youngest immortal emperor. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he did not belong to this realm. He hailed from a place known as Blue Star. Though he spent only 18 years there, a mere fraction of time, it remained a place he often reminisced about, primarily for its delectable cuisine. "Sigh," Jiang Lu lamented, recalling how he should have asked the person outside to bring back a few Qing Yuan. Now, he would have to catch them himself, which was rather bothersome. Forget it, sleep first. Perhaps upon waking, he would find himself indulging in those culinary delights. Finding a comfortable position on his rudimentary wooden bed, Jiang Lu soon drifted into a deep slumber. "Jiang Lu, wake up! It's time for class." Reluctantly, Jiang Lu opened his eyes, irked at the audacity of the intruder who dared disturb his slumber and called him by name with such familiarity. However, upon glimpsing the scene before him, the question that had risen to his lips was abruptly stifled. This was no longer his dilapidated cottage, rather. It bore a striking resemblance to a setting from his memories. Wasn't this the high school he attended before his transmigration? How did he end up here? Confusion washed over Jiang Lu. Had he perhaps recalled too many memories recently and slipped into a dream? Why did it feel so real? As the thought crossed his mind, he soon discovered that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. He could not sense anything nearby. This was a terrifying realization. His spiritual awareness typically spanned a significant portion of the cultivation world, alerting him to any subtle movements. Now, however, he was completely oblivious to the presence of others before him. Even previous illusions crafted by other immortal emperors had not rendered him this unaware. At his level of cultivation, few could intrude upon his dreams. He could not help but entertain the most disconcerting possibility. Was everything around him genuinely real? Zhang Xiaoku observed the still-dazed Jiang Lu, mistakenly believing he was merely groggy from sleep. She gently reminded him, "The next class is taught by Old Ban. You must muster your energy, or he'll surely lose his temper." Hearing that familiar yet foreign voice, Jiang Lu turned to fixate on the girl beside him. This adorable girl with a hint of baby fat was none other than Jiang Xiaoku, his deskmate for 3 years back on Blue Star. Although he had vividly recalled her many times in his memories, this encounter felt entirely different. He could now ascertain that the person before him was indeed a living being, the genuine Jiang Xiaoku, which meant he had truly returned to the past, back to Blue Star before his transmigration. Noticing Zhang Liu's unwavering gaze, Jiang Xiaoku initially thought he was staring at something else. Upon looking around and realizing Zhang Liu's focus remained on her, she began to wonder if there were any blemishes on her face. Taking out a compact mirror, she confirmed there was nothing amiss. Feeling her cheeks flush, she pretended not to notice and feigned interest in finding the book needed for the next lesson. Seeing Jiang Xiaoku's flustered demeanor, Jiang Liu recognized that his earlier behavior had been somewhat impolite, yet he brushed it off. Glimpsing at the classroom clock, he noted the date, March 31st. Wasn't this the very day before his transmigration? This meant he would soon be transported back again. It mattered little. Jiang Liu did not wish to dwell on such matters. If it came to it, he could simply start anew. It was a trivial concern. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. As the bell rang for class, Jiang Liu appeared oblivious, striding directly out of the classroom. Just as he reached the door, he encountered their homeroom teacher. "It's almost time for class, Jiang Liu. Where do you think you're going?" Hu Qinhui, poised to enter the classroom, spotted Jiang Liu's exit. Considering they were in their final year, she felt a surge of irritation at his lack of punctuality. Jiang Liu, as if deaf to her words, continued forward. "Teacher, am taking a leave of absence. I won't be returning to school. I'll study at home to prepare for the college entrance exams." Upon hearing Jiang Liu's response, Hu Qinhui's frustration escalated. Given Jiang Liu's typically mediocre grades, she doubted he would fare well studying independently. "Jiang Liu, the college entrance exams are just around the corner. With your current lax attitude, I fear you won't even qualify for undergraduate studies." Jiang Liu paid her no mind, having already descended the stairs. Time was of the essence. He needed to indulge in the culinary delights of Blue Star before they became inaccessible. Seeing Jiang Liu's disregard, Hu Qinhui stormed into the classroom, vehemently reprimanding him for his behavior, dredging up past transgressions in her tirade. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoku was equally perplexed, wondering how her deskmate had transformed so drastically after a mere nap. Previously, he had been shy and hesitant to meet her gaze. Now, he seemed utterly transformed. Chapter 2. An Unexpected Development. In addition to Jiang Xiaoku, another individual was equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Sitting diagonally in front of Jiang Liu, Chu Kuang was astonished by Jiang Liu's abrupt departure, which deviated from the scenario he remembered. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Liu would have dutifully attended class, adhering to the routine of coming and going from school. Don't ask how he knew this. Time rewound to when Jiang Liu was still asleep. Chu Kuang found himself momentarily dazed, gazing at his fair hands in disbelief, still reeling from the situation. What was happening? Had he truly been reborn? Just moments ago, he had been celebrating with his companions, reveling in the successful defeat of a 7th-tier mutated beast. After toasting to their victory, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Before he could react, a wave of weakness washed over him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. He glanced at the brother who had just been toasting with him, now delivering a fatal blow. Confusion and rage filled Chu Kuang's mind. He opened his mouth to utter something, but before he could, his body collapsed heavily, his final sight being the smiling face of his comrade. As consciousness returned, he found himself in a high school before the apocalypse. A fleeting surge of joy flooded his mind. He had finally experienced the treatment of a protagonist. In his recollections, he knew that tomorrow morning, the world would undergo a drastic transformation. Without warning, a peculiar radiation would sweep across the globe, causing all electronic devices to fail. Any organism exposed to the radiation would undergo various changes. The fortunate would experience genetic mutations, gaining unique abilities, while the unfortunate would transform into grotesque creatures or carnivorous monsters. In his previous life, Chu Kuang had been among the lucky ones, acquiring enhanced powers after the radiation's impact. He barely survived the initial stages of the apocalypse, struggling for 10 years before reaching the 7th tier. Though he still fell short of the pinnacle of strength, he was considered above average and had gained some notoriety as a formidable force in the apocalypse, only to meet his demise at the hands of a teammate. Now, in this renewed life, Chu Kuang possesses the confidence to reach heights previously unattained, reclaiming all that he had once missed, as well as confronting those who betrayed him. He does not believe there was only one traitor. His death in the last life seemed meticulously premeditated, yet regardless of the motives behind it, he is determined to ensure they pay the price they deserve. A murderous aura, unbefitting of his age, flickers in Chu Kuang's eyes. Thanks to the experiences of his past life, he is somewhat taken aback by Jiang Liu's actions, which deviate from the trajectory of the previous existence. However, this is of little consequence. He had not heard news of Jiang Liu afterward, likely having perished in the early days of the apocalypse, a mere bystander unworthy of his attention. At present, he has far more pressing matters to attend to, with only today remaining before the end of the world. He must prepare diligently. Whether it be food or weapons, both are invaluable commodities in the early stages of the apocalypse. This time, he can get ahead of everyone, and with the experience from his past life, he is certain to reach unprecedented peaks. Jiang Liu's departure has sparked inspiration within him, and unable to think of a plausible excuse to slip away, Chu Kuang disregards the furious gaze of the homeroom teacher and echoes Jiang Liu's reasoning before exiting the classroom. Hu Qinhui, witnessing the blatant disregard for discipline exhibited by the two, erupts in anger. Just as she is about to unleash her fury upon the class, Chu Kuang unexpectedly returns after having already left. Everyone, considering we are classmates, allow me to kindly remind you that the apocalypse is set for tomorrow. What you choose to do is entirely up to you. After delivering his message, Chu Kuang pays no heed to the sudden silence enveloping the class and turns to leave once more. Hu Qinhui, already agitated, is further incensed by Chu Kuang's absurd proclamation. Chu Kuang, come back. If you choose not to study, that's one thing, but spreading rumors to ensure your classmates perform worse than you is quite another. The classmates, upon hearing his sudden declaration, wonder if Chu Kuang has lost his mind. After all, tomorrow is April Fool's Day, and his joke, albeit peculiar, is rather amusing. If only the apocalypse were truly upon them, they would be spared from the burden of college entrance exams. Laughter ensues, providing a rare moment of levity amidst the serious atmosphere of their final year of high school. Chu Kuang pays no mind to the thoughts of others. He has already made his warning, and whether they believe it or not is their own concern. He only needs to focus on his own responsibilities. After concocting a flimsy excuse for the security guard at the entrance, Chu Kuang steps outside the school gates, momentarily unaccustomed to the refreshing air. The changes wrought by 10 years of apocalypse are monumental, transforming an ordinary high school student into a fearsome seventh-tier powerhouse. This journey cannot be succinctly recounted despite meeting his demise in the end. Living again is the greatest reward he could hope for. His immediate priority is to gather supplies to endure the most challenging early days of the apocalypse. Lacking experience in his past life, he had no choice but to follow the school's main group. Even though he awakened his abilities as an ordinary high school student, he had no combat experience and little social acumen, suffering great losses in the early stages of the apocalypse. Fortunately, this time he possesses a decade's worth of experience from his previous life, and he is now brimming with confidence, fully aware of what is most crucial in the early days. Without further contemplation, he heads straight for the nearest supermarket. With the living expenses just given to him by his father, although it may not amount to much, he manages to gather over 10,000 through all available online loan options. As for why he doesn't ask his father for more, Chu Kuang knows all too well that mentioning the impending apocalypse would likely label him a madman. For now, he must act swiftly to stockpile any long-lasting food items at home. While shopping, Chu Kuang unexpectedly spots a familiar face, Jiang Liu, standing at the entrance of a chicken chop shop, having left ahead of him. Initially, he had pondered whether Jiang Liu had also been reborn, for his sudden actions diverged entirely from the future he remembered. Yet, it appears he was overthinking it. Jiang Liu, noticing the bustling Chu Kuang, finds him to be a vaguely familiar figure. However, with the mindset that they may never meet again, he greets him. "Why are you out here? Isn't it during class time? To be honest, do you believe me? The apocalypse is tomorrow, and I'm currently stocking up on supplies," Chu Kuang admits, fully aware that Jiang Lu might not take him seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu furrows his brows slightly. Though he has become an ordinary person, discerning whether others are lying is still a simple task for him. Could it be that after his journey, the world unfolds in such a manner? After a moment's thought, Jiang Lu dismisses that these matters no longer concern him. For tomorrow, he will no longer be a part of this world. Right now, he is solely focused on enjoying the chicken chop he just ordered. Seeing Jiang Liu's demeanor, Chu Kuang shakes his head and refrains from saying more. He has spoken the truth whether Jiang Lu chooses to believe it is no longer his concern. Chapter 3. The Outbreak of the Apocalypse. Handsome. Your chicken steak is ready. As Jiang Lu eagerly accepted the chicken steak handed over by the attendant, he could hardly contain his excitement and took a bite. A look of satisfaction spreading across his face. This is the flavor I've missed for over 10,000 years. It's still authentic here. Though it's not roast chicken, substituting with chicken steak is quite acceptable. Now, his next plan was to savor all the delicious food nearby, for after his journey tomorrow, he might never again have the pleasure of indulging in these culinary delights. Regrettably, he had lost his spatial artifact. Otherwise, he could have packed all the exquisite flavors of Blue Star to take with him, thus eliminating the daily dilemma of what to eat. As night fell swiftly, Jiang Lu found himself compelled to take the unfinished food home. Becoming an ordinary person had indeed proven inconvenient. He quickly felt full, leaving him unable to continue indulging. Nevertheless, he felt content, grateful for the chance to relish Earth's delicacies once more. Upon returning home, Jiang Lu lay quietly on his bed, awaiting his impending journey. According to his memory, he would be transported to an unfamiliar environment at 6 o'clock the next morning, specifically the universe realm, a genuine world of cultivation, where cultivators could indeed move mountains and fill seas at will. Just as depicted in novels that in his past life, Jiang Lu faced this new world with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He was thrilled at the prospect of becoming such a powerful entity, yet fearful of the ease with which one could perish in such an environment, especially for someone like him, an ordinary individual who had never even killed a chicken. He would undoubtedly be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in this realm. Fortunately, he had no lingering attachments in Blue Star. His parents had long since passed, leaving behind a vast fortune and several properties. His life had lacked meaning, and arriving in this new world instilled in him a sense of drive he had never known before. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, at least the outcome was favorable. The details of his arduous path are not for the ears of outsiders. He became the youngest celestial emperor in the entire universe realm, and the most formidable sword cultivator. Everyone had to heed his countenance. Yet the invincibility he wielded also brought an overwhelming sense of solitude. Now, for reasons unknown, he found himself back at the starting point. While frustration was certainly a part of his feelings, anticipation prevailed. The joy of living another life allowed Jiang Lu to consider many things he had previously wished to accomplish, but had not done. Of course, his optimistic outlook was not solely due to his past as a celestial emperor. It was simply because he was Jiang Lu, nothing more. As he opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by the familiar ceiling. The anticipated journey had not occurred, and the series of unexpected events had indeed caught him off guard. Furthermore, his body felt different from the day before. Although his constitution had not changed significantly, certain subtle differences piqued his attention. Jiang Lu examined his hands, and with a mere thought, a flicker of flame suddenly danced at his fingertips. Interesting that in his previous life, though he had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, he had solely pursued the path of swordsmanship and was certain he had never dabbled in any fire-related cultivation techniques. Nor did he possess a fire spiritual root. Thus, the flame now appearing must be a gift of this new existence. After a brief moment of amusement, Jiang Lu decided against further experimentation, believing that the appearance of the flame was merely a portent of what was to come. Surely, there were more intriguing happenings unfolding outside. Stepping out, he found that everything aligned with his expectations. The entire street resembled a hellish nightmare. Unlike the cacophony of voices from the previous night, the street now bore an eerie silence, punctuated only by occasional chilling sounds of gnashing teeth. Recalling Chu Kuang's words from yesterday, Jiang Lu was not surprised by this turn of events. It seemed the apocalypse had indeed arrived, making the pursuit of culinary delights a far more daunting task. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was already past 10 o'clock, over 4 hours since in the hours he had slept much had transpired. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. With the determination to discern the cause of these unexpected occurrences, he resolved to visit the school, especially considering his naive classmate, Jiang Xiaoke, who would have arrived in the classroom by 6, that he owed her a debt of gratitude for waking him yesterday. The school was not far from his home, merely 2 or 3 kilometers away. As he glanced around, he picked up a suitable stick from the grassy roadside. After all, he was just an ordinary person now and required some form of weapon for self-defense. Not long into his journey, the intermittent sound of gnashing teeth abruptly ceased, and in the next moment, a shadow dashed around the corner, lunging toward Jiang Lu in an exceedingly bizarre manner. It was an extraordinarily grotesque creature. Its limbs contorted, its head tilted, still chewing on something. With a sickening tearing sound, Jiang Lu continued onward. In the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor, a quivering female voice resonated. Jiang Xiaoke, upon hearing these words, found herself at a loss for a response. Everything had transpired far too abruptly, leaving her in a haze of confusion. Just that morning, everyone had been diligently attending their early classes, fervently preparing for the imminent college entrance examination. Yet, who could have anticipated that in the next moment, several classmates would suddenly tremble uncontrollably, transforming into terrifying monsters? Instantly, the entire class was engulfed in chaos, as the transformed students lunged at their peers without granting them a moment to think. Swiftly turning the classroom into a gruesome slaughterhouse, seated in the back row, Jiang Xiaoke was among the first to witness this brutal scene. Without a second thought, fear gripping her heart, she realized she had to escape before it was too late. Grabbing the hand of her already stunned best friend, she dashed out through the back door. The two soon reached the 3rd floor, only to find the staircase leading to the 2nd floor obstructed by a monstrous creature, which lay atop the mangled body of a male student, now a grotesque sight. The repulsive scene nearly made Jiang Xiaoke retch. Forcing herself to endure the nausea, she pulled her friend towards the nearest girls' restroom. Fortunately, the restroom was devoid of monsters, and they hurriedly locked themselves in the innermost stall. This fleeting sense of safety allowed Jiang Xiaoke to exhale in relief, glancing at her friend's expression, which had improved slightly from the previous state of shock. Xiaoke, why did everyone suddenly turn into cannibalistic monsters? They were fine just moments ago, Wang Feng asked, her demeanor dazed. I have no idea. How could I possibly know why it changed so suddenly? Jiang Xiaoke replied, her earlier resolve dissipating as she sank against the wall, covering her face as she began to weep softly. After all, she was merely an adolescent girl, and encountering such a blood-soaked scene for the first time had already pushed her to her limits without rendering her completely catatonic. Seeing Jiang Xiaoke in tears prompted Wang Feng to succumb to her own emotions, though they dared not make excessive noise for fear of attracting the monsters. After a while of crying, Jiang Xiaoke wiped her reddened eyes as if struck by a thought. Right before Chu Kuang left yesterday, he mentioned something about the apocalypse happening today. But clearly, no one took him seriously. After all, it was utterly absurd. Who would believe that? Yet here we are, it's undeniably happening. Now, it seemed imperative to find Chu Kuang to uncover the truth behind the chaos. However, the notion of monsters lurking within the school left Jiang Xiaoke feeling utterly powerless. Exiting the school was already a challenge, let alone searching for someone. She pondered the situation outside, uncertain of what awaited them. High school regulations forbade cell phones, which meant they were oblivious to the outside world. If the same horrific events were unfolding outside, the situation would be dire. As thoughts of her mother crept into her mind, Jiang Xiaoke hesitated to delve further, fearing that doing so might lead to her collapse. The two girls remained quietly hidden in the cramped restroom stall, the intermittent screams from outside gnawing at their nerves. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, only to dissolve into pitiful wails. They could sense that a monster was feasting on their classmates not far from their hiding place. The relentless sound of chewing sent shivers down their spines, and Wang Feng, recalling the gruesome scene of the monster feeding, was suddenly overwhelmed by nausea. Jiang Xiaoke quickly covered her mouth, aware that any sound at this moment could seal their fates. Wang Feng, too, recognized the gravity of the situation and fought to swallow back her discomfort, though her trembling body betrayed her fear. Thankfully, the gnawing sound faded after a while, seemingly drawn away by some other commotion. At long last, they both breathed a sigh of relief, remaining silent in their stall. After what felt like an eternity, the cacophony outside gradually subsided, and the school appeared to revert to its previous state. In a whisper as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, Wang Feng turned to Jiang Xiaoke and asked, "What should we do now?" Jiang Xiaoke found herself at a loss. They seemed trapped in a deadlock. How many classmates had survived outside? Were they hiding like them? As for the monsters, they could have either retreated or remained lurking in some hidden corner, waiting for them to emerge. She truly did not know what to do. It seemed their only hope lay in someone rescuing them. But who would come? The authorities? Perhaps the situation outside had not worsened, and rescue operations were underway. Contemplating this, a flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Xiaoke's heart. Though she was acutely aware of the slim chances. Yet one must always cling to some semblance of hope, mustn't they? Thus they remained in silence, time passing quietly without their notice. Suddenly, Wang Feng gently poked her, prompting a puzzled glance from Jiang Xiaoke. She pointed, and to Jiang Xiaoke's astonishment, a small stream of water appeared at her fingertips, a miraculous sight that left her in awe. What is happening? How can you conjure water out of thin air? Seeing the inquiry in Jiang Xiaoke's eyes, Wang Feng whispered, "I don't know either, that I just had an urge to drink water, and suddenly it felt like something was flowing from my hand." This was reminiscent of supernatural abilities from novels. A thought that struck them simultaneously. "Xiaoke, you should try to see if you have any abilities." Encouraged, Jiang Xiaoke attempted to discover any differences within herself, but found none. She tried the method Wang Feng had suggested. But predictably, nothing happened. The realization left them both somewhat disheartened. If only they possessed formidable powers, they might escape this place. Alas, relying solely on Wang Feng's meager stream of water was unlikely to effect any significant change. They returned to their previous silence, the heavy scent of blood permeating the air. Upon stepping into the school, Zhang Liuxiang had immediately detected the oppressive aroma. It seemed that many of his classmates were doomed. And he wondered about his desk mate's fate. She did not appear to be someone destined for a short life. So hopefully, she was safe. She was quite the foodie, often sharing her treats with him. Previously, he had not understood why she insisted on sharing. But now he comprehended it was a gesture of kindness, perhaps stemming from awareness of his status as an orphan, in light of her past consideration. He felt compelled to offer her some small assistance. As he strolled along the main path of the school, Zhang Liuxiang noted the remnants of his former classmates, their identities nearly indistinguishable. The realization struck him, since his arrival in this world. Life on Blue Star had not been as idyllic as he had envisioned. The brutality rivaled that of the cultivation realm. However, scenes like this were all too familiar to him, and he shook his head, continuing along the path. What puzzled him was the absence of monsters during his journey. In a school with such a large population, this was rather unrealistic. Confused, yet pleased by the serenity, he welcomed the reprieve from exertion. Upon arriving at the familiar entrance to his classroom, he found it as he had expected. Most of his classmates were permanently ensconced there, that a quick scan revealed no sign of his desk mate. She was likely hidden away. After all, the monsters were not particularly clever, relying solely on sound to locate their prey. Utilizing this trait made it easy to evade detection. Meanwhile, within the restroom, Jiang Xiaoke seemed to have made a resolute decision, bolstering her courage. The outside had been silent for quite some time. If they were to venture out, now was the opportune moment. Rather than languish in this confined space, they might as well take a chance. Perhaps the monsters had truly vanished. "Wang Feng, do you want to come out with me? It seems there hasn't been any noise for a while. Now might be our best chance." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoke's words, Wang Feng realized that continually hiding was not a viable solution. However, venturing outside came with the uncertainty of encountering a monster, and if they did, it was highly likely they would become prey. The harrowing image of her classmate being devoured resurfaced in her mind, causing the flicker of courage she had mustered to dissipate once again. Observing Wang Feng's demeanor, Jiang Xiaoke understood that in her current state, she could not possibly venture out. Yet, she had no choice but to leave. She was uncertain of her mother's condition and needed to make contact. Feng, you should stay hidden here, and if it becomes safe, I will return for you." Wang Feng nodded, aware that they would eventually need to emerge. Setting aside the prospect of rescue, the issue of food loomed large. Yet she found herself paralyzed by fear, yearning to move, but finding her legs devoid of strength. Resolute, Jiang Xiaoke gently pushed open the stall door. Striving to make as little noise as possible, as she opened the door, she was met with the sight of a gruesomely mutilated female corpse lying quietly at the restroom entrance, the very one that had been slain by the monster moments before. Suppressing her discomfort and pinching her nose to block out the stench, she focused on her goal. Finally reaching the door, she cautiously peered outside, relieved to find no monsters in sight. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Xiaoka's trembling body steadied slightly. Beside them, Wang Fong spoke while a stream of water gushed from her fingertips. However, considering its lethality, it merely equated to that of a sprinkler, perhaps sufficient for giving someone a bath. Zhang Lu observed the water flowing from her fingers and noted that its principle was quite similar to his fire element, that in the realm of cultivation, one needed a corresponding spiritual root to release elements. In his previous life, he had not awakened any spiritual root, which had deterred him from pursuing the path of a sorcerer. Yet, in this world, the generation of elements seemed innate, conjured out of thin air, which struck him as peculiar. Nevertheless, comprehending this phenomenon was not something that could be achieved in a fleeting moment, and he decided to set it aside for now, knowing that opportunities would abound in the future. "So, what are your plans now? Are you leaving the school?" he inquired. "That I need to go out. I must find my mother." "Fong Fong, would you like to join us?" Upon hearing this, Wang Fong pondered for a moment before shaking her head. When Zhang Lu mentioned that the situation outside was similar, she resolved against venturing out, as her home was far from the school, making it difficult to return. They could only await rescue from others. "Zhang Lu, can you take me to find the other students? They must be hiding somewhere. I believe there are other survivors in this school." After considering Wang Fong's request, Zhang Lu nodded. Although he had initially come to repay a favor to Jiang Xiaoka, he was also curious to explore the school further, hoping for unexpected discoveries. "Thank you, Jiang classmate." Wang Fong felt a wave of relief wash over her upon receiving Zhang Lu's agreement. Even though they were classmates, it was understandable to request someone to take risks in such dire circumstances. "Let us go." With that, Zhang Lu quickly exited the cramped hiding place that felt uncomfortable to him. Jiang Xiaoka followed suit, and this time the atmosphere felt distinctly different. Although only Zhang Lu had joined them, an inexplicable sense of safety enveloped them. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Lu entered a nearby classroom, and the two followed curiously. His purpose for entering was clear. The wooden stick he had brought was nearly worn down, and if he intended to move about the school, he would require a new weapon. After all, he was merely an ordinary high school student in need of some means of defense. Chapter 7. Rooftop Rescue. As Zhang Lu concentrated, a flicker of flame appeared in his hand. Now merely the size of a palm, in terms of his past life as standards, this was roughly at the novice level. However, it sufficed for igniting a classroom desk. Shortly thereafter, a metal rod materialized in his grasp. Though it paled in comparison to swords or knives, it was adequate for his current needs. That he sharpened one end of the rod slightly, and a rudimentary weapon took shape. Had it been in his previous life, Zhang Lu would not have needed to go through such trouble. Although he had primarily practiced swordsmanship, he possessed some knowledge of sword forging. Yet, without the infusion of true energy, he had to make do with this improvised solution. The two who had followed him observed Zhang Lu's meticulous actions, acknowledging his caution that he relied on fire to fend off others while fashioning a weapon for his own protection. "Do you two need one? Those creatures can be handled by ordinary people as well," he remarked, breaking off two legs from a desk and offering them to Jiang Xiaoka and Wang Fong. Had they not witnessed their classmates being effortlessly slain by the monsters, they might have easily believed Zhang Lu's words. However, since he had already presented the makeshift weapons, they reluctantly accepted, unaware of the true extent of his capabilities. They presumed he couldn't be much stronger than themselves. As a boy, he might possess a bit more physical strength, and with his formidable abilities, he could perhaps handle one monster. Yet should they encounter several, they would likely be overwhelmed, leaving them to rely solely on themselves. After the two accepted the makeshift weapons, Zhang Lu inquired, "Where do you think the other students might be hiding?" Understanding the necessity of determining a general location, the two realized that searching the entire school would be perilous. Just moments ago, while hiding in the stall, they had considered this very question. Jiang Xiaoka reflected momentarily before responding. In such a critical situation, most people would likely run towards a crowded area. The students on the first floor may have already exited the school, while those on the upper floors, upon encountering monsters blocking the stairs, would have no choice but to flee upwards. This reasoning appeared sound to Jiang Lu, and recalling the schoolless layout, he deduced that if they continued to ascend, there would only be one place left to hide. Then let us proceed to the rooftop and take a look. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu set off after Jiang Xiaoke articulated her thoughts. She was surprised by his immediate acceptance of her suggestion. Wait, are we really going straight there? Those monsters have yet to appear. They can't have vanished entirely if there are indeed people up there. I suspect the monsters would be present as well. My instincts tell me so. Jiang Xiaoke grabbed Jiang Lu's sleeve, expressing her concerns. Jiang Lu was taken aback by her thorough consideration, as it was quite rare to maintain composure in such circumstances. However, he found her worry somewhat unnecessary. Such instinctual beings, devoid of thought, posed no challenge to him, regardless of their numbers. It was merely a matter of how long it would take to eliminate them. That don't worry. Let us go with that. Jiang Lu waved his hand and stepped outside. Seeing his confidence, Jiang Xiaoke felt compelled to follow suit. After all, he was their only hope, and whether his assurance was genuine or merely bravado remained uncertain to her. They found themselves on the left side of the third floor of the teaching building. Tio reached the rooftop. They would first need to ascend to the fifth floor and then traverse the central corridor to the right side building. As they made their way there, Jiang Xiaoke and Wang Feng maintained a silent agreement, closely trailing Jiang Lu and glancing around nervously, wary of monsters potentially lurking in unseen corners that in no time. The trio arrived at the right side of the fifth floor, with the rooftop just around the corner. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoke, preoccupied with guarding against an unknown monster, inadvertently bumped into Jiang Lu, who had halted abruptly. The two girls sensed something was amiss. The monster is right ahead. Do you want to find a place to hide or continue following me? Jiang Lu calmly addressed the two behind him. Upon hearing his words, a wave of fear surged within the two. They had thought they had overcome their dread after so long without encountering a monster, but it seemed they were mistaken. Xiaoke, let us hide for now. Since Jiang Lu believes it's safe, we should trust him. Observing Wang Feng's eagerness to find a hiding place, Jiang Xiaoke hesitated, torn between wanting to stay and assist while also feeling apprehensive about the monster-esque terrifying presence. After some contemplation, Jiang Xiaoke resolved to remain. Jiang Lu was merely a high school student like herself, yet he exhibited the courage to confront the monster alone, while she could only hide away. Having confirmed her resolve, Jiang Xiaoke firmly stated, Feng, you should find a place to hide, that I will stay and help Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoke's decision to remain, realizing that his desk may possess considerable courage. However, in such an environment, retreating in fear would not serve one well. Wang Feng, seeing Jiang Xiaoke's determination to stay, felt it would be inappropriate for her to hide alone. Yet her trembling body betrayed her anxiety. With both girls choosing to stay, Jiang Lu felt it unnecessary to insist otherwise, and he continued forward, knowing the outcome would remain the same. The two behind him focused all their attention, treading as lightly as possible. Before they could react, out of a shadowy corner, a grotesque creature lunged at them with an eerie gait that at the sight of this familiar horror, Jiang Xiaoke's previously steadied heart raced anew, while Wang Feng nearly screamed, stifling her voice just in time to avoid attracting other monsters. What neither of them anticipated was that just as the creature was about to close in, the very monster they feared had collapsed at Jiang Lu's feet, its head rolling away to the side. What? Jiang Xiaoke was at a loss for words, bewildered as to how the creature had fallen so suddenly. All she had seen was Jiang Lu move his arm, and the monster had met its end. She had envisioned Jiang Lu battling monsters with flames and then striking with a weapon. But this swift and decisive method was beyond her imagination, akin to squashing a mosquito. Chapter 8. Lin Feng Wang Feng, witnessing this divine spectacle, was left speechless, her body no longer trembling. She had never anticipated Jiang Lu to be this formidable. Let us go, no time for dawdling. We still need to find our classmates. Regardless of the astonishment already etched on the faces of the two individuals, his methods had become so restrained that they could scarcely be more so. It was merely the basic sword technique being wielded. Pressing onward, he effortlessly dispatched several monstrous creatures with a mere flick of his wrist. The two behind him had grown numb to the spectacle. The stark contrast presented by Jiang Lu was indeed rather overwhelming, causing their initial terror of the monsters to dissipate significantly. Before long, the trio arrived at a corner. Unlike the scattered corpses in the corridor, This area was littered with the bodies of students, strewn haphazardly throughout, making it difficult to find a single intact form, with a few teachers' remains mixed among them. The door leading to the rooftop was also smeared with numerous bloodstains, indicating that a considerable tragedy had unfolded here not long ago. Even though Jiang Xiaoke and her companion had developed a fair degree of resilience, they were still deeply unsettled by the hellish scene before them. Clearly, there were indeed survivors here. Navigating past the barrier formed by the classmates, Jiang Lu ascended the stairs and rapped on the iron plate that separated life from death. After a moment of silence, however, there was no response. Jiang Xiaoke stepped forward to knock on the door as well. Is anyone inside? I am Jiang Xiaoke from Class 8 of the senior year. If anyone is there, could you please open the door? Seeing that their knocks elicited no reaction, Jiang Xiaoke called out once more to the door. Although it remained shut, faint sounds of a dispute could be heard from within. After a while, the door finally creaked open, revealing none other than their grade supervisor, Director Jiang, accompanied by their homeroom teacher, Hu Qinhui, who regarded them with evident displeasure. Xiaoke, you three, come in quickly. Be cautious of the monsters outside. We can talk inside. With that, Director Jiang hastily gestured for them to enter. Once all three had stepped inside, she promptly shut the iron door behind them. Upon entering, they were astonished to discover that the rooftop was occupied by around 100 people. Were it not for the spaciousness of the rooftop, such a crowd would have been impossible to accommodate. However, most of the students bore expressions filled with confusion and fear, clearly still reeling from the recent events. The arrival of three new individuals elicited little more than a passing glance from the crowd, but one particular student piqued Jiang Lu's interest. That in the midst of the throng sat a slender boy wearing glasses, his face mirroring the same expression of dismay as the others. Yet Jiang Lu could discern an undercurrent of excitement coursing through him. Intriguing. After merely glancing at him, Jiang Lu chose to divert his attention, pondering why the boy could still harbor such exhilaration in the face of calamity. Yet it was not his concern. He found the situation merely amusing. Suddenly, Lin Feng, squatting among the crowd, sensed an unseen gaze upon him and swiftly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find that no one was paying him any mind. After all, he could not fathom why he was the focus of attention at that moment. That in the past, Lin Feng would have been indifferent to such scrutiny. But today, amidst the chaos of an apocalyptic outbreak, he was keen to avoid drawing attention to himself. Host, I have detected remnants of primary mutated organisms outside. I recommend going out to absorb them. Lin Feng had grown accustomed to the mechanical female voice that echoed in his mind. For some time, prior to the onset of the apocalypse, a strange notification had appeared in his consciousness, informing him that he had acquired an infinite evolution system. Initially startled, he had believed he was hallucinating, but the subsequent barrage of system alerts made him realize the reality of his situation. Flooding him with an overwhelming sense of joy, he had obtained a system, which meant he was destined to become the protagonist of a novel. This unexpected elation nearly caused him to exclaim during morning class, though he managed to stifle it in time. Nearby classmates were oblivious to the source of his excitement, prompting Lin Feng to quickly rein in his emotions. System, are you there? Upon confirming the system's presence again in his mind, Lin Feng understood he was not dreaming. He had indeed acquired a system. However, he was still perplexed by the concept of infinite evolution. Did this mean he was to transform into a higher life form? This system is dedicated to enabling the host to become the most powerful being in this world by simply absorbing mutated organisms to facilitate continuous evolution. Mutated organisms. The term left Lin Feng bewildered. Was there truly such a phenomenon in their world? Rest assured, host, this system will automatically detect nearby mutated organisms and will promptly notify you upon discovery. System, please check for any nearby organisms. The mere thought of the system sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine. How had things suddenly become so fantastical? Were mutated organisms lurking among them? Or were they akin to humans? No mutated organisms detected in the vicinity. Relief washed over Lin Feng. Thankfully, there were no mutated beings nearby. Had there been any in their class, the situation would have been dire indeed. But where could he find mutated organisms now? As a mere second-year student, he was burdened with heavy academic obligations, leaving him little time to venture elsewhere. That if he were to inform his parents that he was quitting school at this juncture, he could only imagine the repercussions that in that moment. Lin Feng found himself at a loss. He had gained a system, yet he still had to live life as usual. The earlier joy swiftly evaporated. However, his perspective would soon shift, and as the apocalypse erupted, those affected were in the midst of transforming into mutated beings. And the system in his mind relentlessly urged him, indicating that numerous mutated organisms had appeared in his vicinity. This sudden turn of events left him utterly confounded. The only thing he understood was that mutated organisms posed a significant threat, at least to humanity. He needed to flee. His classmates remained unaware of the impending catastrophe, and with no other choice, Lin Feng shouted, "Run! The monsters are coming!" Upon witnessing Lin Feng dash out of the classroom, several students instinctively followed suit. Recognizing the absurdity of their trembling classmate, Lin Feng burst through the classroom door. His immediate instinct was to escape the school, but they were on the top floor. Gazing over the railing, he witnessed mutated organisms attacking students below, the scene drenched in blood. Lin Feng had never encountered such a horrific sight. Terror consumed him. Was he meant to absorb these creatures to become stronger? How could he bring himself to do so? Time was of the essence, and he had no luxury to ponder other options. He needed to find a hiding place to develop in secret. After some thought, he concluded that the rooftop was the only viable refuge available to them. As he made his way along the hallway to the rooftop, Lin Feng observed that some of the classmates within the classrooms had already morphed into grotesque mutated beings. Their bodies entirely blackened, no longer resembling human forms. Having just completed their transformation, they immediately attacked nearby students, their mouths opening to an exaggerated extent, sharp teeth swiftly severing the neck of a fellow classmate. Chapter 9. Crystal Core. Upon reaching the rooftop, several others followed him. However, monsters had already caught wind of their presence. In a mere instant, one creature claimed the life of a student lagging behind, further inciting panic among the fleeing crowd. The path leading to the rooftop descended into chaos as students already inside were horrified by the unfolding scene, attempting to close the door. Yet, Director Jiang, who had entered with them, insisted on allowing as many people in as possible. Faced with the director's insistence, those opposing the idea felt they could not voice their objections. The respite was short-lived. As several more monsters detected the commotion, one creature had already instilled fear, and now with the arrival of additional threats, the crowd was adamant about shutting the door. Director Jiang recognized the dire consequences of allowing the monsters to enter. They would all be doomed. Just as she prepared to close the door, a frantic voice rang out, "Don't close the door! Let me in! I don't want to die." The voice belonged to none other than Hu Qinhui, their homeroom teacher, who was equally bewildered. Just moments earlier, he had been enjoying tea in the fifth-floor office when he witnessed the horror unfolding before him. His fellow teacher screaming in agony, only to transform into a grotesque monster, which swiftly attacked another teacher beside him. Blood and flesh flying in every direction, a scene that shattered him to his core. He immediately stumbled out of the office in a desperate dash. Upon exiting, he noticed a crowd rushing towards the rooftop, and he instinctively joined the throng as they surged forward. But on his frantic escape, he witnessed a fellow student beside him inadvertently being tackled to the ground by a lurking monster. Its vicious jaws snapping shut around the unfortunate victim's neck, severing it in an instant. Summoning every ounce of strength he possessed, he was bewildered by a sudden surge of peculiar power coursing through his body, propelling him to speeds he had never before attained, allowing him to overtake the students ahead of him. Just as he was nearing the rooftop door, he saw that the crowd was preparing to shut it, which sent a wave of panic through him. That he shouted urgently, and upon recognizing him as a teacher, the student poised to close the door hesitated. Seizing this opportunity, Hu Qinhui sprinted towards the entrance. However, in that moment, a monster targeted him, lunging forward in an attempt to seize him. The students behind the door also took notice and hurriedly attempted to shut it. In the final moment, Hu Qinhui managed to burst through the doorway, and the student at the door quickly tried to close it. But before he could exhale in relief, the monster was hot on their heels. Its grotesque head had already breached the threshold, startling the student and causing him to nearly lose his footing. Nearby classmates regained their composure and joined forces to pull the door shut. The creature's neck became wedged in the gap, and the gravity of their perilous situation dawned on everyone, prompting them to work together to slam the door closed. With a collective effort, the monster's neck was ultimately severed, and the door was forcefully shut, its head rolling to the ground beside Hu Qinhui. Terrified, he let out a shriek and swiftly kicked the head aside. Once the door was secured, the group collectively sighed in relief, momentarily feeling safe. They slumped to the ground, at a loss for what to do next. Everything had transpired so suddenly that it felt surreal. Just moments ago, they were fervently preparing for the college entrance examination. And now their familiar classmates had transformed into voracious monsters. This drastic shift left them all in a daze that as they listened to the sporadic screams of their peers echoing from outside. Silence enveloped them. They felt utterly powerless. Opening the door now would undoubtedly place their lives in jeopardy. Lin Feng, who had entered first, bore witness to the brutal reality unfolding before him, the harshness of the apocalypse revealing itself at that moment. Prior to this, he had merely been an ordinary second-year student, and although the system had instilled a sense of confidence within him, he still struggled to accept this abrupt transformation. Just as he was grappling with these thoughts, the system's notification chimed in. Detected nearby remnants of a primary mutant entity. It is advised that the host approaches to absorb. The sound of the system jolted Lin Feng back to reality. He understood the necessity of enhancing his strength to survive in this perilous environment. System, how do I absorb the mutant's head? You don't expect me to eat it directly, do you? Lin Feng inquired in his mind. The host merely needs to approach. This system will automatically extract the essence of the mutant for the host, the system replied. Relieved by this assurance, Lin Feng stealthily crept closer to the head of the mutant. A few curious students had gathered around the grotesque, blackened head, its eyes bulging with blood vessels and remnants of flesh clinging to its razor-sharp teeth. Lin Feng blended in with the onlookers, and as he heard the system's absorption notification, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rapidly, the monster's head began to shrivel visibly, startling the spectators, who quickly moved away from the eerie sight. Thankfully, the presence of so many people provided him cover. Otherwise, he feared that if they saw him alone draining the head, he might be deemed a monster himself. Once the absorption was complete, Lin Feng hurriedly distanced himself and found a secluded corner to sit down. Although he had only absorbed a single head, he felt distinctly different. The fatigue from his earlier escape had vanished, and he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical abilities. Host, due to your absorption of the mutant's head, which contains a core, it has naturally contributed to your strength, the system informed him. Lin Feng, intrigued, responded, so you're implying that others could absorb the core from the monster's head too, thus enhancing their abilities? Indeed, but this system enables the host to convert the essence of the entire mutant into an absorbable form, with an efficiency unmatched by others, came the reply. Does this mean my rate of advancement will be considerably faster than others? Lin Feng queried. Yes, in addition, your enhancement of abilities will also surpass that of others. Abilities? What kind of abilities? Lin Feng asked, puzzled by this sudden terminology. With the emergence of mutants, those who have not transformed will develop a unique ability, akin to the supernatural powers often depicted in novels. Lin Feng was taken aback by this revelation, so, based on what you're saying, why haven't I felt any abilities manifesting? Your ability has always been in effect. You simply have yet to recognize it. The system's enigmatic responses left Lin Feng exasperated. Just tell me what my ability is. Your ability is to diminish your own presence. Haven't you noticed? Neither the mutants nor your classmates have paid much attention to you. Upon realizing that his ability was to lower his presence, Lin Feng felt disheartened. He had hoped for something more formidable. Chapter 10. Leaving the school. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized that this ability was not without merit. Although it lacked direct combat prowess, in conjunction with his system, it was indeed a perfect match, allowing for a discreet development that suited his style. With newfound clarity, Lin Feng no longer felt the confusion that had previously engulfed him, that he glanced at his classmates, their expressions still mirroring fear and bewilderment. They had just received another grim piece of news. Director Jiang attempted to use his phone to call for help, only to discover that the signal had dropped to zero, rendering him unable to contact emergency services. This revelation was not lost on the group. It became evident that the chaos was not confined to their school, but was a nationwide phenomenon. The last remnants of hope were extinguished, and a palpable sense of despair settled among them. Lin Feng felt a deep sense of helplessness. Despair was a natural response. Currently, they were merely facing primary mutants, which ordinary individuals struggled to contend with. Perhaps the military could eliminate these initial threats. The key concern, however, lay in the fact that this was only the beginning. According to the system's descriptions, there was no telling how many higher-tier mutants would emerge. If he were to divulge this truth to them, he could only imagine the ensuing panic. Just as they were grappling with their predicament, a sudden knock echoed from the door, breaking the heavy silence. Could there still be survivors outside? Unfortunately, the door was just an ordinary iron barrier, obscuring their view of the situation beyond. The students near the door hesitated, unsure of what action to take, glancing towards Director Jiang for guidance. Before he could voice his thoughts, Hu Qinhui interjected, "We can't open it. What if it's a monster knocking? If we let it in, we'll all be doomed." Her concerns were not unfounded, prompting the nearby students to distance themselves from the door. If her fears were justified, then the prospect of a creature capable of rational thought was indeed terrifying, as such beings were far more dangerous than those relying solely on brute strength. However, the doubts of the crowd dissipated when a young female voice called out from outside, identifying herself as Jiang Xiaoke from Class 8 of the senior year. Hu Qinhui's expression faltered. Her previous assertions now seemed hypocritical. Just moments ago, she had warned of monsters lurking outside, only to learn that it was one of their own students. Nevertheless, she persisted, "We still can't open it." This only proves that the monsters have learned to mimic human voices and actions to lure us into opening the door. Consider the current situation. Who could possibly be a survivor out there, especially a girl? How could she have escaped from a horde of monsters? The student who had been preparing to open the door was startled by her logic. Indeed, how could an ordinary high school girl have survived in such peril? Recognizing that her words had struck a chord, Hu Qinhui felt a sense of triumph, even convincing herself of her own reasoning. At that moment, Director Jiang spoke up, "I believe we should open the door. After all, we cannot remain here indefinitely. Hiding is not a sustainable solution. While whose concerns are valid, I prefer to believe that the monsters have vacated the area. If they are truly here, I refuse to believe that we cannot handle a mere few of them." Director Jiang's words served as a revelation for everyone. Indeed, even if they were faced with monsters, the sheer number of them should not incite fear. After all, had they not just slain one? It hardly seemed daunting. Most of those present were still minors, easily swayed by emotions, and the earlier trepidation was somewhat alleviated by Director Jiang's remarks. Observing her superior's demeanor, Hu Qinhui refrained from further comments, merely huffing and stepping aside. The iron door swung open, revealing Jiang Xiaoke alongside her two classmates. Director Jiang recognized Jiang Xiaoke, as she consistently ranked among the top students, a rare talent. After allowing the trio to enter, the students nearby hastily shut the iron door behind them. "Xiaoke, how did you find this place? Have the monsters outside retreated?" Noticing Director Jiang's tone, unchanged from earlier, Jiang Xiaoke felt a sense of familiarity and relayed her thoughts candidly. Upon finishing, she glanced at Jiang Lu, who appeared indifferent, and continued, "As for the monsters outside, they were dealt with by Jiang Lu." Director Jiang looked at Jiang Lu in surprise. "Are you implying that this Jiang student single-handedly took care of the monsters outside?" Jiang Xiaoke nodded, and Wang Feng, brimming with excitement, interjected, "You have no idea. Jiang Lu took them down one by one. It was incredible, like a superhero." The surrounding crowd gazed at Jiang Lu in astonishment, clearly skeptical. Hu Qinhui chimed in, "Boasting requires some preparation. You know, Wang Feng, it's one thing to struggle academically, but to lack integrity is another. You say they were taken down one by one. We barely managed to slay one together. If you can do that, why not ascend to the heavens? Just look at Jiang Lu's physique. How could he possibly achieve that?" Wang Feng grew anxious, frustrated that no one believed her. "Jiang Lu, you need to prove yourself to them. They don't believe in your strength." Jiang Lu paid her no mind. Whether they believed him or not was inconsequential. He had no desire to demonstrate his power to mere ants. Seeing Jiang Lu's nonchalance, Hu Qinhui pressed on. "Jiang Lu, I understand your desire for recognition. Yesterday, you claimed you were studying at home to draw attention to yourself, and now you've deceived Xiaoke into cooperating with you. But can't you possess a shred of dignity? Struggling academically is one thing, but lacking character is quite another." When Jiang Lu remained unresponsive, Hu Qinhui's frustration boiled over, directing all her pent-up irritation towards him. "How about you admit to everyone that you were lying?" "I will." Before she could finish, she suddenly felt something was amiss. Jiang Lu seemed to be growing taller. Oh, it turned out her head had rolled onto the ground. A murder! The nearby students were horrified by this sudden turn of events. Moments ago, they had been persuaded by Hu Qinhui's words, questioning how Jiang Lu, an ordinary student like themselves, could possibly have defeated the monsters alone. They had assumed it was mere boasting that as they pondered how Jiang Lu would respond. He merely swung the iron rod in his hand lightly, and Hu Qinhui's incessant chatter came to an abrupt end, leaving everyone stunned by this surreal development. Jiang Lu had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He had merely wished to witness their reactions, and now he had seen enough. Zhang Xiaoke and her companions were equally taken aback by his sudden display of violence. Before Zhang Xiaoke could utter a word, Jiang Lu had already made his way to the entrance. "Let us go, Xiaoke. Since Wang Feng has found the main group, we should leave," upon seeing Jiang Lu step out. Zhang Xiaoke hurriedly followed, turning back to Wang Feng as she reached the door. "Feng Feng, we'll be on our way. You stay here and wait for the rescue team." With that, she hurried after Jiang Lu. Wang Feng watched the two departing figures, extending her hand before letting it fall helplessly. She, too, wished to leave with them, but Jiang Lu's previous glance had left her inexplicably hesitant. Initially, she had thought it safer to stay with the main group. Yet now she realized there was no place safer than being with Jiang Lu. However, it was too late for regrets. Chapter 11. Absorbing the crystal upon exiting, the pair ignored the chaos left behind and made their way toward the school gate. Retracing their steps to be by the time they reached the first floor, the entire building remained eerily silent, that if not for the scattered remains of corpses on the ground, one might find it hard to believe such a gruesome event had just occurred. Zhang Xiaoke, closely following Jiang Lu, broke the silence. "Jiang Lu, don't you think something feels off?" Jiang Lu halted, turning to look at her, prompting her to continue. "You know, with so many students at our school, there should have been numerous monsters spawned during the mutation. Yet aside from the few we encountered at the rooftop door, we haven't come across any others. Doesn't that strike you as strange?" Zhang Xiaoke voiced her ongoing concern since their arrival. Jiang Lu was indeed aware that something was amiss. Given the school's large population, it would be reasonable to expect dozens, if not hundreds, of mutated creatures. The current scarcity was certainly abnormal, but what did it matter to him? He had no interest in the actions of the crawlers. That it is indeed peculiar, but I'm not concerned. Aren't you still searching for your mother? Don't let precious time slip away. Noticing Jiang Lu's apparent indifference, Zhang Xiaoke decided to set aside her worries. What truly mattered now was finding her mother. The thought of anything happening to her was too distressing to contemplate. With that, she quickened her pace to catch up with Zhang Liu. By the way, I remember your family lives in Tianfu community, right? If Jiang Lu's memory served him correctly, that was where the wealthiest residents of their city resided. Back in their sophomore year, Zhang Xiaoke had invited him to her home, and even as someone who considered himself affluent, he had been taken aback by the lavishness of the neighborhood that he had never realized that Zhang Xiaoke was quite the little heiress. Yes, her mother was a renowned businesswoman in their city. After being abandoned by that ungrateful man, she had raised Zhang Xiaoke single-handedly. Without relying on anyone, she had fought her way to success, and although she was often busy with work, she always made time for her daughter. Their relationship had always been strong, and initially, Zhang Xiaoke had hoped to attend a prestigious university to study finance and help her mother with her work. Little did she know that such a drastic change awaited her now. The Tianfu community was not far from their current location, merely a kilometer or two away, making it one of the most expensive school district properties in the area. Along the way, Jiang Lu dispatched a few unwitting mutated creatures that ventured too close. After defeating one, he suddenly crouched down, curiously examining the creature's severed head. Zhang Xiaoke, following closely behind, was puzzled by his actions. Suddenly, Jiang Lu thrust his hand into the creature's skull, extracting a white, crystal-like object. "How fascinating! This is truly intriguing," Jiang Lu exclaimed, laughing as he admired the crystal in his hand. "What is going on? Is something wrong?" Zhang Xiaoke asked, bewildered by Jiang Lu's inexplicable excitement. While others may not have recognized the significance of the object, Jiang Lu was all too familiar with it. Despite its altered appearance, he knew its essence all too well. This was none other than the spiritual stone from their cultivation world, now appearing in the heads of mutated creatures. How could he not find it fascinating? It seemed his arrival in this place was not mere coincidence. Although the reasons behind it remained unclear, at least he had found a source of amusement in this otherwise monotonous world. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Before long, Jiang Xiaoka watched in astonishment as the crystal in Jiang Lu's hand suddenly transformed into powder. She gaped, unable to comprehend the magical spectacle before her. Jiang Lu proceeded to extract another crystal from the creature's body, ultimately handing a piece to her. "Give it a try, and see if you can absorb it." "To me?" Jiang Xiaoka pointed to herself, incredulous. Jiang Lu nodded. "But I don't know how to absorb it. Just holding it doesn't seem to do anything." Jiang Xiaoka held the crystal in her hand, attempting to replicate Jiang Lu's actions, but it remained inert, refusing to transform into powder. Jiang Lu had just discovered that after absorbing the crystal, not only did his cultivation level rise, but his fire-based abilities had also received a slight enhancement. This development surprised him, as it seemed to align with the novels he had read about monsters granting abilities in apocalyptic settings. Thus, he was eager for Jiang Xiaoka to try it as well. "Oh, I forgot that you haven't awakened any abilities yet." Jiang Lu suddenly remembered. Jiang Xiaoka was left speechless by his abrupt shift in focus. She longed to awaken her own abilities. "Extend your hand. Let me take a look." Jiang Xiaoka remained puzzled about Jiang Lu's intentions, and thus reluctantly extended her delicate, fair hand as instructed. Truly, as a little princess from a wealthy family. Her upkeep was impeccable, Jiang Lu mused inwardly, as he pinched her palm gently between his fingers. Before long, an inexplicable sensation began to stir within her body, a peculiar feeling that rendered her quite uncomfortable, causing her cheeks to flush a delicate shade of crimson. This moment, she could hardly deny that it was the person before her who was responsible for her current state. Observing Jiang Lu's earnest expression, she felt it prudent to refrain from further comments. Fortunately, Jiang Lu released her hand shortly thereafter, allowing her to exhale in relief. Jiang Lu, bemused by the rosy hue gracing Jiang Xiaoka's cheeks, wondered why a mere hand-holding could elicit such a reaction. After all, it had not been the case during their previous encounter. However, he had not intended to take advantage of her. Moments prior, he had utilized his inner energy to scan Jiang Xiaoka's entire being. During their previous hand-holding at school, he had not been entirely certain, but after a meticulous examination, he could now affirm that Jiang Xiaoka indeed possessed a unique constitution. "Fear not, even if you have yet to awaken. It is of little consequence. Allow me to impart to you a method of inner cultivation, which I myself cannot utilize." Jiang Lu gently placed his hand upon her head, and within mere moments, Jiang Xiaoka felt an influx of new knowledge flooding her mind. Disregarding the thoroughly flustered Jiang Xiaoka, Jiang Lu spoke. "This is a gift from a friend of mine, specifically designed for female practitioners. Since I have no use for it, I bestow it upon you." As he spoke, the faint image of a woman clad in azure garments flickered in his mind. Even after all this time, it remained a haunting memory. When Jiang Lu had spent his 2000th year in the realm of cultivation, a fortuitous encounter had led him to join a sect composed entirely of female cultivators. Within the sect, he was the youngest disciple, and the elder sisters treated him with great care, especially his master, who was also his guide on the path of swordsmanship. Those days had been some of the few precious moments he had experienced in the cultivation world. Yet the harsh realities of that realm were always evident. While he was out on a training expedition, a scion from a powerful sect had taken a fancy to his master, coercing her to become his concubine. Naturally, his master was unwilling, but under duress, she had no choice but to disband the sect. Unwilling to endanger the other disciples, after ensuring their safe retreat, she chose to end her life alone in her chamber. Jiang Lu had only learned of this tragic news upon his return from training, witnessing the devastation of the once familiar sect. His beloved master had departed from him, and reflecting on the myriad memories they had shared, he could not fathom why everything had changed so drastically in such a short span of years. In the aftermath, Jiang Lu had exacted vengeance upon the scion who had caused his master's demise, severing his limbs and rendering him powerless before her grave, seeking forgiveness. Despite incurring the wrath of the formidable sect behind him, Jiang Lu remained unfazed. There was little else he could do. Yet, the dead could not be revived, and this act merely offered him a slight solace. In the time that followed, Jiang Lu refrained from joining any sects, choosing instead to cultivate alone until the end. Now, he discovered that Jiang Xiaoka possessed the same constitution as his master. The wood spirit body. Whether this was mere coincidence or fate, it could be seen as fulfilling his master's unspoken wish. Jiang Lu, are you an immortal?" Jiang Xiaoka thought to herself. now fully aware that the person before her could not be measured by ordinary standards. How could a normal person directly impart knowledge into another's mind? The phenomena she had just experienced, despite her infrequent indulgence in novels, were clear to her. It was a cultivation technique from the realm of immortals. Coupled with Zhang Lu's formidable prowess, she could only conclude that her classmate was indeed an immortal being. Zhang Lu shook his head. No, I am merely an ordinary third-year high school student. Indeed, he spoke the truth. His current cultivation was but a fraction of what it had once been, reduced to a common individual retaining memories of a past life. Since Zhang Lu was unwilling to divulge more, Zhang Xiaoke felt it inappropriate to pry further. Reminded of her previous disrespect towards him, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. It was no wonder he seemed indifferent to the mundane. Such trivialities would hardly capture the attention of an immortal. Try utilizing the technique I just imparted to you to see if you can absorb this crystal, Zhang Lu instructed. Zhang Xiaoke, snapping back to reality, promptly followed the guidance of the technique within her mind. Slowly, the crystal in her hand began to disintegrate into powder. She felt an unmistakable enhancement within her body, as if she were on the brink of floating. Her form exceedingly light. Truly, as one of the 5 unique constitutions, the wood spirit body allowed her to grasp the technique with remarkable ease, and her efficiency in channeling inner energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Zhang Lu observed the exuberant Zhang Xiaoke, bouncing with excitement, and felt a twinge of exasperation. His initial experience with cultivation had been far more arduous. Lacking guidance and relying on rudimentary techniques, he had scavenged for spirit stones like discarded rocks. Zhang Immortal, have I now entered the ranks of cultivators? I feel significantly stronger than before, Zhang Xiaoke exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Who would not be thrilled by the prospect of cultivating immortality, despite being a girl? The desire for strength was universal, especially in a world fraught with danger. Surviving without the means to protect oneself was no small feat. Did you not refer to me as an immortal, now that I have taught you the technique? You may consider yourself my half-disciple. From now on, call me Master, Zhang Lu replied. Zhang Xiaoke nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Having an immortal as her master was a source of immense joy for her. You have now crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation, but do not grow overly optimistic. This is merely the beginning. You possess only the potential for cultivation. Without the corresponding techniques, you remain no different from an ordinary person when faced with the recent mutated entities. At present, Zhang Xiaoke had only just begun her journey in qi cultivation. Aside from a slight enhancement in her constitution, without the appropriate techniques, she was still akin to any common individual. Yet Zhang Xiaoke did not feel disheartened. As long as she could grow stronger, she was content. Now she could protect her mother, a significant step toward survival in this perilous world. Zhang Immortal, does this mean that to grow stronger, I must continue to slay monsters to absorb their cores? Not entirely. You can also draw upon the surrounding inner energy through the technique. However, the energy here is sparse, and to accelerate your progress, absorbing cores will be necessary. As of now, Zhang Lu had only reached the latter stages of qi cultivation. A feat achieved through relentless training since the previous day. It was worth noting that his efficiency was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He merely required a sufficient quantity of inner energy to advance. With no bottlenecks in sight, the two conversed. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had begun to stalk them. While Zhang Xiaoke reveled in her newfound joy, the shadow suddenly lunged at her from behind. And in her moment of bliss, she remained oblivious to the impending threat. Seeking death, Zhang Lu muttered, as he swiftly sprang into action, causing Zhang Xiaoke to turn in alarm. She beheld Zhang Lu's weapon adorned with the massive corpse of a creature resembling a dog. In an instant, her previously flushed cheeks drained of color, realizing that had Zhang Lu not intervened, she would have become the monster's next meal. Once Zhang Lu discarded the corpse from his staff, Zhang Xiaoke recognized it as a mutated golden retriever, its size comparable to that of an adult human, its head grotesquely transformed that a single bite from it could easily spell disaster to her astonishment. Not only had humans mutated, but it seemed that other creatures were equally affected. Moreover, this new breed of mutated beast was significantly stronger than the previous ones, and unlike those that merely charged at humans. This creature had the cunning to conceal itself before launching a surprise attack. This indicated that it was no longer merely an instinct-driven beast. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen victim to its ambush. Jiang Lu approached and extracted the crystal from the beast's head, noting that the purity of its inner energy was indeed higher than before. It would suffice for him to make a small advancement. Let us be on our way. Now that you comprehend the gravity of the situation, remember to maintain your vigilance at all times. Even if you have begun to cultivate, do not underestimate these enemies that may appear weaker than you. I understand my mistake, Jiang Shaoke replied. Listening to Jiang Lu's admonition, Jiang Shaoke felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her head in embarrassment. Indeed, she had just been a tad too carried away. Jiang Lu chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that Jiang Shaoke was, after all, merely a young girl who had just stepped into adulthood, and her achievements thus far were commendable. This time, Jiang Shaoke remained acutely vigilant, determined to avoid a recurrence of the earlier incident. But until they reached the entrance of Tianfu community, they encountered no further anomalies like the one before. Returning to the familiar entrance of the community, Jiang Shaoke had not anticipated that she would return so swiftly. For some inexplicable reason, she now felt a twinge of trepidation about going home. Within the community, as expected, remnants of bodies were strewn about. And from the appearances of the deceased, most were elderly individuals and children, likely victims of a monstrous assault while they were out with their young ones in the morning. Summoning her courage, she walked towards her building, fully aware that Jiang Lu understood the immense pressure she was under. He had experienced the grief of losing a loved one himself and refrained from saying much, merely trailing closely behind her. With the elevator out of service, Jiang Shaoke had no choice but to ascend the stairs, where the presence of bodies indicated that their building had also suffered. Residing on the 8th floor afforded her a brief moment of respite. Despite her slow pace, she soon reached the 8th floor, approaching the door of her home, a place so familiar it felt almost intimate. Jiang Shaoke trembled as she inserted the key into the lock. As the security door creaked open, she called out loudly, "Mom, Shaoke is home. Are you here?" The vast expanse of the house, however, echoed with silence. And Jiang Shaoke's heart sank, her body shaking as she rushed inside. She scoured every corner of the house, yet she found no trace of that familiar figure. Her mind swirled with potential calamities, and the composure she had feigned moments ago shattered. Logic dictated that her mother should have been working at home, yet now she was nowhere to be found. Jiang Shaoke was left to ponder her mother's whereabouts, acutely aware that being outside in such perilous times was far too dangerous. Chapter 13. Jiang Lu followed her into the opulent residence, significantly more luxurious than his previous home. He had already surmised that the house was currently unoccupied, but it was essential for Jiang Shaoke to ascertain that for herself. The two-story abode bore no signs of disarray in the living room, everything meticulously arranged. After waiting for some time without a glimpse of Jiang Shaoke, Jiang Lu ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the landing, he found an open door leading into a simple room, furnished only with a bed, a desk, and a row of bookshelves. The computer on the desk remained powered on, indicating that someone had recently occupied the space. Jiang Shaoke, however, was huddled in a corner of the room, clutching a rather rudimentary stuffed bunny, her eyes red-rimmed with tears. Seeing Jiang Lu enter, Jiang Shaoke's thoughts snapped into focus, and she hurriedly stood up, her expression brimming with desperation as she implored, "Master, you must have a way to find my mother." "Right. I indeed possess a means to locate your mother," Jiang Lu replied, his tone teasing. "But why should I assist you?" The sight of Jiang Shaoke's woeful demeanor softened his heart, and he decided to abandon his jesting. All right. I was merely teasing you. Upon entering, I detected your mother's scent and have pinpointed her approximate location. She is not far from here. There is no need to worry." Jiang Shaoke was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. "Master, I knew you were the best." Standing at a height of 1.68 meters, Jiang Shaoke's head rested just at his neck. And as he gazed at the young woman before him, Jiang Lu found himself momentarily entranced. That it had been a long time since anyone had embraced him so tightly, especially a young girl. After a lingering moment, Jiang Shaoke blushed fiercely and withdrew her arms, bewildered by her own impulsiveness. She had always been a rather shy girl. Jiang Lu, however, paid little mind to the incident, having lived over 10,000 years in his previous life. He was long accustomed to such interactions, particularly with someone as young as Jiang Shaoke. "I just tracked your mother's last known location. she should still be within the community. Her scent remains unchanged, and she is not transformed into a monstrous being. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoke exhaled in relief. Her mother must have found a place to hide. The evidence within the house suggested she had left earlier, likely unable to return due to the overwhelming presence of monsters outside. Without hesitation, the two set off. Inside a room at Tianfu Community. What do you intend to do with me? Why have you brought me to this place? A tall woman, bound to a chair, glared at her captors with confusion and anger. Recognizing the lewd smiles on their faces, she understood the grim fate that awaited her. Miss Jiang, worry not that we shall fulfill our promise to you. But first, we require an advance on your payment. One of the men, a grinning figure among the group, spoke confidently. He was Su Chong, the head of security for the community, who had arrived for work as usual only to find chaos erupting when some residents turned into monsters. In the face of the carnage outside, he and a few other security personnel had quickly sought refuge in the guard booth. Watching the residents being slaughtered filled him with dread. However, he soon noticed an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through him. Could it be that he had received his own golden finger? Su Chong stared at his hands in disbelief. Was he destined to become the protagonist of this story, having often indulged in novels during his idle hours as a security guard? He felt a thrill at the prospect of newfound power, diminishing his fear of the monsters outside. Gradually, the sounds of chaos subsided, as if the monsters had finished slaughtering the residents and departed. With a newfound bravado, Su Chong, along with a few of his subordinates, stepped out of the guard booth. Having seen some people take refuge in the supermarket, he recalled the narrative tropes from his novels. Food would be the most critical resource in this apocalyptic scenario. Now that he had become the protagonist, he had to seize the opportunity. Emboldened by his newfound strength, he no longer acted timidly like before. Instead, he walked boldly toward the supermarket. The people hiding inside regarded him with confusion. Suddenly, a lurking monster, still in the shadows, detected them and charged forward. That Su Chong remained oblivious, but the others in the supermarket were acutely aware and quickly alerted him. Realizing the danger, he turned just in time to face the creature, instinctively thrusting his police baton against its jaws to prevent it from biting his neck. With his other hand, he struck the creature's head fiercely. His subordinates, snapping back to reality, rushed to assist him in fending off the monster. Before long, the creature lay lifeless, and Su Chong, panting heavily, was astonished that he had encountered such a life-and-death situation right from the start that a sense of dread washed over him. But he was relieved that he had managed to hold his own. The onlookers in the supermarket, witnessing Su Chong and his team slay a monster, were taken aback and hurriedly opened the door to let them in. Once inside, the group found themselves at a loss. Now waiting for rescue, the Su Chong surveyed the faces of the community residents who had previously looked down upon him. Now filled with palpable fear, he felt a surge of satisfaction that he had already envisioned the unfolding narrative. The apocalypse had begun. Civilization was crumbling, and the strong would reign supreme. His days of fortune were on the horizon. Sure enough, before long, an exquisite woman with a tall stature approached him, that he recognized her immediately. Jiang Jingya, the CEO of the Jiang Group. A figure he had always looked up to. Mr. Su, could I trouble you for a favor? Surprised that Jiang Jingyan knew his surname, he felt a swell of pride. Yet, now that she sought his assistance, he refrained from diminishing his stature. Please, Ms. Jiang, state your request and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Upon hearing Su Chong's affirmative response, Jiang Jingya visibly relaxed. That Mr. Su, you are aware of the monsters that have suddenly appeared outside. My daughter went to a nearby high school this morning, and I am concerned for her safety. Could you accompany me to the school to retrieve her? Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory reward afterward. Jiang Jingya had originally planned to venture out in the morning to procure some vegetables, intending to prepare a delightful meal for her daughter in the evening. However, little did she anticipate the calamity that would unfold the moment she stepped outside. Fortunately, she managed to take refuge in a supermarket, prompting those who entered with her to hastily secure the door. The creature outside seemed devoid of intelligence, exhibiting only the most basic animalistic behaviors, utterly incapable of addressing the individuals hiding behind the door. Yet her current concern was not this. Her daughter was still at the high school outside. Should the school experience an outbreak akin to that in their neighborhood, the situation would become dire indeed. Chapter 14. Coercion. Listening to Jiang Jingya's plea, Su Chong recalled the adorable high school girl he frequently saw and a sense of greed began to burgeon within him. Was this not an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep? It seemed that this mother-daughter duo was now within his grasp. Su Chong began to devise a plan, contemplating how to proceed. The woman he had once barely dared to glance at would never have anticipated that one day she would find herself seeking his assistance. Nevertheless, he knew the faade he must maintain for the time being. Let us set off at once. Every moment we linger increases the danger for President Zhang's daughter, he urged. Jiang Jingya understood the urgency. The conditions at the school were likely to be even more perilous than those in her vicinity, and she yearned to reunite with her daughter as swiftly as possible. Wait, may I accompany you? My son also attends that high school, a middle-aged man interjected, catching their attention. Su Chong recognized the voice. It belonged to Dong Ming, the vice president of a publicly listed company, another figure he typically admired from afar. Director Dong, are you in the same predicament as President Jiang? Then it is fortuitous we can join forces. Strength lies in numbers, he remarked. Dong Ming let out a sigh of relief. He had been contemplating the situation regarding his son since he took refuge. Now, with the chance to travel together, he felt somewhat reassured. Seeing someone else willing to accompany her eased Jiang Jingya's anxiety. Frankly, the thought of confronting Su Chong and his companions alone was daunting, especially in such extraordinary times. Little did she know that upon seeing Dong Ming, Su Chong had already formulated his intentions. Director Dong, President Jiang, might I inquire whether you possess any handy weapons at home? We cannot possibly venture forth unarmed. Should the school face a crisis similar to ours, we may find ourselves in direct conflict with the creatures. Jiang Jingya shook her head in response. Her household consisted solely of women, and it was improbable they had any weapons. Perhaps just some kitchen knives with limited lethality. Dong Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. Come to think of it, I might have an unsharpened Longquan sword at home. A toy I purchased for my son. I wonder if it would be of any use. Su Chong's eyes lit up at this revelation. He had merely asked out of curiosity, expecting to make do with kitchen utensils. But this was an unexpected boon. Although the sword was unsharpened, combined with his current strength, slaying a creature would be a mere trifling task. Then lead the way, Director Dong. Let us procure the weapons swiftly and proceed. Su Chong was already brimming with anticipation. After several hours, they finally emerged from the supermarket, but it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different world. The outside environment starkly contrasted with the interior of the supermarket. Remnants of human limbs and corpses littered the ground. While they had felt relatively safe inside the supermarket, the stark reality of their surroundings now weighed heavily on their minds. Nevertheless, Jiang Jingya and Dong Ming were seasoned individuals. Although they had never encountered such brutality, their professional composure allowed them to persevere. Su Chong, however, felt relatively unfazed. He was convinced he was the protagonist of this tale, that if he could not withstand such circumstances, what claim could he have to that title? Moreover, he had more pressing concerns. Observing the two individuals ahead of him, a grin was barely contained on his lips. Unbeknownst to them, they made their way to Dong Ming's residence. They indeed encountered one of those creatures. Fortunately, it was solitary. After sacrificing the arm of one of Su Chong's subordinates, Su Chong vanquished the beast. That a collective sigh of relief escaped them. They had learned the importance of remaining vigilant. They had only just ventured out after a prolonged silence outside, believing the creatures had retreated, but one had appeared not far from their path. Yet, now it seemed the creature was not as terrifying as initially perceived. Apart from its formidable jaws, its strength was comparable to that of an average person. Following the defeat of the creature, Su Chong's confidence soared. Jiang Jingya was somewhat astonished by Su Chong's prowess. He had shattered the creature's skull with just a couple of strikes from a baton. His strength was indeed extraordinary. Su Chong's abilities instilled in her a renewed sense of hope. The likelihood of rescuing her daughter had significantly increased. She was aware that the situation at the school had likely devolved into chaos, akin to the turmoil in her neighborhood, as she had attempted to call the police upon entering the supermarket, only to find the lines completely dead, no signal whatsoever. Under normal circumstances, this would have been unfathomable. She was situated within a densely populated community, implying a monumental upheaval had occurred. Now, she could only hope that her little girl remained unharmed. Little one, do not worry. Mother will come to fetch you soon, just like before. You must wait for me. Jiang Jingya's eyes shone with determination. Before long, Su Chong and the others arrived at Dong Ming's doorstep. This was Su Chong's first time entering this residential area. He had only ever been a spectator at the entrance. Jiang Jingya, too, was stepping into someone else's home for the first time in this community. She did not linger to observe her surroundings, but stood quietly to the side that Su Chong, the last to enter, quietly stood at the door, closing it behind him with a soft thud. Moments later, Dong Ming emerged, brandishing the Long Quan sword. Su Chong quickly accepted it. Scrutinizing the weapon, it was indeed a luxury item. The sword was clearly of the highest quality. Although unsharpened, its potential lethality was sufficient, and with his newfound strength, dispatching a creature would be akin to slicing through vegetables. How does the sword feel? Is it to your liking? Dong Ming inquired, observing Su Chong's palpable delight. I am quite pleased, Director Dong. You have indeed bestowed upon me a formidable weapon. Su Chong replied. Shall we proceed to the school now? Dong Ming asked tentatively, acutely aware that Su Chong was the anchor of their group. Not so fast. There is a matter of greater significance that requires our attention first, Su Chong said, casting a meaningful glance toward Jiang Jingya. Feeling the weight of Su Chong's gaze upon her, Jiang Jingya sensed something amiss, yet she maintained her composure. There's something else you require of me. Mr. Detsu? The ensuing discussion necessitated Jiang Jingya's cooperation. Please accompany me to my room. We must strategize on how to rescue your daughter. Recognizing the lascivious intent in Su Chong's demeanor, Jiang Jingya was all too aware of his implications. As a striking woman, she had encountered such predicaments far too often in her professional life. Mr. Jiang, let us converse here. Moreover, we previously agreed that if you could ensure my daughter's safety, I would provide you with a satisfactory reward, she stated as she gradually retreated toward the living room. No, Miss Jiang. It appears you have misunderstood my intentions, that I am not negotiating. This is a command. Are you implying that you intend to defy my orders? Su Chong's words unleashed a flood of unrestrained pleasure within him as he no longer suppressed his desires. Witnessing the once mighty individual now cower before him filled Su Chong with immense satisfaction. Chapter 15. A Mother-Daughter Reunion, Part 1. At this moment, Jiang Jingya realized that Su Chong had laid bare his intentions. The only ally who could assist her now was Dong Ming, who shared her objective. She cast a pleading glance in his direction. Dong Ming, acutely aware that he too would face dire consequences should Jiang Jingya falter, steeled himself that he could only hope that Su Chong would reconsider. Mr. Dasu, no, Brother Chong. You are aware of our precarious situation. To take advantage of it seems far from virtuous. If we cease hostilities now, we can pretend this never transpired. Su Chong erupted into laughter upon hearing Dong Ming's words. Haha, Director Dong. Your words amuse me. I have never claimed to be a paragon of virtue, nor should you attempt to morally bind me. Let me make my position clear. Jiang Jingya is mine today. Furthermore, if you both wish to see your children again, you will do as I say. Otherwise, I fear you shall only meet them in the afterlife. With that, Su Chong gestured to his two subordinates. Noticing their perplexed expressions, Su Chong's temper flared as he bellowed. What are you waiting for? Seize President Jiang at once. The two individuals standing nearby were equally taken aback by Su Chong's sudden shift in demeanor. They had not anticipated that the seemingly composed Su Chong would so swiftly change his countenance. Previously, they had merely been ordinary security guards, unaccustomed to such confrontations, and now hesitance clouded their judgment. Observing their inaction, Su Chong's expression darkened. Evidently, his intimidation tactics were insufficient. With a fierce swing of his sword, he struck a nearby vase, shattering it into countless fragments and startling the four present. Hurry up. I do not wish to repeat myself, Su Chong commanded once more. The two men immediately moved closer to Jiang Jingya, intent on seizing her. Jiang Jingya recognized that negotiation was no longer an option. Her only salvation lay in her own hands. Concealing the ashtray from the coffee table behind her, she faced the approaching duo, opting for the initiative. She had previously acquired some self-defense skills and possessed a basic understanding of combat. However, the two men seemed to regard her with disdain, believing that subduing a mere woman posed no challenge for two able-bodied men. Just as one of them attempted to grasp her, Jiang Jingya deftly sidestepped and delivered a knee strike that landed squarely where it hurt. The excruciating pain caused him to collapse to the ground, while the other man, witnessing this, resolved to seize her without delay. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Jingya had swiftly retrieved the concealed ashtray and struck the second man forcefully on the shoulder. the impact nearly rendering his arm numb and deterring him from advancing further, that Su Chong could hardly believe that two grown men had failed to capture Jiang Jingya. They were utterly inept. Clearly, he had to take matters into his own hands. As Su Chong prepared to intervene personally, Jiang Jingya's mind raced. Her previous advantage had stemmed from her element of surprise, but that tactic would likely falter now. Su Chong, reveling in her troubled expression, felt an exhilarating sense of power. Soon he would be in close proximity to someone he had once only dared to fantasize about. Approaching Jiang Jingya, he leered at her, saying, "Miss Jiang, it would be wise not to resist that I have no desire to harm your body. After all, it will soon belong to me, and I would hate to cause you any pain, haha." Listening to his lewd remarks, Jiang Jingya remained silent, her vigilance unwavering. To Su Chong, intrigued by her defiance, relished the thrill of conquest. "Let the ordinary see the chasm that separates us," he proclaimed, tossing aside his sword. A move that left everyone present bewildered. Jiang Jingya, who had felt threatened by his weaponry, now saw an opportunity as he willingly relinquished it, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Seizing the moment while Su Chong was momentarily distracted, Jiang Jingya swung the ashtray toward his head. Despite the element of surprise, Su Chong easily caught the attack, but her subsequent knee strike aimed to replicate her earlier success. That Su Chong, however, anticipated her move, effortlessly catching her other leg and forcefully pushing her away, sending her crashing to the ground. Had this encounter occurred in the past, she might have succeeded, but he had since transformed, his physical prowess rendering her efforts trivial. Struggling to lift her head from the floor, Jiang Jingya was astonished by the sheer force of her assailant. The impact nearly knocked her unconscious. Meanwhile, Dong Ming, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed by fear. His earlier intention to snatch the sword had dissipated upon realizing Su Chong's extraordinary strength. "Now, do you comprehend the disparity between us? I am the protagonist of this new era," Su Chong declared triumphantly, advancing to seize Jiang Jingya, ignoring her fierce resistance as he dragged her into the nearest room. The recently defeated underling looked on with envy, marveling at Su Chong's conquest of such a remarkable woman and wondering if they might soon partake in the spoils. The two men quickly grasped the chaotic situation outside, countless lives lost. The law seemingly impotent to intervene. They could act with impunity, especially with a leader as formidable as Su Chong. Following in his wake would surely yield them substantial benefits. Inside the room, Jiang Jingya was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed. Her hands bound with straps, rendering her akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. "That's Su Chong. Do you realize that your actions are illegal? There is still time to turn back," she implored, knowing full well that her words would fall on deaf ears. "I am well aware, but who could impose the law upon me here? I am the law in this moment. I dare anyone to challenge me." Su Chong's burgeoning confidence swelled with his growing strength as he beheld the bound Jiang Jingya, her alluring form igniting an insatiable desire within him that he could hardly fathom that within a single day he had brought a woman he had only dared to fantasize about into his grasp. Her identity and beauty only intensified his overwhelming urge for domination. Contemplating the depths of despair, Jiang Jingya considered the finality of suicide, reasoning that it would be preferable to perish than to be sullied by a man like him. "I advise you against such thoughts, Miss Jiang. Have you forgotten your daughter is waiting for us to rescue her? Should you choose death, I shall ensure your daughter is well cared for," Su Chong said ominously. Observing the resignation etched on Jiang Jingya's face, "How could you be so despicable?" she retorted, grappling with the threat that loomed over her, caught between despair and the desire to protect her child. "Despicable? Ha! I prefer to be called resourceful," Su Chong replied, fully aware that any individual, no matter how formidable, could be manipulated if he held the right leverage. That I in this case, Jiang Jingya's vulnerability lay in her daughter. By controlling her child, he could effectively possess both mother and daughter. Although he felt a sense of triumph, he recognized the urgency of the situation. He needed to act swiftly. He had often read tales of villains who captured heroines, yet failed to follow through, allowing them to escape. Such foolishness was unacceptable. As the protagonist, he would not repeat such blunders. Jiang Jingya, enveloped in despair, contemplated the unthinkable. She had endured so much for her daughter's sake, striving for a better life, only for everything to unravel. She longed for salvation, any savior. Yet in this moment, who could possibly come to her aid? It was a mere wish, an unattainable hope, that as she closed her eyes, Tears streamed down her cheeks. Falling onto the pristine white sheets, a stark testament to her anguish, that Su Chong recognized her surrender and attempted to assuage her fears. "Miss Jiang, there is no need for such resistance that I, Su Chong, am destined to be the protagonist of this era. Once you become mine, your status will only elevate." Noticing Jiang Jingya's continued silence, her eyes tightly shut, Su Chong resolved to abandon words. If he could not conquer her spirit, he would dominate her body instead. With swift motions, he disrobed, eager to undress the woman who had ignited his desires, yearning to proceed with his intentions. Just as his hand reached out, a sudden commotion erupted outside, startling him and extinguishing his fervor. This unforeseen disturbance disrupted his plans, compelling him to investigate who dared to interrupt his moment of triumph. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, following the trail of his qi, found himself in an adjacent building, a situation that seemed illogical. Zhang Xiaoke, puzzled, questioned how her mother could possibly be there, given that their neighborhood was devoid of familiar faces. They only exchanged pleasantries with neighbors, and the notion of visiting one another was foreign. With the external chaos unfolding, it seemed entirely absurd for her mother to have ended up in this location. "Master, could it be that you have made an error?" Zhang Xiaoke inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Li remained silent. He was confident in the accuracy of his tracking. Zhang Xiaoke's mother was indeed within these walls. The reasons for her presence were manifold, and he began to piece together the potential motives. The environment had shifted dramatically, and such circumstances revealed the complexities of human nature. As the river flowed, Jiang Lu could not help but exclaim, while Zhang Xiaoke found herself utterly bewildered by his words. Wondering how the conversation had veered into the realm of human nature, at this moment, a mere inquiry would suffice. Jiang Lu knocked on the door of the residence, and before long, a voice emanated from within. Indeed, a male voice. "Who is knocking at the door? Is there something you need? May I inquire if Ms. Jiang Jingya is present here?" Zhang Xiaoke asked, her voice breaking the silence. After a considerable pause, the voice replied, No, the person you are looking for is not here. You must have the wrong place to that moment." Zhang Xiaoke sensed something amiss. The response was undeniably suspicious. Yet, as the occupants refused to open the door, they appeared to be at an impasse. She cast a pleading glance at Zhang Lu, hoping for assistance. "Master, surely you have a way?" Zhang Lu nodded, that in his previous life, he often indulged in the study of various cultivation techniques out of sheer boredom, most of which were derived from foes he had bested, that he never practiced them, merely seeking to grasp the underlying principles, thus equipping himself with countermeasures against any adversary. Fortuitously, in this life, endowed with a fire affinity, he decided to experiment with a particular palm technique. Gently placing his hand upon the security door, he concentrated his energy, directing it into his palm, and infused it with fire elements. With a thunderous explosion, the previously impenetrable door was blasted open, creating a gaping hole the size of a human figure. Though Zhang Xiaoke was aware that Jiang Lu possessed a solution, she never anticipated such a method. Truly, he was her formidable celestial master, extraordinarily powerful. Ignoring the awestruck Zhang Xiaoke, Jiang Lu regarded this as merely a fundamental feat that any ordinary cultivator could achieve. The debris from the shattered door scattered widely, startling the inhabitants within. "What on earth is happening?" they exclaimed, rushing to the entrance to witness the formerly intact door now marred by a large, human-shaped breach. "Good heavens, has it been blown apart by explosives?" "The door is in smithereens," exclaimed Su Chong's two lackeys, bewildered by the transformation of the door within the blink of an eye. Su Chong himself was equally taken aback by the commotion. Nearly losing his composure, he was unaware of the identity of the instigator behind the noise, but he was undeniably furious. "That I won't let anyone disrupt my plans." Grabbing his weapon, he flung open the door, eager to confront the audacious intruder. Inside the living room, the three occupants quickly realized the culprit responsible for the door's destruction: two high school students clad in uniforms who stepped through the breach. However, they remained perplexed as to how these students had managed to wreak such havoc. Upon entering, Zhang Xiaoke cast a cursory glance around, noting the presence of only 3 men, none of whom were the person she had hoped to find. With a face twisted in malice, Su Chong emerged from the room, and upon laying eyes on the intruders, he was momentarily stunned that he had not anticipated encountering this particular individual here. Fortune had favored him. He had been contemplating how to capture Jiang Jingya's daughter, only to have the opportunity presented to him unexpectedly. The male high school student beside her was dismissed from his thoughts. Jiang Xiaoke, surprised to recognize the man stepping forward, realized it was the captain of the security team from their community, whom she often saw during her commutes to and from school, observing Su Chang's disheveled appearance. Coupled with Jiang Lu's earlier actions, she could no longer remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "What have you done to my mother?" she demanded, her voice laced with urgency. That Su Chang, rather than responding directly, smiled at her and replied, "My dear student, what brings you here? Are you not aware of the dangers lurking outside? Why are you wandering about?" He continued, "But fear not, I am taking excellent care of your mother. If you come over to uncle, he will also look after you well." Su Chang began to approach Jiang Xiaoke, momentarily distracted by the state of the door. How did it come to be like this? He wondered. Could these two have caused such a ruckus? Or was there an adult involved? He shook his head, realizing that such a commotion could not have been orchestrated by mere children. With a heightened sense of caution, he grasped his weapon tightly. Yet as he contemplated further, he began to relax. What was there to fear? As long as no one wielded firearms, he was invincible to that moment. Jiang Lu, having observed Su Chang emerge from the room, disheveled and revealing his true motives through his words, deduced the nature of the situation. He had already pinpointed Jiang Xiaoke's mother's location, within the very room Su Chang had just exited. With this clarity, there was nothing left to say that Su Chang was already plotting his next move, intending to capture Jiang Xiaoke and thereby seize complete control over Jiang Jingya. Moreover, her daughter, inheriting her mother's exquisite genes, was undeniably beautiful. Lost in thought, Su Chang chuckled. "I am simply too lucky." But before he could finish his sentence, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Why was he unable to speak? What was happening? In the end, upon hearing her mother's perplexity, Jiang Xiaoke recounted all the events that had transpired since the onset of the apocalypse. Indeed, the outside world had transformed into a veritable hellscape, a reality that Jiang Jingya found difficult to accept. When she later learned that her daughter referred to Jiang Lu as an immortal, disbelief washed over her. Yet, in this era of catastrophe, nothing seemed impossible. The knowledge that her daughter had taken him as her master filled her with joy. In such chaotic times, having a powerful ally was far more precious than gold or silver. Upon discovering that Jiang Lu had effortlessly shattered a security door with a single strike, her belief in his celestial identity was solidified. For such feats were beyond human capability. Jiang Jingya listened intently as her daughter continued to narrate the unfolding events, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness, as if the recent despair had never existed. She wished fervently to never revisit that bleak sensation again. Chapter 17. Homecoming. Observing her daughter's adoration as she spoke of her master, Jiang Jingya playfully inquired, "Xiaoke, have you perhaps developed feelings for your esteemed master Jiang?" Caught off guard by her mother's sudden question while extolling her master's virtues, Jiang Xiaoke's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. "Mom, what are you suddenly saying? How could I? Are you hesitant to admit it? No matter how impressive your tales may be, Jiang Xianren is merely an 18-year-old high school student, your desk mate for 3 years that I recall you bringing someone home before." "Mom, how do you know? I never mentioned it to you." Jiang Xiaoke was flustered by her mother's unexpected remark. She had meticulously chosen a day when her mother was away on business, hoping to keep her unaware, yet somehow it had come to light. Jiang Jingya chuckled, playfully pinching her daughter's nose. "Did you think your mother wouldn't be aware of your escapades while she was away? You dare to bring a male classmate home, without fearing he might be a nefarious character. That is not the case, Jiang. No, my master was always a good person. I've observed him closely," Jiang Xiaoke retorted. It seems our Xiaoke has been quite attentive all along, despite her claims of disinterest," Jiang Jingya mused, fully aware of Jiang Lu's character, having conducted her own inquiries long ago. She would not have allowed him to visit her daughter otherwise. "Please stop teasing me, Mom. Besides, Jiang, my master, is now an immortal, while I am just an ordinary person, with no chance at all." Jiang Xiaoke's voice dwindled as she spoke. "And what of being an immortal? Our Xiaoke's status is not to be underestimated. You are the heir to the Jiang group. Moreover, according to your master, he is still merely an ordinary high school student. Yet to achieve immortality, that I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Please stop, Mom." Jiang Xiaoke hastily covered her ears, wishing to block out the conversation. Seeing her daughter's youthful demeanor, Jiang Jingya shook her head with a smile. While the mother and daughter exchanged pleasantries, Jiang Lu entered the room. Upon noticing Jiang Lu's arrival, Jiang Xiaoke promptly introduced him to her mother. "Master, this is my mom." Thankfully, we arrived in time. Otherwise, she would have been sullied by that scoundrel. Following her gaze, Jiang Lu beheld a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Xiaoke. Seated on the bed and embracing her, it was evident that someone capable of leading a publicly traded company exuded an air of authority, despite her currently reddened eyes appearing somewhat out of place. "You must be the Master Xiaoke has spoken of. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in bringing her here. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. Although I am not a person of great significance, I hold some standing here and will do my utmost to accommodate you," Jiang Jingya expressed sincerely. "That won't be necessary," Jiang Lu replied. Initially, he had begun aiding Jiang Xiaoke out of gratitude for her past kindness towards his former self. However, upon discovering the profound connection between them, he found himself increasingly willing to accept her as a disciple. "That simply won't do, Jiang Xianren. You have rendered such significant assistance to us, akin to a savior. It would be remiss of us not to offer some form of gratitude," Jiang Jingya insisted. After contemplating, Jiang Lu proposed, "How about this? Do you both know how to cook?" Jiang Xiaoke eagerly interjected, Yes, master. My mom is an exceptional cook, far surpassing the chefs of five-star hotels." Jiang Lu regarded her with surprise, not anticipating that the president of such a large corporation would have time to learn culinary skills. Jiang Jingya, slightly embarrassed, clarified, "It's not quite as exaggerated as Xiaoke describes. She simply finds the school cafeteria's meals unpalatable. So I've taken to cooking for her in the evenings. Over time I've learned a bit. But it's true. My mom's cooking is genuinely delicious. Master, you'll understand once you've tasted it." Jiang Xiaoke chimed in, "Very well then. Given the ongoing apocalypse, which appears to be a long-term predicament, how about you handle the daily meals while I ensure your safety?" Jiang Lu proposed, recognizing that he had little in the way of desires, save for perhaps the allure of good food. "Thank you, Jiang Xianren," Jiang Jingya acknowledged, realizing they were indeed fortunate to have found such a formidable protector without having to pay a heavy price. Jiang Xiaoke rushed to embrace Jiang Lu's arm, exclaiming, "I knew Master was the best." Jiang Lu was unfazed by her sudden display of affection. He had grown accustomed to such antics moments ago. She had been in denial, yet now she was so forthcoming. Jiang Jingya found it perplexing to comprehend her daughter's stark contrast in demeanor. "Master, since we've come to an agreement, let us head to my home so you can sample my mother's culinary skills. We happen to have an extra room, so you can stay there." Jiang Lu did not decline. At this point, his lodging was inconsequential as long as food was available. Jiang Jingya added, "We will trouble you during this period." Jiang Xianren, "But it seems we are out of ingredients at home. The groceries we bought this morning were left at the supermarket." "Then let us make a trip to the supermarket. Jiang Lu has been busy all morning and must be quite hungry by now." As the trio prepared to leave through the door Jiang Lu had previously demolished, Dong Ming, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "President Jiang, I see your daughter has returned from school. May I inquire about the current situation there? Is it only our community that has experienced such upheaval?" Though Dong Ming had not assisted Jiang Lu in dealing with Su Chong, Jiang Jingya understood that he was acting out of necessity. Their acquaintance had been limited to mere nods. Given Su Chong's extraordinary strength, it was likely that anyone else would have been disinclined to resist. Mr. Dong, the situation at school is dire. Only a handful of students who managed to hide have survived. As for your son, we cannot ascertain his whereabouts, Jiang Jingya responded. Upon hearing her words, Dong Ming's face drained of color, as he had held on to a flicker of hope that my son still alive. "Young lady, could you guide me to the school to rescue my son? I promise you a generous reward for your assistance. At this moment." Dong Ming also called out to Jiang Lu, realizing that the arrival of Jiang Jingya's daughter likely depended on this male high school student. The scene where he had just dealt with the intruder who had smashed the security door was still vivid in his mind. Jiang Lu did not respond but strode out the door, with Jiang Xiaoke following closely behind. Jiang Jingya cast one last glance at Dong Ming, refraining from saying anything further, and fell in step behind them. She understood that Dong Ming's feelings at this moment might mirror her own from earlier. Yet she felt no obligation to assist him. After all, had Jiang Lu not come to her aid, her situation would have been far worse. Chapter 18. The truth once the three of them exited. They had barely descended 2 flights of stairs when they encountered a grotesque mutant devouring a bloodied male corpse at the entrance of the corridor. The open door of a nearby apartment suggested that this was indeed the home of the unfortunate victim, who had likely been drawn out by the commotion above, only to be met with the same fate as others lured by the monster. That it was truly unfortunate. Jiang Lu wasted no time. Delivering a swift strike that left a thin line across the monster's neck, that in a motion akin to slicing a cake, a clean cut severed the creature's head from its body. Indeed, wielding a somewhat decent weapon made his task considerably easier. Jiang Jingya was witnessing Jiang Lu's prowess for the first time. His fluid movements far surpassed those of Su Chong, making it no wonder that her daughter was utterly captivated by him. Who wouldn't be entranced by such skill? Upon returning to the supermarket, they found fewer people hiding inside compared to before, likely having ventured out after observing their departure. The crowd was astonished to see Jiang Jingya return so swiftly with her daughter, hurriedly inquiring whether everything outside was normal and if any mutations had occurred. Jiang Jingya shook her head and recounted the situation outside, which only deepened their despair, and no wonder the emergency calls couldn't get through. It seemed the police station was experiencing similar chaos. Staying in the supermarket was perhaps their safest option, as the outside world had become increasingly perilous, with monsters lurking in unknown corners. Seeing the despondent expressions of the crowd, she sighed. For now, all they could do was wait for the authorities to take action. That it was already a significant challenge for ordinary people to survive in these times. Jiang Lu, uninterested in the turmoil around him, made his way to the grocery section, selecting some ingredients he desired. Noticing Jiang Jingya and her daughter approaching, he inquired, "Xiaoke's mother, can you cook roast chicken?" This question momentarily caught Jiang Jingya off guard, but she nodded in affirmation. "That will suffice. These are the items I wish to have. The rest, you may choose as you please." Jiang Jingya was taken aback by the 2 large bags of ingredients Jiang Lu had gathered. It appeared that this celestial being was quite the foodie. However, this was fortuitous, as she had been pondering how to keep Jiang Lu around, and now she felt confident in her ability to do so. The mother and daughter then selected a few additional items before the trio exited the supermarket. The onlookers within were filled with admiration for her courage. Despite the evident dangers outside, she had the audacity to lead 2 students out, a feat they themselves lacked the bravery to attempt. They could only hope for swift official rescue. Upon returning to the familiar confines of home, Jiang Xiaoke leaped onto the sofa, clutching a cushion and comfortably reclining against it. This time returning home feels entirely different. Indeed, a home is only truly a home when my mother is present, observing her daughter's behavior, devoid of any decorum expected of a young lady. Jiang Jingya could only shake her head in exasperation and turn to Jiang Lu, asking, "What would you like to eat, Jiang Xianren? I can prepare it right away." "You may prepare whatever you enjoy. I am not picky. Just make sure to include a roast chicken," Jiang Lu replied. After settling at Jiang Xiaoke's home, Jiang Lu took a moment to strategize his plans moving forward, realizing that his current situation was rather inconvenient. Investigating matters required him to be physically present, and he lamented that merely being in the qi refining stage was insufficient. He needed to reach the golden core stage swiftly. Once he could fly with his sword, his mobility would greatly improve. Yet, he was also aware of his own laziness. In his previous life as an immortal emperor, a mere flicker of his mind would transport him anywhere he wished. Now, however, he found the situation rather dire. Nevertheless, the prospect of savoring delicacies previously beyond his reach was a silver lining he could begrudgingly accept. Upon understanding Jiang Lu's requests, Jiang Jingya promptly headed to the kitchen to prepare. So much had transpired that day, leaving her a bit mentally exhausted, and she found herself quite hungry. Finally, with a moment's respite, Jiang Xiaoke voiced a lingering curiosity. "Master, do you know the cause of this calamity?" Jiang Lu shook his head. He genuinely had no idea, having transcended to another realm before the apocalypse erupted. Had he retained his past powers, it might have been a different story, as he could have summoned the heavenly Tao of this world for answers. Alas, he was now unable to do so. Upon learning Jiang Lu's uncertainty, Jiang Xiaoke rolled over on the sofa, finding a comfortable position to continue. "Master, do you know that shortly after you left, our classmate Chu Kuang also ventured out?" Do you know what he said before leaving? Did he mention the impending apocalypse? Upon hearing Zhang Lu's accurate guess, Zhang Xiaoke felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. Initially, she had hoped to surprise her master, who always maintained a nonchalant demeanor, but it seemed he was already aware. How did you know? Weren't you away? Of course, it was Chu Kuang himself who informed me that at this point, Zhang Lu began to suspect that Chu Kuang might also be a time traveler like himself. For how else would a high school student possess such crucial information? Having encountered one instance of a traveler, it was no longer surprising to consider the possibility of another. Did Chu Kuang mention anything to you? Unfortunately, no one in our class believed him at the time, as it seemed too absurd. Yet now it appears he must have known something, otherwise he wouldn't have said anything. But how did he know the world would end? Did someone tell him, or could he foresee the future? Zhang Xiaoke began to ponder aloud, finding Chu Kuang's behavior suspiciously similar to Zhang Lu's, as both had undergone drastic transformations. Could it be that Chu Kuang was also an immortal like her master? As she mused, Zhang Xiaoke glanced at Zhang Lu, that if that were true, it would certainly explain a great deal. Chu Kuang must be a time traveler, someone who has returned from the future. Zhang Lu interjected at that moment. Ah, is Chu Kuang truly a time traveler? Are you certain, master? Zhang Xiaoke's expression reflected disbelief. Indeed, for I am also a time traveler. However, my circumstances are different. As you stated, I have come from a realm filled with immortals. Zhang Lu calmly recounted his origins that as for Chu Kuang. He is likely someone who has returned from this future world. Zhang Xiaoke, suddenly confronted with this revelation, struggled to comprehend. Stammering, she inquired, then Master, are you still the original Zhang Lu? Or did you seize his body? Though she felt the question was perhaps inappropriate at that moment, she could not help but voice it, for the answer held great significance for her. What are you thinking? I am undoubtedly Zhang Lu himself, merely possessing memories of the future, Zhang Lu replied, exasperated by her fanciful notions. Upon hearing Zhang Lu's unequivocal response, Zhang Xiaoke finally breathed a sigh of relief. The weight that had burdened her heart lifted at last. Initially, seeing Zhang Lu's abrupt change in demeanor and newfound prowess had led her to believe that he had been taken over by some ancient entity. Now, knowing that he was still the same Zhang Lu, she felt a sense of reassurance. Although her master treated her well now, if he had indeed usurped the original Zhang Lu's body, she would have found it difficult to accept. Chapter 19. Chu Kuang's Plan, Part 1. Then, Master, if Chu Kuang has indeed returned from the future, he must possess a wealth of information about what lies ahead. Shouldn't we seek him out for collaboration? Not interested. Instead of wasting time on that, you should focus on enhancing your own cultivation. Once you become strong enough, all problems will resolve themselves naturally. As she observed Zhang Lu fiddling with his phone, engrossed in a mobile game, she found herself at a loss for words. How could her master appear so unreliable? The celestial beings depicted on television hardly resembled him. Shouldn't true immortals exude an ethereal aura, every gesture imbued with a mysterious grace? Yet, here was her master, so grounded and seemingly a glutton. And no wonder, he was the one Zhang Lu had cultivated previously, Zhang Xiaoke murmured softly. Zhang Lu paid no heed to his chattering disciple, for he truly had little to occupy his time. His cultivation was entirely self-sustaining. Long ago, in his past life, he had devised a technique that allowed his body to autonomously absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. However, this method was one he alone could master, requiring an astonishing degree of control over spiritual energy to achieve what he had. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized it had been ages since he last engaged with electronic devices. Now, with nothing pressing to do, he thought it the perfect opportunity to indulge in some leisurely gaming, only to find himself captivated by the allure of the phone, which rekindled his interest in such devices after an eternity. Alas, the absence of internet connectivity limited him to trivial games. He mused about restoring the signal soon, lest his days become unbearably mundane, that he yearned to delve into some AAA titles that in his previous life. He had sacrificed leisure time for the grueling demands of his examinations, barely surviving until the fateful day, only to be transported to the realm of cultivation. There, the competition was fierce, as those who did not strive perished. He had only managed to ascend to the immortal emperor realm before he could finally relax. Yet little did he expect that just as he began to unwind, he was thrust back once more. This time he vowed to truly enjoy himself. After all, he owed it to the arduous toil of his past life. Meanwhile, not far from Beichuan High School, Chu Kuang felt a sense of relief regarding his preparations. Thankfully, his actions the previous day had allowed him to convert all his available funds into supplies, which he had stored at home. However, his personal strength was limited. He could only amass a few tens of thousands worth of supplies. This extravagant behavior nearly earned him a severe reprimand from his father. Yet, seeing his son adamantly proclaim the impending apocalypse, his father grew concerned, not out of belief in his son's words, but rather out of worry that his son might be suffering from some mental affliction. Money could always be earned again, but his son's mental well-being was another matter entirely. Initially, Chu's father thought his son had merely had a fleeting moment of madness, hoping that today he would return to normalcy. However, upon witnessing his son's insistence that both he and his younger sister remain at home today, claiming that the apocalypse would erupt, he began to fear that his son might genuinely be troubled. He had never paid much attention to his son's psychological state, but perhaps the immense pressure of their final year of high school was causing him to seek an escape from the looming examinations. With a sigh, Chu's father lamented his own shortcomings. He was solely responsible for raising two young ones, often preoccupied with work, leaving little time to spend with them, that if only their mother were still around, sighing once more. He decided to indulge his son's whims for the day, calling his supervisor to request a day off. Coincidentally, his daughter had also reached her third year of junior high, to prevent her from experiencing the same predicament as Chu Kuang. He reached out to her teacher to request a day off for her, as well, that he intended to spend the day at home, engaging in casual conversation, hoping to alleviate their burdens that as Chu Kuang saw his father and sister finally settled at home. He let out a long sigh of relief. The most critical issue had been resolved. Had his father insisted on venturing outside, he would have been left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Thankfully, it had not come to that. Now he simply needed to await the arrival of the apocalypse. Once it manifested, his father would naturally come to believe in his words. Meanwhile, his younger sister, Chu Qian, was merely elated at the prospect of a day off. Unconvinced by her brother's proclamations, assuming he was merely concocting an excuse for a holiday, the long-foretold apocalypse, just as Chu Kuang had anticipated, arrived on schedule. As blood-curdling screams echoed from below, he knew the end had come. Chu's father and sister were equally startled by the horrifying sounds, rushing to the window to witness a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Residents of the community were under attack by grotesque creatures, their victims meeting gruesome fates, their bodies barely intact. While Chu's father and sister stood frozen in shock, Chu Kuang felt a surge of power emanate from within him. It was finally here, a sensation he recognized all too well. The initial boost in strength was equivalent to that of two average adults, but for him, it was more than sufficient. His greatest asset upon his rebirth was his decade of combat experience against mutated beings, allowing him to understand their movements with uncanny precision. This knowledge had been garnered through countless brushes with death, yet he had never imagined that his demise would come not at the hands of a mutated creature, but from fellow humans. Now, he was ready to reclaim all that was rightfully his. Gazing at the two family members by the window, he recognized that the most precious aspects of his life were now secure. His goal was to grow stronger than anyone else, ensuring he could protect what he cherished in his past life. As he had gradually gained strength alongside his peers, he had only discovered the tragic fate of his father and sister when he finally sought them out. His sister had reportedly been devoured by a classmate who had transformed into a mutated being, while his father had sacrificed himself to lure a mutated creature away from a mother and child. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. He could only resent his own weakness, that if only he had been stronger, he might have saved them before it was too late. Now, witnessing the fact that they were alive, he experienced an unprecedented sense of happiness, knowing he must protect this newfound joy. "Son, how did you know today would herald the apocalypse?" Chu's father asked, his voice trembling with disbelief, astonished by the unfolding events and bewildered by Chu Kuang's apparent foresight. "Because I traveled back from the future. The last time we met was this very morning," Chu Kuang replied candidly. Both his father and sister struggled to grasp the bizarre nature of his revelation. Yet the reality of the apocalypse unfolding before them lent credence to his words. Chapter 20. Chu Kuang's Plans, Part 2. "Son, if what you say is true, did we perish at the hands of these monsters after we left?" Chu Kuang nodded solemnly, replying, "In my previous life, you died sacrificing yourself to save a mother and child, While my sister was likely consumed by a transformed classmate, ata lost for words, Chu father gently placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Filled with remorse. Son, I misjudged you. Thank goodness you are here. I cannot fathom how I would cope without you at that moment. Chu Qian, still shaken by the horrific scene outside, asked her brother, what should we do now? Should we call the authorities? Surely they will handle this situation. Chu Kuang shook his head, expressing regret. At least for the next decade of the apocalypse, the authorities will not resolve this issue, and the situation only worsens. The monsters are evolving at an alarming rate. If it were merely these mutated beings, the authorities would find it easy to handle, as no carbon-based life form can withstand modern firepower. But the reality is far more complex. Had I not lived through that decade, I would not have anticipated the prolonged nature of this disaster. What are we to do then? The streets are filled with monsters. Are we to remain cooped up at home? Chu Qian was struggling to accept the sudden turn of events. Fear not. It is not yet a time of complete despair. While the monsters grow increasingly formidable, some among us humans have awakened extraordinary abilities that surpass the norm. In later stages, exceptionally powerful awakeners can annihilate thousands of monsters in an instant. That as he spoke, the image of a white-haired figure from his past life surfaced in his mind. He resolved to reach similar heights in this life. Seeing the confusion etched on his sister's face, Chu Kuang casually picked up a bucket of water with one hand, holding it aloft, astonishing his father and sister. It was no small feat to lift such a bucket, let alone hold it up with one hand. My awakening enhances my physical capabilities, reaching the limits of human potential, he explained. Brother, what about me? Have I awakened? Chu Qian asked eagerly. I cannot say for certain if you have awakened. You should check for any unusual sensations in your body. If you feel anything, simply focus on it, and it will manifest. That if your awakening is similar to mine, you will experience it upon gaining your powers. Following her brother's instructions, Chu Qian attempted to discern any differences, but felt nothing out of the ordinary, her spirits sinking as she had hoped for a unique superpower. Do not be disheartened. Little sister, having me is sufficient. Whenever you need anything, just tell your brother. You can simply be the adorable sister who doesn't have to worry about anything. Chu Kuang promised to keep his word. If he were to live another life and fail to care for his family, he would have no right to speak on other matters. Brother, you have always treated me well. Upon hearing such pampering words from her brother, Chu Qian rushed over to embrace Chu Kuang tightly. Son, do you see this? I believe I have awakened. At that moment, a layer of what resembled armor covered Chu father's hands, leaving Chu Kuang astonished to discover that his father had awakened such a capability. Dad, this is hardening. I have seen it in others during my past life. It is a formidable ability. Eventually, one can achieve full-body hardening, allowing for both offense and defense. Truly powerful. Seeing his father awaken such a strong ability filled him with joy. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he had not seen his father again and had no knowledge of whether he had awakened. Now, discovering this remarkable capability, he felt reassured. The two of them could face enemies together, alleviating any concerns about his father's safety. At this moment, he truly grasped the beauty of being alive, feeling a sense of anticipation that was absent before when he merely existed to survive. Son, since you have prepared supplies at home in advance, you must have plans for the future. The Do share. Chu father retracted his hardening ability, having thoroughly understood how to skillfully activate and deactivate it after a few attempts. Chu Kuang indeed had meticulously planned his next steps. His stockpiling of food was not merely to remain confined at home, for he intended to venture out frequently. The provisions were primarily for his younger sister and father. And now that his father could accompany him, he was eager to initiate his plans. In his memories, he recalled that a third-tier mutated creature had emerged near their school in his past life. Merely 7 days after the onset of the apocalypse, most people had abilities akin to first-tier mutants, just beginning to comprehend how to wield their powers, while only a select few understood how to enhance their abilities. In such a context, the third-tier mutant was akin to a wolf among sheep, wreaking irrevocable havoc in their vicinity. Eventually, the military mobilized, collaborating with numerous awakened individuals to eliminate it. People wondered why this particular mutant evolved so rapidly. Further investigations revealed that it had consumed a newly birthed spirit crystal. As for what a spirit crystal was, experts concluded that its composition bore similarities to the substance within the brains of mutated creatures, possessing a fatal allure for monsters. Moreover, humans could absorb these spirit crystals, resulting in substantial enhancements to their strength. Consequently, the authorities began actively searching for spirit crystal locations, and some rogue awakened individuals started vying for them. However, these naturally occurring spirit crystals were exceedingly rare, and upon their birth, powerful mutated creatures were typically lurking nearby to acquire a spirit crystal. One had no choice but to first eliminate the mutated creatures, making the pursuit of a spirit crystal exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, this did not deter the majority from seeking them. Chu Kuang, naturally, was immensely interested in spirit crystals, but in his previous life, such treasures were beyond his reach. He had only witnessed others utilizing them to elevate their abilities by an entire level. The spirit crystal within the school was essential for him to obtain, as it represented his true starting capital for this life. Whether he could seize the opportunity hinged upon it. However, the spirit crystal had yet to reach its gestation period, and he required time to elevate his own level to be why then, second-tier mutant beasts would undoubtedly be present near the spirit crystal, allowing him to possess enough strength to confront them. Upon hearing Chu Kuang's plan, Chu father nodded slightly. If they proceeded as suggested, they would undoubtedly secure that spirit crystal, lest they squander their advantage. The immediate priority was to enhance their abilities, and fortunately, Chu father had previously served in the military. Even in retirement, he retained a measure of physical prowess. He merely needed to reacquaint himself with combat against mutated creatures. Chapter 21. Official response within the Tianfu community. Jiang Lu finally indulged in the roast chicken he had long yearned for. The flavor was indeed as delectable as Jiang Xiaoku had described. Jiang Jingya's culinary skills rivaled those of top chefs, leading Jiang Lu to regard her with newfound admiration. How could a woman so capable in both the kitchen and the social sphere, and possessing such beauty, be abandoned by her husband? Jiang Lu found it perplexing that at last, Jiang Lu felt at ease, with his daily needs for food and shelter resolved. The only task remaining was to unravel the connection between this anomaly and their cultivation world. For perhaps therein lay the truth of his transmigration. After the meal, Jiang Xiaoku and her daughter excused themselves to their room for a private conversation, leaving Jiang Lu to relish a moment of tranquility. Perfect for a brief nap, last night, as he faced his final hours in his previous life, he had hardly slept, fearing that he might arrive in the midst of a cataclysmic battle instigated by powerful cultivators. Not long after he lay down, a cacophony of noise jolted him awake. Instinctively, he glanced out the window to see a military helicopter circling their community. Soon after, an announcement blared from the loudspeakers. Attention. Citizens, please remain calm. The authorities have commenced a rescue operation. Those with food supplies at home should refrain from going out and await further instructions. For those without supplies, please do not worry. The authorities will distribute provisions at designated locations. We ask everyone to endure a little longer. We have weathered many storms before, and this time will be no exception. That the helicopter's message echoed through the air. The once quiet Tianfu community became a hub of commotion. Could the officials arrive sooner? My husband has already been devoured by monsters. How am I to survive alone? Help! When will those dreadful creatures be eradicated? You know the identities of the residents in our community. If rescue is to be conducted, it must begin here. Can you take me away now? I don't want to stay here. I'm terrified. Voices of panic erupted from various households, indicating that many were still hiding, while only a few unfortunate souls had encountered monsters upon arrival. The sudden clamor drew the nearby monsters back, though their intelligence evidently failed to discern the precise locations of the humans, leaving them aimlessly wandering. Those shouting from above ceased their cries, fearing that the monsters might hone in on their presence. The helicopter paid no heed to the frantic calls, completing its announcement before departing to other locations. The residents understood that resolving this crisis would not be straightforward. Had it been simple, the military would have already deployed to clear the area rather than sending a helicopter solely for notifications. It seemed the official situation was also dire. Nonetheless, this announcement provided a morale boost to the surviving individuals, signaling that the authorities had taken action, instilling hope that the crisis would soon be resolved. Jiang Lu, staying at Jiang Xiaoku's home, absorbed every word of the broadcast. He had not anticipated the authorities would mobilize so swiftly. After all, it had been less than a day, a testament to the efficiency of the Summer Nation's officials. However, he recognized that this mutation was far from the ordinary incident that many perceived. The mere fact that some individuals awakened with abilities indicated that it was not a typical occurrence. Moreover, the transformation of humans into monsters raised questions. Why did some become monsters while others did not? These were all points of contention, and the authorities were undoubtedly overwhelmed. Master, do you think the officials can resolve this crisis? Jiang Xiaoku and her daughter were drawn out by the recent disturbances, and Jiang Xiaoku appeared somewhat lost. Had she not encountered Zhang Lu, she might have been among the community's masses. Filled with uncertainty and dread about the future, relying solely on the authorities for hope, it all depends on the officials themselves. Eliminating the monsters may seem straightforward now, but the real challenge lies in understanding why the monsters emerged. Zhang Lu perceives the situation from a standpoint. At present, the monsters are indeed quite easily vanquished, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the army's iron tide. However, the future remains uncertain, as these creatures appear capable of evolution. The mutated dogs they previously encountered were significantly more formidable than earlier aberrations. Moreover, with the signal now compromised and the network down, the authorities cannot wage an information war, leaving them to rely solely on the most primitive of firearms for resolution. While the current circumstances may seem manageable, it is evident that they will ultimately need to depend on the awakened ones for survival, a solution Zhang Lu envisions. Casting aside his concerns, he resumes his slumber on the sofa, leaving the matter for the officials to grapple with. After all, he is merely an ordinary high school student, focused solely on safeguarding his own well-being. Observing Zhang Lu dozing off once more, Jiang Xiaoka and her companion chose to disregard the situation. Since Zhang Lu remained unconcerned, their worries would be of little consequence. The second day of the apocalypse dawned as usual, with brilliant sunlight piercing through the lingering gloom of the night. The morning air remained refreshing. Yet it seemed no one was inclined to relish this beautiful moment. At this juncture, Lin Feng followed the main group as they departed from the rooftop. After Zhang Lu and his companions had left the previous day, chaos had ensued among their ranks. They had not anticipated Zhang Lu's decisive act in eliminating Teacher Hu, and the expression on his face conveyed a sense of calm, as if he had merely crushed an ant. With the loss of Teacher Hu, they were left with only Director Zhang as their spokesperson. In light of their discussions, it became clear that lingering on the rooftop was not an option. Without sustenance, they would inevitably face starvation. If they wished to survive, they had no choice but to venture out and forge a path. However, as students devoid of weapons, how could they contend with the man-eating monsters? Many had been rendered speechless with fear upon seeing the creatures, let alone fighting back. As despair settled among them, Lin Feng contemplated whether he should step forward as the vanguard. With the aid of the system, he had grown considerably stronger and was eager to test his newfound abilities. Yet such an action would contradict his low-profile demeanor. If others discovered his uniqueness, the consequences could be dire. Just as Lin Feng wrestled with his thoughts, a female voice alleviated his internal conflict. We are not entirely devoid of the means to confront the monsters. Wang Feng, who had been overlooked by the group for some time, spoke up. Director Zhang's interest was piqued upon hearing her words. What do you mean, classmate? This transformation has not only turned people into monsters, but seems to have bestowed certain individuals with powers akin to superhuman abilities, as in my case. Amidst the crowd's curiosity, Wang Feng's hand suddenly shot forth a jet of water, leaving everyone astonished by this surreal display of power. What is happening? How can water be expelled from your hand? Is this truly a superpower? Can we also possess such abilities? How is it even possible? The spectacle captivated the onlookers, as the prospect of awakening superpowers made the impending apocalypse seem less daunting. After all, who wouldn't want to be a hero? Chapter 22. Lin Feng's Management. How can we determine if we have awakened? Director Zhang posed the pivotal question. I am uncertain about the specifics. I only know that when I awakened, it was triggered by an overwhelming thirst for water. At that moment, I felt an unusual sensation within my body, and suddenly, I was able to spout water. This was indeed Wang Feng's genuine experience. If pressed for details on her awakening, she too would be at a loss. The crowd, grappling with her cryptic explanation, began to introspect, searching for any unusual sensations within themselves. I believe I have experienced something similar to what this young lady described. I now feel my strength has increased significantly. It's remarkable. With the attention drawn towards him, Lin Feng resolved to act, seizing the opportunity to feign being an ordinary power awakeners while simultaneously aiming to gather some mutant corpses. The group finally acknowledged Lin Feng's presence, realizing he had been among them all along, unnoticed until now. Some remained skeptical, yet as they witnessed another awakening, they began to experiment themselves to as thoughts of the high school boy who had beheaded teacher who resurfaced. It became clear why he possessed such terrifying strength. He too had awakened an extraordinary ability. Despite their collective efforts, only a handful among the 100 or so students managed to awaken powers. Fortunately, one among them had developed healing abilities, granting them a fighting chance against the monsters. Director Jiang attempted to awaken as well, but his expression of disappointment revealed his lack of success. Some felt relieved, recognizing that only a small fraction had awakened, while the majority remained ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Director Jiang swiftly recovered from his dismay, gathering the newly awakened students to form a temporary vanguard team based on their abilities. Leading the charge was a hefty sophomore who had the host currently stands at the pinnacle of a first-tier awakener and requires merely the corpse of a second-tier variant to transcend into the next rank. It appears he is on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Indeed, he must be the fastest among everyone in advancement. After all, while others are still grappling with the situation, he has seized the opportunity. However, it remains uncertain how long he can capitalize on this advantage. Yet for the next few days, he is assured to reap the benefits to be by the time others come to realize it. He will have already forged ahead by a significant margin, and at that point, it will be a matter of strength that determines the outcome. Chapter 23. The attitudes of the crowd. Wang Meng and others walked ahead, ever vigilant of their surroundings, wary of monsters that might ambush them from unknown corners. Strangely, the large group encountered no monsters until they reached the supermarket's entrance. While they felt a measure of relief, it was nonetheless perplexing. With so many of them traversing the campus, not a single monster had been lured towards them. Could it be that the authorities had already eradicated the creatures? Yet, there had been no prior indication of such activity. Confusion reigned among them, but their immediate priority remained to satiate their hunger. That moment, they noticed that the supermarket door had been shut. Ordinarily, this establishment remained open unless during winter and summer breaks. Yet now it had been secured from within, likely harboring survivors seeking refuge. Confirming his suspicions, Director Jiang stepped forward to knock on the supermarket door. Is anyone inside? After a brief pause, silence persisted from within. He adjusted his tone and continued. Rest assured, we are teachers and students from the school that we merely took shelter and now wish to enter for some sustenance. However, the supermarket remained eerily quiet. Something felt amiss. If there were no one inside, why was the door locked? It was evident that someone was hiding within, prompting murmurs among the students. Director Jiang understood this simple logic as well, but they had no choice but to gain entry into the supermarket. Wang Meng, Lin Feng, can either of you devise a way to open the door? Since those inside refused to respond, they were left with no recourse but to resort to forceful entry. Fortunately, the supermarket door was merely a roll-up shutter. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng transformed into a 2-meter-tall behemoth and effortlessly lifted the door. His classmates looked on with envy, questioning why they had not awakened similar powers while this robust individual had. Wang Meng reveled in their admiration, oblivious to the lurking danger behind him. Be careful. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Before Wang Meng could process it, a massive, dog-like creature pounced upon him, with no time to react. Wang Meng instinctively raised his arm to shield himself from the mutant dog's gaping maw. The creature clamped down onto his arm, and the excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from him. It hurts! Help me, someone! I don't want to die. Despite being terrified by a creature smaller than him, his will to survive ignited a fierce counterattack as he struck the mutant dog with his free hand. Yet, the creature refused to relent, tightening its grip, and Wang Meng feared his arm might snap. Had he not transformed and enhanced his physique, he would have been at the creature's mercy. The surrounding students were paralyzed with fear, hesitant to intervene. The dog was terrifyingly large, comparable to an adult, its jaws stained with blood, a clear indication of its prior kills. Wang Meng, feeling despair as he was watched by his classmates while being bitten, feared he could not hold on much longer, that if he reverted to his original form, he would become the creature's next meal. Suddenly, Lin Feng, moving with extraordinary speed, thrust a metal rod into the mutant dog's skull. In an instant, the once menacing beast released Wang Meng and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Relieved, Wang Ming reverted to his normal size, but the gruesome injury on his arm was alarming, causing him to weep in pain. At long last, a female classmate skilled in healing emerged to tend to him. Lin Feng's heart raced. It was his first kill of a variant, but he had hesitated to act, startled by the sudden appearance of the enormous dog. Yet, he understood that inaction would have resulted in Wang Ming's demise, with dire consequences for them all. Once Wang Ming's arm was somewhat treated, he expressed his gratitude. "Thanks, brother, if it weren't for you, that dog would have devoured me. Not at all, that we are all comrades now. Mutual assistance is essential." That as he spoke with Wang Ming, Lin Feng approached the corpse of the mutant dog. "System, why did this dog grow so large? Is it only humans that undergo mutations?" Host, this alteration affects all creatures on Blue Star, including dogs, of course. Furthermore, this is a mutant dog nearly reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. Had it consumed another awakener, it would have attained that level, making it a formidable adversary for you. That's so. Fortunately, it lacks intelligence. Otherwise, it would pose a great threat. Shortly thereafter, he absorbed the mutant dog's remains, feeling a considerable surge in strength. While he conversed with the system, the others filed into the supermarket behind him. Upon entry, they discovered the grim reality. The individuals who had hidden inside had been slaughtered by the mutant dog. The reason for locking the creature inside remained a mystery. Once Lin Feng entered, he secured the door again. Though the whereabouts of the prior variant remained unknown, safety was paramount until official communication arrived. The supermarket supplies were sufficient for their group of over 100 to endure for several days. They merely needed to await news from the outside world. As night fell, the once silent campus finally echoed with a long-awaited announcement. To all students still alive in the school, please endure a little longer. The authorities have initiated a rescue plan, prioritizing our institution. Operations are expected to commence by tomorrow morning, so rest assured, perseverance leads to victory. With the helicopter's loudspeaker broadcasting the message, the sleepy crowd stirred with renewed vigor. "Wonderful! We're saved!" exclaimed one. "That I knew the authorities wouldn't abandon us. We needn't worry anymore." Finally, they received the confirmation they had been yearning for. Uncertain how many remained of their school as population, it was evident that they were among the last survivors of a student body that once exceeded 1,000, an indication of the catastrophe they had endured. Lin Feng had not anticipated such a swift response from the authorities. He had hoped to linger a bit longer, but it seemed he would soon be compelled to follow the official lead. Nevertheless, this was not entirely a misfortune. At least their safety was secured, albeit at the expense of rapid progression. The group gathered in the supermarket, seeking comfortable spots to rest. The day's events had been overwhelming, leaving many in a daze, merely following the crowd. With a reliable source of support now established, they could finally allow themselves a moment of respite. Chapter 24. Going out within the Tianfu community. "Master, are you going out today? Take me with you," exclaimed Jiang Xiaoke, who had just finished breakfast. The monotony of staying home was unbearable, especially without any signal to access the internet. It felt as though she might suffocate from boredom. "Xiaoke, it's too dangerous outside. What do you intend to do out there?" Jiang Jingya shot her a stern look. Jiang Xiaoke flinched at her mother's fierce gaze, but mustered the courage to respond. "Mom, didn't I tell you? I'm a cultivator now. I can take care of myself. Besides, with Master by my side, I'll be safe. Master, please take me along. If I stay cooped up at home every day, I might just perish," she added, gazing at Jiang Lu with hopeful eyes. "Fine, I was planning to visit the mall today to get some new clothes anyway." Though Jiang Lu was indifferent to fashion, he was growing weary of wearing a school uniform. Jiang Jingya understood that her daughter, having just embarked on her journey as a cultivator, was eager to see the world outside. Although she worried for her daughter's safety, she felt reassured with Jiang Lu accompanying her. "Mr. Jiang, I entrust Xiaoke to your care," she said, relieved when he nodded in agreement. She then turned to Jiang Xiaoke. "And you make sure to stay close to Mr. Jiang. Don't wander off on your own. And above all, prioritize your safety. Do you understand?" "I got it, Mom. I'll be back safe and sound," Jiang Xiaoke exclaimed, hugging her tightly. Jiang Jia gently stroked her daughter's silky hair. Having lost her husband, she could not bear to lose her daughter. Otherwise, she would have no motivation left to live. "Well then, we're off. Take good care of yourself at home, and don't open the door to strangers." Upon hearing her daughter's concern, Jiang Jingya smiled and nodded. "I will." As she watched the two individuals depart, Jiang Jingya proceeded to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes they had just used. This moment unexpectedly evoked memories of her past as a housewife. Jiang Lu seemed akin to a husband taking his daughter out. What was he thinking? He was, after all, her daughter's classmate. Jiang Jinyak quickly dismissed this peculiar feeling, yet it was undeniable that Jiang Lu provided her with an unusual sense of security. He had come to her aid precisely when she needed it most. Otherwise, she would not have felt comfortable entrusting her daughter to him. Moreover, his demeanor was distinctly different from that of other men. Whenever they gazed upon her, their eyes were often tinged with desire. But Jiang Lu looked at her as if she were an ordinary person, seemingly devoid of interest. Perhaps this was what one might call an immortal. The two had not taken much with them as they left. Jiang Lu merely brought along the ordinary sword he had acquired from Su Chong. "Master, are you planning to buy something at the mall?" Jiang Xiaoke inquired with curiosity. "What would I go to a mall for if not to shop?" "I intend to exchange for a new outfit," Jiang Lu answered candidly. "Oh, how fortunate. The owner of that mall is acquainted with my mother. Unfortunately, it seems no one is accepting payments anymore," Jiang Xiaoke lamented. Today, she had changed out of her school uniform into casual attire, and upon seeing Jiang Lu still in his uniform, she assumed it was merely a personal preference. Their destination was the largest mall in the city, Qinjia Mall, which was usually the most vibrant area in the district, surrounded by numerous commercial zones and serving as a primary venue for local consumers. Under normal circumstances, there would be no issues visiting the mall. But given the current situation, Qinjia Mall undeniably stood as the most perilous location in the district. A higher foot traffic signified an increased danger that a day had already passed, and they were uncertain of the changes that had transpired there. Yet such considerations were not within Jiang Lu's purview, that he simply wished to select a garment he fancied, and Qinjia Mall offered a broader array of choices. And that was all to 89 in the morning. The once bustling wide sidewalk was now deserted. Save for the two of them, that it was the sweltering month of July, and the corpses that had been devoured by monsters yesterday now lay across the road. Beginning to exude a foul stench, Jiang Xiaoke had already equipped herself with a mask, and despite having endured so much the previous day, which had bolstered her resilience, the scene still unsettled her. The distance to Qinjia Mall was considerable. Usually, Jiang Xiaoke accompanied her mother in a vehicle, but now they had no choice but to walk. With time to spare, Jiang Xiaoke began to inquire about the tales from Jiang Lu's past life as a cultivator. She remained unaware of the true nature of the cultivation world and whether it resembled the depictions in novels. Jiang Lu shook his head, indicating that if he were to recount his experiences, there would be little of interest to share. His early cultivation journey had been much like that of an ordinary person, merely following behind others and picking up what was left. It was only later that he discovered his innate talent for swordsmanship, which had brought him to his current standing. That it's quite similar to the melodramatic tales in novels. Nothing noteworthy, he added. "All right then," Jiang Xiaoke replied, pouting slightly. Since Jiang Lu was reluctant to share, she refrained from pressing further. After all, the real person stood beside her, and opportunities for discussion would undoubtedly arise in the future. That on their way to the mall, they encountered a few mutated creatures, but Jiang Lu swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke of his sword, leaving them no chance to react. "Master, if we encounter another monster, may I have a go? I haven't truly killed a monster yet," Jiang Xiaoke requested eagerly. "Sure, the next monster will be yours to slay," he replied, handing her the sword. Jiang Xiaoke was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated his prompt agreement. That it was entirely out of character for him, as she expected him to caution her about her lack of experience and suggest she observe first. Yet now, he was allowing her to take the lead. Nevertheless, she accepted the sword. After all, she was now a cultivator and should not fear such creatures, especially with the techniques imparted by her master, which should ensure her success. Before she could fully prepare herself, urgent cries for help suddenly erupted from a nearby shop. "Help! Is anyone there? I don't want to be eaten by a monster." Jiang Xiaoke dashed to the entrance, where she saw a woman perched atop the cash register, while a dog-sized mutated cat below bared its sharp teeth, poised to attack. Upon realizing it was merely a mutated cat, she felt a wave of relief. Such a small creature should be manageable for her. The mutated cat, sensing her presence, immediately turned and charged towards her at an astonishing speed, unlike that of an ordinary house cat. Jiang Xiaoke concentrated her attention as she approached, silently channeling her technique. The cat's rapid advance seemed to slow as if time itself had been altered. She was captivated by this extraordinary phenomenon, yet she knew this was not the moment to be distracted. At the instant it lunged at her, she thrust the sword forward, piercing the creature's head. To her surprise, the cat fell lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Xiaoke exhaled sharply, feeling fatigued. She was puzzled as to why this encounter had drained her energy so significantly. After all, she had observed her master dispatching mutated beings with such ease. Just then, Jiang Lu approached her, and before she could inquire about her performance, he took her hand in his. "Master, what are you doing?" Jiang Xiaoke exclaimed, flustered by his sudden action, her cheeks flushing even more. Soon, she understood his intent as a familiar sensation coursed through her. The fatigue that had enveloped her dissipated, and Jiang Lu spoke. "You were continuously channeling your technique during the encounter, which completely depleted your already limited true energy, leading to your exhaustion. That I should have mentioned this earlier, forgetting you are not a native of the cultivation world." Realization dawned upon Jiang Xiaoke. It made sense why she felt so drained. Fortunately, the outcome was positive, as she had achieved her first kill. The woman in the shop, witnessing the terrifying mutated cat's demise at the hands of the beautiful girl, leapt down from the register. "Thank you both. I am truly grateful. Had you not appeared, I would not have known what to do," she exclaimed. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the beautiful girl was accompanied by a boy, who was holding her hand. Observing the girl's flushed face, she quickly deduced their relationship. However, the boy's school uniform left her puzzled. Could her savior really be a high school student? It seemed utterly absurd to her. Jiang Xiaoke responded, "It's no trouble at all. That it was only natural to help when someone was in distress. You should hurry back inside. It's far too dangerous outside." Unbeknownst to her, the woman, named Zhang Yun, was an editor at a local magazine. She had been on leave when the chaos erupted, having spent the day at home. Fortunately, she had been sleeping in, or she might have found herself in a dire situation. Regrettably, her home was devoid of food, as she typically dined out or ordered takeout. After finishing her last snack the previous day, she recognized the need to venture out for supplies. Fortunately, there was a store not far from her residence. And after much deliberation, she had armed herself with a kitchen knife, wary of encountering the monster she had seen the day before. Thankfully, she had not faced any perilous encounters on her way to the store, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Her intention was to grab some food and return home swiftly. She had heard the official announcement from the previous day, and now she only needed to wait at home, provided she could resolve her food predicament. However, she had not anticipated that upon entering the supermarket, before she could even grab anything, she would come face to face with a creature that resembled a cat, but was significantly larger. Even she, no matter how oblivious, recognized that this creature was not to be trifled with, especially with blood dripping from its mouth. This was no ordinary animal. The creature wasted no time, charging directly at her, forcing her to scramble atop the cash register in desperation. For the moment, it seemed unable to reach her, but she knew she could not linger there. If another mutated being appeared as it had the day before, she would surely meet her demise. Suddenly, she remembered the kitchen knife she had brought along. To end her frantic search through her bag, she clumsily dropped the knife, feeling foolish for her oversight. What was she to do now? Was she truly going to wait here for death? With her phone useless for calls, she could only cry out for help, hoping someone nearby would hear her. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon her as someone did respond to her pleas. "I'm just out looking for food. I'll head back as soon as I find something. That I didn't expect to encounter such a creature in the store." Jiang Xiaoke shook her head. "Say no. We are headed to Qinjia Shopping Mall. You could say we're going shopping." The mere thought of going to Qinjia Shopping Mall filled her with doubt. She questioned whether her ears had deceived her. Surely, anyone in their right mind would recognize that this was the last place one should venture into at such a time. "Are you not aware of the dangers that lurk there now?" Zhang Yun asked in disbelief. "That we are aware, but we'll be fine. We are quite capable," came the confident reply, observing the unwavering assurance on her face. Zhang Yun hesitated to press further, but if they were brave enough to go, they must have their reasons. From the recent encounter with a mutated cat, she understood that Jiang Xiaoke was no ordinary girl. As for why she was accompanied by a male high school student, that was beyond her comprehension. It was presumably part of their plan, one she could not interfere with. "Thank you. I am Zhang Yun, an editor here. Once things return to normal, I will treat you to a grand feast. That I must take my leave now." With that, Zhang Yun hurried back to the entrance of her residential complex. Feeling that she could not linger outside a moment longer, that moment, Jiang Xiaoke felt a surge of excitement. It was her first experience of feeling like a hero, and the gratitude from others was indeed uplifting. "Master, how did I perform just now?" she asked somewhat proudly, turning to Jiang Lu. "You did well. Achieving this level on your first attempt is commendable," Jiang Lu replied, speaking the truth. Jiang Xiaoke's aptitude for cultivation was exceptional. Having swiftly applied her techniques in practice, it was only the second day since she had acquired her abilities. Although her innate wood spirit body contributed to her rapid progress, it was her personal talent that played a more significant role. However, in terms of combat awareness, Jiang Xiaoke remained a complete novice. This was understandable, given that she had previously lived a sheltered life as a wealthy young lady. Her progress thus far was indeed remarkable. "I knew I had talent. Master, you certainly did not make a poor choice in taking me as your disciple," she declared, her face brimming with pride. Jiang Lu, taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. How had he not noticed this side of his classmate before? She had seemed so demure previously. Chapter 26. Qinjiao Shopping Mall. The two proceeded towards Qinjiao Shopping Mall at a leisurely pace, with Jiang Xiaoke occasionally posing bizarre questions, to which Jiang Lu would respond intermittently. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, mostly in groups, confirming that the closer they got to the city center, the more perilous their surroundings became. For safety's sake, Jiang Lu opted to handle the threats himself. As Jiang Xiaoke observed and learned from behind, she realized her master was far stronger than she had initially perceived. The more she witnessed, the clearer it became. Watching him dispatch the mutated creatures with apparent ease gave her a sense of how simple it could seem. In contrast, she had to remain vigilant about the movements of the monsters, fearing she would quickly lose her composure when faced with multiple foes. Jiang Lu, however, executed each movement with precision and clarity, devoid of any extraneous gestures. Every strike was perfectly timed, offering a visually pleasing spectacle. Jiang Xiaoke pondered how long it would take for her to reach such a level of mastery. Clearly, there was still much for her to learn, yet she found herself feeling overly pleased with having just defeated a minor creature. Jiang Lu, oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling in his young disciple's mind, felt his own cultivation was still lacking, that he had to deal with these pests one by one. If only he had more true energy. A single sword technique could wipe them out en masse. That he needed to elevate his cultivation level. Otherwise, it would be an exhausting endeavor. Before long, the shopping mall came into view, and, as most would suspect, it was indeed no place for ordinary people. Although it was already the second day, the exterior of the mall still resembled a scene from a hellish nightmare, with heaps of corpses strewn about, rivaling those found in the school. Regardless of their former identities, everyone had met the same grim fate here, as if it were a mass grave. Were it not for her mask, Jiang Xiaoke might have retched at the sight. As she watched Jiang Lu calmly navigate past the bodies, she forced herself to suppress her discomfort and follow closely behind. She had contemplated the horrific scenes that awaited them and had mentally prepared herself. But she had not anticipated such a gruesome sight. "Wait, are you two really going in?" Just as Jiang Lu and Jiang Xiaoke prepared to enter, a voice suddenly called out from the side. A man and a woman emerged from a discreet corner, clad in black suits, resembling bodyguards. Jiang Xiaoke was startled by their sudden appearance. She hadn't noticed the presence of others in such a perilous location. Jiang Lu had already been aware of them, yet he had no intention of acknowledging them as long as they did not interfere. The woman among them spoke up. "Apologies, we did not mean to frighten you. Are you intending to enter the mall?" "Of course. What else would we be doing here?" Jiang Xiaoke replied, her curiosity piqued about these two individuals. The woman exchanged glances with her companion, incredulous that these two seemed unaware of the grave dangers that lay within the mall. "Surely you must know how perilous it is inside, given the corpses outside," she said. Before Jiang Xiaoke could respond, the woman continued, "I understand you both have awakened abilities and feel confident in yourselves. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. However, I must warn you, there is an exceptionally fearsome mutated creature within the mall, far beyond the ordinary kind you may have encountered outside. You should leave now and not risk your lives." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoke glanced at her master, only to find Jiang Lu maintaining his calm demeanor. She then spoke up, "Don't worry, we are confident in our abilities." "Thank you for your concern." The woman Noticing their unwavering confidence, felt it futile to argue further. She had already given her warning, and if they chose to ignore it, that was their decision. Recognizing that one of them was still in school uniform, she surmised their identities. They were likely those who had just awakened their abilities and were overestimating their strength. Often the type to perish the quickest. Initially, she had not intended to intervene, but felt compelled to warn the young girl, who appeared to be of a similar age to her own. Had it not been for that, she would not have risked her safety by appearing, since they were unwilling to heed her advice. There was little she could do. Yet, she did not leave immediately. She wanted to observe how they would manage to enter. If they couldn't even get through the door, it would be quite embarrassing. At this moment, Zhang Lu and Zhang Xiaoke noticed that the entrance to the mall was encased in a thick layer of ice, and no wonder they hadn't seen any monsters nearby. They must have all been trapped inside. Zhang Xiaoke finally understood why the two had attempted to stop them from entering, that it was indeed a death wish for an ordinary person to venture inside. However, ordinary individuals could not gain entry either. The ice covering the door was at least several dozen centimeters thick. Without thermal weapons, it would be impossible to break through. Yet, this posed no challenge for them. Having witnessed Zhang Lu effortlessly open a security door, she felt no apprehension. Meanwhile, the woman beside them prepared to watch their folly, eager to see how the two would manage to enter. Zhang Xiaoke and Zhang Lu observed as the young man in the school uniform gently placed his hand against the solid ice of the mall's entrance. What a charade that if it doesn't work, they should quit while they're ahead. Did I ask this just a ploy to show off? The woman's opinion of the boy deteriorated further, but she assumed they would soon realize their limitations and give up. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped the man next to her. What happened? She asked, snapping back to attention and looking toward the entrance, where she saw the once impassable icy door melting away to reveal a large opening. It then collapsed, allowing the two to stride directly through the now-melted barrier. Is this a manifestation of fire abilities? Their strength must be comparable to that of the young lady. She pondered in astonishment as she glanced at the man beside her. She realized she had misjudged them. They indeed possessed considerable power. Even if they were not as strong as the young lady, they were not far from her level. They had not anticipated that a random encounter outside would reveal such formidable individuals. Yet, despite this revelation, they held no hope for Zhang Lu and Zhang Xiaoke. The monsters within the mall had been previously described by the young lady. At this stage, no one could contend with them. The creature had claimed far too many lives and had ascended to a new level of threat. Fortunately, its intelligence was currently low, allowing it to be confined within. They would have to devise a strategy to eliminate it later. All they could do now was hope that the two would emerge alive. They needed to return and inform the young lady, especially since the door had been compromised. If the monster escaped, it would spell disaster. I will return to inform her. You stay here and continue observing, she instructed. Upon finishing her words, the woman departed with remarkable swiftness, while the man concealed himself once more, allowing the Qinjia shopping mall to revert to its prior silence, as if no one had ever set foot within. Chapter 27. Second stage mutant beasts inside the Qinjia shopping mall. Zhang Xiaoke trailed behind Zhang Lu, yet the scene before them was far from what they had envisioned. Their eyes were met with an unsettling emptiness, devoid of both human corpses and monstrous entities. Logically, the mall should have been teeming with creatures. Otherwise, the two outside would not have felt compelled to issue a warning. Strangely, not a single monster was in sight. Observing Zhang Lu halt ahead, she inquired, "What troubles you, master? Do you also sense something amiss?" After a brief glance around, she continued, "This is truly peculiar. Not only are there no monsters, but there are also no human remains. The only thing on the ground is dried bloodstains that no, I was merely recalling which store I previously visited. I remember now. It was on the 4th floor." Zhang Lu pondered for quite some time. After all, too much time had elapsed for him to recollect with ease. Zhang Xiaoke found herself momentarily speechless, questioning her master's apparent distraction. That shouldn't he be more vigilant of their surroundings at such a moment? Although she recognized Zhang Lu's strength, she understood that all adversaries warranted serious attention, a lesson he himself had imparted. How could he disregard it now? Oh well, perhaps it was due to having such an excellent disciple like herself. And she resolved to keep a watchful eye on him. That moment, a gigantic arachnid-like creature crawled across the ceiling of the mall. that a closer inspection revealed the area was ensnared in an enormous web, upon which lay numerous corpses, both human and monstrous alike. That as the two entered, the creature had already detected their presence that it lacked the intelligence to ponder. It simply understood that any intruder in its lair would become its next meal. Unbeknownst to them, the absence of elevators forced the two to ascend the stairs. Fortunately, they were only headed to the 4th floor, and it did not take long for them to arrive. Here, the crowd was significantly sparser than in the dining area, and most of the clothing remained unstained by blood, which Jiang Lu appreciated, as he had no desire to return home with soiled garments. "Master, what type of clothing are you?" Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment and realized that she didn't seem to desire anything in particular. Her family had an abundance of clothes, far too many to ever wear out. Perhaps she should go downstairs and fetch some snacks. "Master, you must have not savored the delicacies from this realm for quite some time, and it would be a delightful opportunity to reminisce." Upon finishing her thought, her delicate face radiated enthusiasm. "It seems you simply wish to indulge yourself." Jiang Lu did not wish to expose her intentions. Indeed, it had been a long while since he had tasted such treats, and retrieving a few wouldn't be amiss. Thus, the two of them exited the mall, laden with bags of various sizes. A man who had been lurking outside the mall, watching intently, assumed that these two must have met their demise, given the stillness within. After all, they had observed the monsters inside, and knew well that they were not something mere mortals could contend with. It would likely require rocket-propelled grenades to inflict any damage. However, witnessing the two emerge unscathed, carrying their spoils as if they had just completed a shopping spree, left him utterly astonished. What was happening? Were they truly there to shop? Had the monsters fallen into slumber? Or perhaps they had dispatched the creatures themselves? He quickly dismissed his own musings. It was simply implausible that two high school students could have vanquished such beasts. To believe that would be akin to accepting that yesterday's events were merely the work of a film crew. Moreover, neither of them bore any marks of battle, which rendered the notion utterly absurd. After their departure, a figure emerged from a shadowy corner, a man who too wished to enter and investigate. Since these two had exited unscathed, he believed he would encounter no trouble. His ability to conceal himself allowed him to meld seamlessly with the environment, a skill he had awakened, making him nearly invisible to the naked eye. This was precisely why he dared to scout the area alone. As he slipped through the doorway melted by Jiang Lu, he was momentarily rendered speechless by the scene that greeted him. "Miss, this is the situation," she reported respectfully to the aloof girl seated with a cup of tea in the serene villa, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic chaos outside. "Very well, I understand the circumstances. Return to your post and continue monitoring the mall. If my two schoolmates possess the capability you describe, they should be able to survive the encounter with the aberration. Should they indeed survive, bring them to me." "Understood. Mississippi, I shall take my leave." With that, she departed at a swift pace. The cool girl set down her teacup, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. How could she have no recollection of a fire element user with power comparable to her own? It had been so long since the apocalypse began, yet she had heard no word of him that if he truly possessed the abilities described, she would surely have been aware. Could it be that he had met his end at the hands of the aberration early on? Her name was Chui Wanwan, and if Jiang Lu were present, he would certainly recognize her. At 18, she attended the same high school as Jiang Xiaoke and had consistently ranked first in her class. Coming from a distinguished family and possessing remarkable beauty, she was the quintessential goddess, revered by all male students who aspired to live off her family's fortune. In her past life, she had been one of the 3 individuals atop the pyramid during the apocalypse, awakening a formidable ice-based ability at the onset of the cataclysm. Her illustrious lineage had propelled her ahead of the majority in the early days of the apocalypse, eventually earning her the title of the revered ice goddess. Her most notable achievement had been freezing all monsters within a 1,000-mile radius during an assault on a city, thereby averting a crisis. However, she had suffered grave injuries in the process, which ultimately led to her downfall while resisting the aberrations. In her final moments, she had believed she was finally liberated, only to awaken once more at this peculiar juncture. With a sigh, she began to make the necessary preparations, though her family could not comprehend her motivations. They dutifully adhered to her directives. Despite her tender age of 18, her authority within the family was irrefutable. As she had foretold, the apocalypse indeed transpired, further solidifying her stature among the masses. Many hailed her as a savior. questioning how she could possess foresight about the impending doom. Given her exceptional abilities, they deemed it entirely plausible. Yet only Cui Wanwan was aware that she was far from a savior. She was merely an ordinary woman. Even standing at the pinnacle of awakened humanity, she could only cower behind barriers, struggling to fend off the relentless assault of the aberrations, ultimately perishing at their hands. The evolution of the aberrations was alarmingly rapid, as if they were the true masters of this world, while humanity lagged hopelessly behind. The most formidable aberrations bore a striking resemblance to humans, some even exhibiting greater intelligence that in retrospect, her demise seemed preordained. A meticulously crafted scheme by the aberrations, which were stronger and more cunning than humanity, leaving no escape route for the human race. Chapter 29. In Human Acts, after leaving the villa, the woman hurried directly to the mall. She had gleaned the significance of the two individuals from the words of her superior and regretted allowing them entry. Whether they could survive the encounter with the monster was a question shrouded in uncertainty. She and the fourth member had previously concealed themselves to catch a glimpse of the creature, and even a brief sighting had sent chills down their spines, though her superior had referred to it as a giant spider. They had not anticipated such a colossal size. According to her superior, it would only grow larger, and the best course of action would be to eliminate it now. However, they lacked the means to confront it. Currently, the only viable solution lay in deploying official forces equipped with heavy weaponry to neutralize the threat. Otherwise, they, as newly awakened individuals, stood no chance against it. Yet, the authorities were preoccupied with countless individuals still trapped in their homes, and the issue of rescue remained unresolved. Consequently, as per her superior's instructions, they could only contain the creature within the mall, preventing it from growing stronger, until her superior could personally deal with it. Upon arriving at the mall, the woman called out forth, but there was no response, and a sense of confusion washed over her. In such a short span of time. Where could he have gone? Could it be that he had entered to assist those two? With a sense of unease, she cautiously stepped through the entrance, acutely aware that she lacked the same stealth abilities as the fourth member. Should she encounter a monster, her only recourse would be to flee. Upon entering, she spotted the familiar figure of the fourth member, standing motionless. Fourth, have you lost your mind? Why aren't you monitoring the entrance? You rushed in here for what reason? Those two. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon the sight before the fourth member. Is this not the mutated spider that the superior mentioned? How has it come to be like this? She could hardly believe her eyes. A spider over 2 meters in length lay sprawled on the first floor of the mall, but what astonished her even further was that it had been cleaved cleanly in two. Who could have accomplished such a feat? Her mind struggled to comprehend the implications. Second, do you think it's possible that those 2 high school students did this? I saw one of them enter with a sword. The fourth member finally spoke, his expression vacant. Impossible. That boy is a fire element user, and look closely at the creaturesque carcass. Do you truly believe his sword could achieve this? She remained skeptical of the reality before her. Even in death, this mutated spider rendered her weak in the knees. The idea of slaying such a creature was utterly preposterous, let alone cleaving it in twain. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the 2 halves of the spider's body were remarkably even, indicating that it had been severed in a single stroke. What did that imply? Surely, one would require a weapon of equal size, at least 2 meters in length, to accomplish such a task. Was there truly a 40-meter-long blade? Ridiculous! Yet if it were not those 2 responsible, then who could it be? The entire mall had been sealed off by her superior. Only they had entered. All signs pointed to the conclusion that it was indeed those 2. Initially, the fourth member had doubted this theory, but the lack of alternatives began to sway his belief. Let us check the other entrances. Perhaps someone else has entered from a different side, she insisted, unwilling to overlook any potential lead. However, the results did not align with her expectations. The other side entrances remained intact, showing no signs of disturbance, a fact she understood all too well. Doesn't this confirm the reality of the situation? The fourth member remarked with resignation. Though the circumstances were absurd, it was indisputable. Do you know where those 2 went? The fourth member shook his head that I only saw them emerge from the mall, laden with bags as if they had just finished shopping. Then they walked eastward. Afterward, I couldn't make sense of it and decided to investigate, only to find this scene that we must return immediately to report to the superior. Regardless of the circumstances, this is indeed good news. However, the premature death of the monster deviates from her predictions, and she must be informed. The situation has now somewhat spiraled beyond their control, leaving one uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. The two culprits, at this moment, are making their way home. Zhang Xiaoke strides ahead, occasionally casting a forlorn glance back at him, while Jiang Lu, feigning ignorance, continues on his path, since Jiang Lu is tasked with slaying the mutated beings. He has entrusted all the items they purchased to Zhang Xiaoke alone. Were it not for Zhang Xiaoke having commenced her cultivation, she would indeed struggle to bear the weight of these numerous goods. Regrettably, she now finds herself burdened with an excess of snacks, lamenting her choice to acquire so many. Her master, too, could have shared the load, yet he insists he cannot assist, citing the need to vanquish monsters. Leaving her to carry everything, despite his capacity to defeat those ordinary creatures with ease, employing only one hand. How vexing! Alas, what can she do? He is her master, and she, merely a disciple, must endure the exploitation. The journey home is devoid of other incidents, save for the noteworthy achievement of Jiang Lu, who has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage that in the realm of cultivation. This signifies a true entry into the world of immortality, allowing him to genuinely commune with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Thus, previously, whether imparting skills to Xiaoke or combating the mutated spider, he relied on the esoteric arts he had learned in his past life, never anticipating they would one day prove useful. However, with his newfound status at the foundation establishment stage, a plethora of abilities now lie at his disposal as long as the spiritual energy is sufficient. He can claim to be truly invincible. Meanwhile, within the Tianfu community, Zhang Jingya is preparing lunch at home. The absence of workdays feels somewhat disconcerting, leaving her at a loss for how to occupy her time. She busies herself with meal preparations, wondering if Xiaoke and the others will return for lunch, that it would be disingenuous to claim she is not worried. Despite Jiang Lu's presence, she cannot shake the concern for any unforeseen accidents, especially given the current state of affairs outside. Suddenly, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoes from the living room, pulling her from her reverie. Hastily, she exits the kitchen, only to find her precious daughter, Xiaoke, struggling to carry an assortment of bags into the house. Xiaoke, did you leave just to buy snacks? And so many at that? Zhang Jingya is momentarily at a loss for words. Had it not been for Jiang Lu's presence, she might have been tempted to chastise her daughter soundly for venturing out solely for snacks at such a time. No, mother, you misunderstand. We went to buy clothes for master, and even rescued someone along the way. Zhang Xiaoke quickly retorts, presenting her premeditated excuse. Chapter 30. The Shock of Cui Wanwan. So, Xiaoke, you truly rescued someone and even defeated a mutated creature. Zhang Jingya's skepticism is palpable. She knows her daughter well, recalling the timid girl who once feared even stepping on insects. How could she have changed so drastically? Seeing her mother's disbelief, Zhang Xiaoke huffs, if you don't believe me, just ask master. He can vouch for me. All right, I believe you, Xiaoke. My daughter is the best. Hearing her mother's praise, Xiaoke beams with joy. And we encountered a gigantic spider at the mall. It terrified me at the time. Oh, Zhang Jingya's curiosity is piqued by this revelation. You can't imagine how horrifying that spider was, over 2 meters in size. I was completely stunned when I saw it, but thankfully, master dealt with it in an instant. Zhang Xiaoke animatedly recounts the scene, causing her mother to feel a shiver of apprehension on their behalf. She gains a fresh appreciation for Jiang Lu's formidable abilities. Had it been anyone else, she might very well have lost her beloved daughter. Master has already taught me some incredibly cool techniques for defeating spiders. Once I master them, I'll demonstrate for you. Very well, it seems I have something to look forward to. Now let us eat. I have prepared your favorite dishes. I shall call for master as well. I am quite hungry. With that, Zhang Xiaoke dashes from the room. The two had just shared some tender mother-daughter moments, and Jiang Lu, ever perceptive, refrains from eavesdropping in the Chuxiang manner. Cui Wanwan is in her room, painting, when a sudden knock at the door disrupts her concentration. Come in to her surprise. It is the recently departed number 2 and number 4 to miss. Something rather peculiar has occurred. Number 2 announces, "What is it? Why didn't you bring those 2 back? Did they meet their demise at the hands of that spider?" Cui Wanwan's heart races as she contemplates the implications of their return alone. Not at all. They are unharmed, but the spider is dead, and in a most unusual manner. What? At this news, Chui Wanwan's previously composed demeanor falters, revealing genuine astonishment. How could the spider possibly be dead? You say the spider is dead. How did it meet its end? She inquires, her curiosity piqued. From my observations, it appears to have been cleaved in two, and the wound is remarkably clean, indicating only a single strike was delivered. That it does not appear to have been a subsequent injury. Chui Wanwan ponders this revelation, her mind racing. Something feels amiss. There shouldn't be anyone capable of defeating that mutated spider at this juncture. It is crucial to remember that the spider is currently a second-tier mutated beast, having absorbed a considerable number of humans and monsters in the mall, rendering it significantly more formidable than the average second-tier creature. In her recollection, that spider had transformed into one of the two most troublesome mutated beings in their city, more challenging to deal with than the one at the school, requiring the combined efforts of numerous awakened individuals alongside the official forces to ultimately vanquish it. To think it has perished so soon in this life is utterly unexpected. The situation has slipped from her grasp. And what of those two? Do you know their whereabouts? Unfortunately, we do not know. However, I do recall the appearance of one of the boys. The other girl was wearing a mask. It seems likely they are your classmates, and their identities can be traced. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. It is imperative that we ascertain their movements swiftly. Her intrigue regarding these two individuals grows. The spider's demise, while surprising, is a fortunate turn of events. Yet, she must uncover the reasons behind this unexpected development. She had believed that in this new life, everything would unfold as it had before, acknowledging that even with a second chance, she might not alter the fate of humanity's extinction due to the vast disparity in strength. Nevertheless, she must attempt to change the narrative. This latest turn of events has ignited a glimmer of hope within her. The existence of someone capable of dispatching monsters signifies remarkable potential that if they possess nearly the strength of a third-tier awakened being so soon after the apocalypse, given sufficient time to develop, they could easily subdue any mutated creature. Number 4. Take me to the site of the monster's remains. I wish to observe how it met its end. Understood. The two promptly exit the villa, encountering mutated beings along the way. However, before they can approach, Chui Wanwan freezes them in place, while number 4 methodically extracts the crystals from their brains. They arrive at the entrance of the Qinjia Mall, which, just a day prior, had been bustling with life, now transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. The mall, originally a family enterprise of Chui Wanwan's, had been on her mind prior to the onset of the apocalypse. She had considered notifying a pause in operations for a day. However, her energy had proven insufficient to enact such a plan. Others would have deemed her insane for proposing it. Thus, all she could do was inform those close to her, yet the nature of the mutations was random, leaving her uncertain of who might transform into a mutated being on any given day. Even concentrated isolation would yield no effective results. Now, the situation has unfolded precisely as she anticipated, culminating in the current state of affairs. Guilt tugs at her heart, but such is the reality of the apocalypse. At least for now, many still survive. That be why the later stages, survival rates will plummet dramatically. Miss, the spider's corpse is located on the first floor. You will find it upon entering. Chui Wanwan slowly followed him inside, and upon reaching the entrance, she was met with the astonishing sight of her previously frozen door completely melted away. This indicated that those two, regardless of whether they were the ones who had slain the spider, possessed formidable strength worthy of her pursuit. Moreover, they seemed to be on par with her. After all, she had eradicated all the mutations in the vicinity of the villa to attain her current power, which was already considerably above standard. The fact that her adversaries could match her prowess caused her to harbor doubts about whether they too were reincarnators. Once inside, her gaze immediately fell upon the mutated spider lying on the ground, which, as expected, had been cleaved in half. Just as she was about to approach for a closer examination, her expression abruptly shifted to one of disbelief, and she hurried to inspect the wound on the spider, utterly lost in thought. How could such a thing exist here? Chui Wanwan's mind spiraled into chaos. Could the nightmare she had experienced be grounded in reality? How else could she explain the peculiarities of this spider? Whether it was the premature demise of the mutated spider or the emergence of this bizarre entity, both were entirely beyond her expectations. Now, she yearned to meet the individual who had dispatched the spider, for she had far too many questions. Chapter 31. Rescue. At this moment, Jiang Lu remained oblivious to the fact that someone was seeking his whereabouts. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. All his actions had been devoid of any hidden intentions from the very beginning, as there were simply no individuals in this world who warranted his caution. Perhaps the one who had transported him back would give him pause. Yet he firmly believed that he would ultimately emerge victorious, an assurance born from his arduous ascent from the depths of the cultivation realm to its pinnacle, relying solely on his own efforts. Due to his recent breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, he was still contemplating the most suitable techniques for his current use. After much deliberation, clarity finally dawned upon him. Never mind, I shall continue cultivating until I reach the golden core stage before venturing out. The ability to fly and teleport is undeniably too cumbersome to manage at this stage. With his thoughts resolved, Jiang Lu no longer lingered on his previous hesitations that he had indeed studied techniques related to agility. But the physical demands and energy consumption were beyond his current capacity. With only the foundation establishment level of cultivation, he could only utilize the rudimentary skills from his past life, most of which were primarily for evasion rather than significantly enhancing his speed. At this juncture, he had no need for evasive maneuvers, so he resolved to cultivate until the golden core stage, whereupon he could take to the skies and conduct his business with much greater ease. Alas, I find myself increasingly lethargic. For some reason, upon returning to Blue Star, I have grown complacent, reverting to my former self, the reclusive Jiang Lu. I wonder if the memories from this realm are influencing me. Yet I do not despise this feeling that as he munched on snacks brought back by Jiang Xiaoke, sprawled across the sofa, Jiang Lu suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. Oh no, I forgot to bring back some video game cartridges. Spending all day at home merely sleeping is quite tedious. That in my previous life, I would occasionally visit the mundane capital to listen to storytellers, alleviating the monotony of daily life. But now, with the apocalypse upon us, I certainly have no opportunity to indulge in online gaming. I can only resort to single-player games. That I must take advantage of the fact that the residential area has yet to lose power. Otherwise, once the electricity is cut, I will need to figure out how to restore it. What a hassle! After a brief contemplation, Jiang Lu felt overwhelmed by the inconvenience. Never mind, I shall just sleep for now. In her room, Jiang Xiaoke was diligently cultivating according to the techniques imparted by her master. Currently in the early stage of qi training, she sought to sense the surrounding spiritual energy and draw it into her dantian. However, according to her master, it generally took ordinary individuals over a decade to cultivate qi, while those with extraordinary talent could advance to the foundation establishment stage. When she first learned of this, she was quite taken aback. If she were to reach foundation establishment, wouldn't she be over 30? Nevertheless, Jiang Lu's subsequent explanation eased her worries, for as a wood spirit body, her sensitivity to surrounding spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. With diligent effort, achieving foundation establishment within a year was not out of the realm of possibility. Here, there was no shortage of the spiritual stones that the cultivation realm lacked, and with diligent practice coupled with these stones, reaching foundation establishment within a year was not mere fantasy. Thus, after finishing her meal, Jiang Xiaoke began her training in her room, summoning the tenacity she had during her senior year. She firmly believed that she was no less capable than others. Otherwise, Jiang Lu would not have taken her as his disciple. As for why she was so eager to break through to the foundation establishment stage, it was because Jiang Lu had mentioned that a particular technique could only be utilized upon reaching that stage. It was no wonder he had so readily agreed, likely underestimating how long it would take her to achieve foundation establishment. How cunning of him to deceive her, an unsuspecting novice. However, the more he provoked her, the stronger her competitive spirit grew. She was determined to break through to foundation establishment within a year and give him a good scare. At Beichuan High School, Lin Feng and his companions waited until the following evening. Yet the officials had yet to arrive. Their initial anticipation had morphed into concern. Surely the officials haven't forgotten us. They shouldn't have. After all, we are in a school, and they would come here regardless. But it's already evening. Didn't they say they would take action this morning? It's been so long. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Feng understood their worries, that if the officials truly failed to arrive to rescue them, they would eventually run out of food, leaving them with only two choices: either starve to death here or venture outside in search of survival. The former was a death sentence, while the latter posed the risk of encountering mutated creatures, which would likely lead to their demise. That as mere students without awakened abilities, they would have no chance to resist should they encounter monsters. That as time passed, many had begun to lose hope for the officials' arrival that day. Just then, a commotion stirred outside. The sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the school, instantly rousing everyone. The officials had finally arrived. They were saved. At this moment, Director Jiang spoke up. Wang Ming and Lin Feng, "You two come with me to see if the official rescue team has arrived." The two nodded, remaining cautious, for they were indeed the strongest individuals in the group and bore the responsibility for their safety. Cracking open a small gap in the back door, the three of them stealthily slipped out of the supermarket. As they emerged, they beheld a large contingent of armed individuals drawing near the school. Upon recognizing their uniforms, the three sighed in relief. Indeed, the officials had not forgotten them. Hastening toward the armed forces, one of the soldiers at the front suddenly called out, "Halt! Who are you?" The others immediately trained their weapons on the trio. "Commander, don't shoot. We are the teachers and students from this school, waiting for your rescue," Director Jiang hurriedly explained, gesturing toward the school beside them. The soldier approached and scrutinized them for a moment before lowering his weapon. "Put your guns down." The three finally exhaled in relief. Being aimed at by so many guns was not a pleasant experience. The soldier then spoke, "My apologies. I just needed to confirm that you are indeed human." "What do you mean? Do we look like monsters?" Wang Ming quipped softly, slightly disgruntled that he had anticipated the officials' arrival for quite some time, only to be met with firearms right upon their first encounter. It was understandably a bit off-putting. Chapter 32. Sanctuary. Allow me to reintroduce myself, that I am Wan Huan, the chief coordinator of this rescue operation. That I heard what you just said, and I must admit, it brings a sigh of melancholy. You see, when we first initiated the rescue, things went rather smoothly. The common monsters were no match for us, and we swiftly rescued the populace. However, during one of our standard operations, first dealing with the monsters before evacuating the civilians, we encountered an exceptionally unique creature. It had disguised itself as one of the rescued. Initially, we were unaware, and it infiltrated our ranks, resulting in the loss of numerous soldiers before we could neutralize it. Thus, our current precautions are regrettably necessary. I hope you can understand. With that, Wan Huan bowed slightly in apology. That it's all right. We understand. The fact that the officials dispatched a rescue team so promptly shows their concern for the civilians. Your caution is entirely justified, Director Jiang quickly reassured him. Very well, let us not waste time with pleasantries. Saving lives is of utmost importance. How many survivors are still at the school? Surely, there must be more than just the three of you. There are about 100 of us hiding here, and there should still be some survivors. They've likely found their own places to hide. All right, then please lead us to where you are sheltering. Wan Huan instructed, turning to his team. Let us proceed according to the original plan. Our primary goal remains rescue, though we will avoid confrontation with the monsters whenever possible. Understood? A battalion of dozens of individuals nodded in unison, with Wan Huan trailing behind three others as they approached the entrance of the supermarket. Soon, the students laid eyes on their long-cherished savior, prompting many girls to burst into tears, relieved that salvation had finally arrived. Wan Huan, clearly accustomed to such scenes, began organizing these individuals into the ranks. This was, after all, the largest group he had rescued today. May I inquire if there are any awakened among you? Wan Huan asked. Having successfully settled everyone, Lin Feng and a few others stepped forward to declare their identities. The sight of several awakened took Wan Huan by surprise, although he swiftly concealed his astonishment and continued. I mean no offense. The authorities are currently placing significant emphasis on awakened individuals. The reasons behind this will be explained later. Captain Luan, where are we headed now? Lin Feng inquired, as he anticipated an environment rife with monsters outside. It was evident that the officials would need to establish an emergency base. After all, the notion of exterminating all monsters was inherently unrealistic. His suspicions were confirmed. That is an excellent question, fellow student. We currently possess a substantial shelter capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Initially, it was designated by the authorities for emergency refuge. However, given the current situation, we can only temporarily reside there. Luan Huan replied, noting that many had previously posed similar inquiries. But can it really accommodate everyone? Surely, there are more survivors than just us. came a voice of skepticism from the crowd. Indeed, we cannot allow those who arrive later to be left without shelter. What then? Another chimed in. Rest assured, we have considered all these concerns. The shelter is undergoing urgent expansion, and everyone will have a place. Furthermore, we will not remain in the shelter indefinitely. I assure you, we shall eradicate these mutated beings. This homeland ultimately belongs to us. Upon hearing Luan Huan's confident words, the crowd felt a sense of relief. They too understood that they would not be confined to the shelter for eternity. No matter how formidable the monsters, they could not surpass modern weaponry. Eliminating them was merely a matter of time. Alas, it was the victims turned into mutants that truly suffered, but such was the unavoidable reality. Amidst the throng, Lin Feng observed the monsters being dispatched with precision, his heart racing with a longing to seize the opportunity to absorb their essence. Yet, he found himself confined to the rear of the formation. A strategic placement by Luan Huan aimed at safeguarding the awakened. The tantalizing prospect of power slipped away, leaving Lin Feng feeling utterly vexed that he contemplated finding a way to join the advance team once they reached the shelter. Otherwise, he would miss out on the chance to evolve. Finally, under the protection of Luan Huan's small squad, they arrived at the designated shelter, situated on the outskirts of the city. Lin Feng had not anticipated such a place existed here. But upon seeing the towering walls and the tightly shut gates, it certainly resembled a refuge. Upon their arrival, the sentinels stationed at the gates opened them, allowing entry. Once inside, Lin Feng was struck by the stark simplicity of the shelter. Reminiscent of a slum in India, various areas were still undergoing construction. However, he understood the circumstances and appreciated the efforts made in just 2 days. Most of the occupants sat on the ground, as there were no recreational facilities yet. Many engaged in idle chatter, their eyes drawn to the newcomers in hopes of spotting familiar faces. Some students indeed reunited with their parents, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. However, the majority remained separated from their loved ones, witnessing the poignant reunions in silence, yet holding on to the belief that their families were merely hiding, waiting for the rescue teams to arrive. That moment. Lin Feng's thoughts turned to his grandmother, who lived far away in the countryside. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was raised solely by her. Now, amidst the apocalypse, he yearned to see if she was safe. But the distance posed a challenge. His grandmother had single-handedly supported him through high school, a commendable feat, and he had worked diligently to alleviate their financial burdens. Yet, the harsh living conditions had left him somewhat malnourished and frail. The acquisition of this new system felt like a long-overdue recompense. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he would be too fearful to venture outside alone that he was not particularly worried about his grandmother's safety. As their rural home had only a few households that as long as she had not been selected to become a mutant, she would likely be fine. Watching Luan Huan prepare for their next departure, Lin Feng recognized that following them was his best opportunity. Captain Luan, may I accompany you? I am an awakened and wish to contribute my efforts, he implored. Luan Huan regarded the high school student before him, momentarily struggling to place his identity. That it was peculiar. He had just seen him moments ago. Shaking his head, he replied, Young student, your courage is commendable, but for now, it would be best for you to remain here. Someone will call for you shortly, and we can discuss your involvement afterward. With that, Luan Huan led his squad back outside, the clock striking 10 in the late hours, yet not a trace of fatigue graced their countenances. Chapter 33. Approaches in Huagua, Beijing City. A meeting room housed several elderly gentlemen that if an outsider were present, they would undoubtedly recognize the figures as the highest echelons of authority in the nation. The elder in traditional attire spoke first. Gentlemen, what solutions do you propose for our current predicament? It has been 3 days, and we remain oblivious to the origins of this catastrophe. Furthermore, communications have been severed. As if we are under a deliberate and malicious assault, we are currently doing our utmost to arrange for the evacuation of the populace to shelters. Due to communication disruptions, we can only rely on human messengers, which is exceedingly inconvenient. We are notifying nearby cities, which will relay the information further. However, I trust that the leadership of each city is also formulating corresponding responses, replied an elder clad in military garb. My research over the past 2 days indicates that this transformation of humans into monsters is irreversible. Once a person has mutated, their body no longer retains any trace of human DNA. It is as if they have entirely become a different species. Their brains are replaced by a small crystal, making it difficult to comprehend such a biological structure. It is unlike anything we have encountered. Hearing their responses, the elder in traditional attire felt a wave of despair wash over him. They were utterly in the dark, and the most pressing concern was whether this was a targeted assault on Huagua. Perhaps the situation outside differed from their own, yet they had no means to ascertain this. Without signals to rely on, they were reduced to an ancient state, gathering information through human messengers. Moreover, the abruptness of it all was staggering. In mere hours, the order built over years in Huagua had crumbled. This sudden and indiscriminate mutation was a harrowing reality, that he had been processing documents when he first heard the commotion outside. Fortunately, the soldiers stationed outside quickly quelled the disturbance, but those who had transformed into monsters vanished from existence forever. The table was not meant to host just a few of them. Many others had perished in this calamity. Even in this heavily fortified locale, numerous lives had been lost. The elder could not bear to contemplate the fate of those in ordinary regions. His heart felt as though it were bleeding, and a surge of emotions nearly caused him to faint. Thankfully, a companion quickly supported him, adeptly administering a few pills to alleviate his distress. At Eli Lau, it is not all grim news that you are aware. We have begun to see individuals among humanity exhibiting extraordinary abilities, which we shall refer to as awakened, spoke the youngest among them, Xie Yumin, the head of the current research institute. Yumin, we have already verified this. Have we not? Those awakened, apart from a select few, are largely ineffective in terms of combating monsters. They are no match for conventional firearms, the elder in traditional attire replied, having calmed himself slightly with the medication. He was well aware of this fact, but it offered little utility. Previously, they were indeed of limited use. However, during our research yesterday, we discovered that these creatures' crystals can be absorbed by the awakened. Furthermore, those who absorb the crystals experience enhancements in their physical attributes, along with an increase in their respective abilities. Do you comprehend the implications? Each awakened, given sufficient monster crystals, can transform into a superhuman. That if we amass an army of superhumans, then the eradication of these monsters becomes merely a matter of time. Xie Yumin spoke as she showcased her achievements. Being an awakened herself, her ability lay in telekinesis. When she first awakened, she could only lift an object the size of a spoon, but now she effortlessly levitated a nearby chair. The onlookers were astonished by her display. Yes, the soul awakened among them. They were acutely aware of each other's strength. It was remarkable that she could now lift a chair, a terrifying advancement indeed. At that moment, the elderly gentleman in luxurious attire also exhibited a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, that he knew well what this signified. If he could firmly grasp this power in his hands, the current challenges would soon be resolved. Yumin, I entrust this matter to you. Expedite the formation of a well-trained team of awakened individuals and ensure that all awakened are made aware of this situation. This calamity cannot be addressed without the collective efforts of everyone. That he then turned to the elderly man in military attire beside him. And Jin Yong, you too, continue to coordinate the evacuation of the populace nationwide. The immediate priority is to effectively communicate with the command personnel in each city to prevent the spread of panic. The others were to assist these two in their current tasks, ensuring that these two matters were attended to first. Once all arrangements were made, the attendees gradually departed. The elderly gentleman reclined in his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief and gently closing his eyes. He had scarcely slept over the past few days, and now the entire nation was likely awaiting their news. How could he rest until matters were resolved? He was uncertain if Huagua could endure this trial. Yet he vowed to exert every ounce of his strength, refusing to surrender until the final moment. Within the shelter, Lin Feng finally awaited the call of his name, and he had anticipated special treatment. But upon learning he was a power-type mutant, the registrar lost their earlier enthusiasm. Conversely, Wang Meng, who had accompanied him, displayed his extraordinary abilities, instantly capturing the registrar's attention, who promptly ushered him to the innermost part of the shelter, leaving Lin Feng abandoned at the side. Lin Feng was taken aback by this outcome. Was a power awakened not considered a person? Feeling somewhat disheartened, he exited the registration area. Thankfully, he had a system. Otherwise, even with his awakened powers, he would still be merely cannon fodder. Hey, little brother, you just finished registering too, right? As Lin Feng stepped out, a few flamboyantly dressed youths called out to him, cigarettes dangling from their lips. In the past, he would have dreaded interacting with such individuals, but now he felt no fear, merely hoping they would not provoke him. "Yes, is there something you need?" The leader of the group approached him. Patting his shoulder, "It's nothing serious. We just have a small favor to ask you." "What do you say?" Startled by the gesture, Lin Feng stepped back, quickly realizing they were looking for trouble. However, he was not in the mood to create conflict. "I doubt I can assist you. I am merely a student." "Not a problem, not a problem. You can help. When it's time to eat, could you share your portion with us, brothers? We have hearty appetites." "And we might not have enough," the leader said with a grin. Not happening to so, they were attempting to steal food. Lin Feng pondered why this group found him noteworthy. It was only the third day, and they were already acting so brazenly in the shelter, not out in the open. So, "It seems you're unwilling to help your brothers. That makes things a bit troublesome," he said, as the others closed in around Lin Feng, encircling him. Observing the group surrounding him, Lin Feng felt no fear, only a sense of curiosity as the bystanders seemed oblivious to this act of bullying. What's it going to be? Have you made up your mind? Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm also an awakened, with a fire ability that surpasses yours. Think carefully. As he spoke, a flicker of flame ignited in his hand, intentionally waving it before Lin Feng. "Did you not know I am also an awakened? Aren't you afraid I might resist?" Lin Feng inquired in a low voice. "Ha, don't make me laugh. With your scrawny arms and legs, what power could you possibly possess?" Chuckling softly, Lin Feng realized that if they were intent on courting disaster, he would not hold back. Yet, he was astonished to encounter villains so swiftly. It truly felt like the treatment of a protagonist. "Consider this your final warning. If you let me go now, you still have a chance," Lin Feng advised. However, the group only grew more arrogant upon hearing his threat. "We won't let you go." "What will you do? Call the police on us?" Haha. They had not anticipated that the other party was indeed a tough nut to crack, which seemed somewhat incongruous with his appearance. However, this made the bullying all the more amusing. Since the other party was intent on causing trouble, he had no choice but to retaliate. To be frank, he felt a twinge of excitement. This sensation was rather exhilarating, and he couldn't wait to witness the scene of them begging for mercy later on. Before the group could react, Lin Feng seized the clothing of the person before him, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The individual was taken aback, astonished that he could be lifted so easily. The strength required seemed entirely at odds with Lin Feng's seemingly frail physique. This spectacle left those present momentarily dumbfounded, and then Lin Feng hurled the man away with considerable force, sending him and the others behind him crashing several meters away. The remaining onlookers quickly regained their composure and swung their fists in an attempt to strike him, but he deftly evaded their blows. Subsequently, he landed 2 punches squarely in the stomachs of 2 assailants, causing them to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. The nearby spectators were taken aback by his formidable prowess. They had never imagined that such a seemingly diminutive figure could possess such fighting capability. The man who had just been thrown across the space painfully struggled to rise, declaring, "You wait. You dare to hit me." "You can forget about," the man pleaded desperately, utterly devoid of options. Previously, his household had not stocked up on sufficient provisions, and now the local supermarket had been stripped bare several days prior. Venturing outside in search of sustenance was his only recourse, yet he was acutely aware of the peril that awaited him beyond the confines of his community. His neighbor had taken the risk of stepping outside, and as of today, had yet to return. Faced with the grim reality of starvation, he had exhausted all avenues. No neighbor had shown willingness to share their meager supplies. The harsh truth dawned upon him. In this dire situation, it was apparent to all that the world might indeed be nearing its end. In his own community, more than half the residents had perished, far beyond the scope of a mere crisis. Everyone was left to rely on their scant reserves until official aid arrived. Reluctantly, he resolved to seek sustenance outside, and in a bid to bolster his courage, he enlisted a companion who shared his plight. However, barely stepping beyond the community's threshold, they were swiftly detected by nearby mutated beings. The 2 men, already lacking in strength, found themselves pursued in an instant. Fortune favored the one who had taken the lead. But his companion was not so lucky. He was quickly devoured by the monstrous creature, the gruesome scene causing the man to stumble and fall, his legs trembling uncontrollably, just as despair threatened to claim him. He encountered upon hearing this. Chu Qian began to engage in household chores, evidently invigorated by the absence of school. Meanwhile, within the school premises, Chu Kuang returned to this familiar place. Astonishingly, in less than a week. The entire school had transformed to a point where he barely recognized it. As he stepped onto the well-known main thoroughfare, he recalled that all the mutated beings should be congregated around the spirit crystal at this time. Therefore, as long as he discerned the current location of the mutated beings, the approximate position of the spirit crystal would become evident. Indeed, as he anticipated, after wandering through the school for a considerable time, he encountered not a single mutated being. They had evidently all been captivated by the spirit crystal. Having traversed the entire school, Chu Kuang still failed to spot a single creature, and he pondered over any locations he had yet to explore and then remembered the back mountain. It struck him that there was an undeveloped area behind the school, where plans had been made to construct an additional teaching building this year. Could it be that the spirit crystal resided there? With a skeptical mindset, Chu Kuang set off towards the back mountain, and as expected, upon his arrival, he discovered several corpses of mutated beings. The further he ascended, the more corpses he encountered in his previous life. He understood the reason behind this. Only the most formidable mutated beings could claim the spirit crystal for themselves, while those that had developed intelligence would assert their dominance, causing others of lesser strength to retreat willingly. However, the mutated beings present were still in their most rudimentary forms, driven solely by an intense desire for the crystal, thus rendering all competitors his adversaries. Regrettably, the crystal cores from these slain beings had vanished. Otherwise, he could have salvaged some benefit from the situation. At that moment, he sensed a hint of danger and quickly sought cover. Indeed, he soon spotted an exceptionally robust humanoid creature, its muscles engorged, gnawing on the head of a mutated being. The creature looked around, seemingly puzzled, but upon realizing it was alone, it turned and departed. Evidently, it was the final victor in this contest for the spirit crystal that a mere glance confirmed to Chu Kuang that this was not a creature to be trifled with. It had likely advanced to the second tier, and not merely to the threshold of that tier, which posed a significant challenge that if he were also at the second tier, matters would be more manageable. But he remained at the pinnacle of the first tier, having reached this level at an accelerated pace that he could assert that no one surpassed him in speed, yet he still lagged behind these mutated beings. A fact that left him feeling quite helpless. Nevertheless, he had no intention of conceding. He was determined to acquire that spirit crystal. Chapter 36. The estate as night fell, Chu Kuang remained concealed nearby, contemplating how to divert the mutated being's attention. For direct confrontation was certainly beyond his current capabilities, but he had attempted various means to attract the creature's focus throughout the evening. Yet every effort had proven futile. The mutated being refused to stray far from its location. This predicament was undoubtedly vexing for Chu Kuang. What should he do now? Should he truly engage head-on? If only his abilities were not strength-based. For this type of rugged, resilient mutated being was his most formidable opponent, and conventional weaponry struggled to penetrate its defenses. Moreover, only once a creature surpasses the first tier does it truly qualify as a genuine mutated being. First-tier mutated beings merely act on instinct like beasts. Upon breaking through to the second tier, they undergo transformation based on the characteristics of their previous forms, gaining a modicum of cognitive ability and progressively enhancing through continuous evolution. This is where the true terror of mutated beings lies. The mutated being before him was evidently a former fitness enthusiast, as its physique was extraordinarily exaggerated. And oh wonder, it emerged as the ultimate victor in this contest for the spirit crystal. Strength-based capabilities undoubtedly held the advantage during the initial stages. With no other options, he resolved to wait for the spirit crystal to manifest and act accordingly. Though he could not overpower it directly, he need not confront it head-on. Retrieving the provisions he had prepared, Chu Kuang munched on his food while strategizing for the following day's endeavors. "Master, are we finally going out again? I feel as though I might burst from anticipation," exclaimed Zhang Xiaoke, her eyes brimming with excitement as she gazed at Zhang Lu, who lay languidly on the sofa. "Yes, you've asked that question countless times already. Today, I need to return home to gather some things," Zhang Lu responded, exasperation evident in his tone that he had not anticipated his disciple's exuberance over what was merely an ordinary outing. The catalyst for this excitement was that Zhang Lu had finished reading all the books from Zhang Xiaoke's home. With no entertainment left, he had grown restless. Suddenly, he recalled the multitude of comics and games he had hoarded at home, which he had not had the chance to explore due to his academic commitments. He had planned to indulge himself after the college entrance examination, And now that he had the time, it was an opportune moment. Upon learning this news yesterday, Jiang Xiaoke had been genuinely thrilled for quite some time. Aside from eating and sleeping, she had been diligently practicing at home, nearly suffocating from boredom. This outing was her chance to showcase the fruits of her labor to Jiang Lu, demonstrating just how industrious her training had been. Calculating the passage of time, she realized that today marked the 7th day of the apocalypse, that a few days prior, official rescue teams had arrived to evacuate individuals, announcing the establishment of a shelter where the majority of survivors had gathered. Most of the remaining residents in their community had followed the officials to that location. Naturally, Jiang Xiaoke had little interest in joining the officials. There was no comfort in being with them compared to being with Jiang Lu. Her current existence mirrored her previous life, save for the absence of the internet. Yet time passed swiftly during her training. All right, let's prepare to set off. Hold on to your sword. This outing will rely on you. It is a perfect opportunity to assess your training results. Jiang Lu instructed Jiang Xiaoke, who was all set to embark on their journey, as he donned the casual outfit she had previously chosen for him and slung a backpack over his shoulder. Now, without spatial treasures, they could only employ the most rudimentary methods to carry their belongings. Regrettably, Jiang Lu had not thoroughly researched how to craft spatial treasures. He only possessed a vague understanding. Otherwise, this inconvenience could have been avoided. Hehe, master, just wait and see. I am no longer the same as before, she declared. Not only had she entered the realm of training, but Jiang Lu had also imparted some rudimentary sword techniques to her. With just this little knowledge, she felt invincible, envisioning herself as the female sword immortal, Jiang Xiaoke, ready to emerge and confront the grotesque creatures that awaited her. Jiang Jingyao felt considerably more at ease this time. Over the past few days, she had observed her daughter's training, and the results imparted a sense of something different about her daughter, an unexplainable feeling that created a subtle distance. However, since it was her daughter, she could still easily manage her, be vigilant and prioritize safety. Listen to your master, understood? Got it. We shall take our leave now, Jiang Xiaoke waved as she stood at the door before stepping outside. Upon exiting the stairwell, the scene remained unchanged. However, the corpses from before had begun to decay, with mutated insects feasting on them, and the air was thick with the stench of death. This time, Jiang Xiaoke had not brought a mask, as she had learned to isolate external odors following her training, a skill imparted by Jiang Lu. She marveled at how her master possessed such peculiar techniques that in retrospect, it was no surprise that only their household remained in the community. Even if their supplies were sufficient for survival, the appalling conditions rendered it untenable that a normal person would likely struggle to eat in such an environment. Jiang Lu's home was situated directly opposite hers, requiring some time to traverse, but fortunately, the weather remained pleasantly cool, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely walk. Regrettably, neither of them knew how to drive. Otherwise, they could have taken Jiang Jingyao's luxury car for transportation. However, this posed a complication, as the car keys were not at home and would need to be retrieved from the company, which dissuaded them from that course of action. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoke walked ahead, vigilant for any mutated beings that might launch a surprise attack, while Jiang Lu lagged behind, yawning that it seemed he hadn't rested well the previous night, and he regretted not taking a bit more time to lie down before venturing out. Suddenly, the silence of the road was pierced by the sound of an approaching vehicle. It was quite brazen to drive around in such perilous times. Jiang Xiaoke turned her head in curiosity and spotted an armored vehicle stopping beside them. As the door swung open, a tall, slender young man with glasses emerged, accompanied by a burly man sporting tattoos. Upon stepping out, they both glanced at Jiang Lu before their gazes fixated on Jiang Xiaoke. Jiang Xiaoke felt uneasy under their intrusive stares and inquired, "What's the matter? Do you need something?" The slender young man slightly tempered his gaze, as the sight of the young girl was indeed to his liking. He had not encountered such a remarkable young lady in quite some time, nearly losing control of himself. After adjusting his demeanor, he spoke, "Are you two heading out to search for food? It's quite dangerous to wander about in these times." Jiang Xiaoke shook her head. Although the individual had been somewhat rude, she answered truthfully, "We are headed to the west, to the Chu Ding community." "Perfect. We're also headed west that we can give you a ride if you'd like. It is quite perilous out there. Our armored vehicle can keep those creatures at bay," the young man proposed. The tall, slender young man, upon hearing this, wore a broad smile and remarked that regardless of what the other party might say, he had no intention of letting the two individuals depart. Were it not for his desire to witness the despair etched upon the young girl's face, he would have already discarded his pretense. Meanwhile, the bald man in the background was chewing betel nut, unabashedly fixated on the two at this moment. Jiang Xiaoke was acutely aware that these two were no benign figures. Anyone bold enough to stroll about outside at this juncture was certainly not an ordinary character. Nevertheless, she felt no fear. Since they wished to take them along, she would acquiesce to their intent and observe their ulterior motives. Turning her gaze towards Jiang Lu, she contemplated inquiring about his thoughts. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, which Jiang Xiaoke interpreted as a directive for her to make her own decision. "Then I shall trouble you," she replied, conceding. The young man, seeing their agreement, chuckled heartily. "Ah, no trouble at all. In times like these, one must assist their companions." With the bait taken, he had initially contemplated issuing a direct threat, but now that the other party seemed so compliant, he wondered if they truly believed they were virtuous. Soon enough, they would discover the truth that as Jiang Xiaoke and her companion entered the vehicle, he took the passenger seat and addressed his bald accomplice. "Let us go, heir. Our leader will surely reward us handsomely this time." To this, the bald man grinned malevolently, already envisioning the demise of the two, hoping only that their leader would leave him some spoils. The armored vehicle roared to life, its engine's growl echoing conspicuously down the desolate street, attracting the attention of some lurking mutants who quickly scuttled away. "May I ask your names? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yanghua, previously engaged in business here. This gentleman driving is my bodyguard, heir." Upon hearing his introduction, Jiang Xiaoke responded politely, "I am Jiang Xiaoke, a senior high school student. Still a student," Zhang Yanghua mused, stroking his chin. From the first glance, he had discerned that she was a schoolgirl, and moreover, a girl from a wealthy family, evident from her attire. What astonished him most was how they both appeared so unperturbed. As if the apocalypse had not transpired, that it was the 7th day since the onset of the cataclysm. Most people had exhausted their food supplies, and many were in a state of utter disarray, frail and weak. Yet these two seemed unaffected, with the girl glowing with vitality and adorned in exquisite clothing. This was indeed peculiar. Zhang Yanghua could not fathom why they appeared so out of sync with the current environment. But he dismissed it. He had grown weary of the subpar offerings and was not about to let this rare gem slip away. Regardless of her secrets, now that she was in his vehicle, there would be no escape. "And what about you, young man? Are you her boyfriend? Let us be introduced as friends," Zhang Yanghua inquired, noticing that only Jiang Xiaoke spoke while the young man remained silent. After a moment of silence in the vehicle, he turned his head to see Jiang Lu with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly meditating. Zhang Yanghua felt a twinge of disdain at being ignored and pressed on. "Young brother, did you not hear me? Would you be interested in making a friend?" Yet after another pause filled with silence, he realized Jiang Lu had no intention of responding. "Very well." Zhang Yanghua clenched his fists, a glint of menace in his eyes that he had not endured such an affront in days. His initial inquiry had merely been a formality, for their true target was the girl. However, he had not anticipated the boy's blatant disregard. Once they exited the vehicle, he would regret his insolence. Throughout the journey, the vehicle remained devoid of conversation, soon arriving at their destination. Upon parking, Jiang Xiaoke glanced outside to see an estate, indicating they had clearly reached the outskirts. Although the vehicle had been heading west, it was evident this was not the intended location. That as Zhang Minghua and his companion disembarked, they noticed the two in the back seat had yet to exit, prompting them to open the doors. "What is the matter? Why aren't you getting out?" "We've arrived." Jiang Xiaoke understood that the tension was escalating, so she too stepped out to ascertain their intentions. Upon seeing the two exit, Zhang Minghua altered his previously jovial demeanor, instructing his bald companion, "Heir, go summon the boss. Tell him we have fresh goods." That at this point, he no longer concealed his motives. And Jiang Xiaoke realized that the fresh goods he referred to was none other than herself, her expression turning grave. "That no need to be anxious, my dear," Zhang Minghua reassured. "This will be your new home. Rest assured, as long as you comply, surviving here will be far easier than starving outside." Having reached his domain, Zhang Minghua cast aside all pretense, eager to witness the expressions of the two as he finished speaking. Jiang Xiaoke's brow furrowed, her weapon drawn in front of her. Naturally, he dismissed her weapon with contempt. Who still wielded cold steel in this day and age? It was absurd. Now one needed to rely on firearms. Turning his gaze to the young man beside her, he was curious whether he would maintain his aloof demeanor or if fear had rendered him weak. However, upon finding Zhang Lu's expression still one of indifference, Zhang Minghua felt a surge of frustration. What are you pretending for? I know you're scared that if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare you. What do you say? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Lu merely cast a sidelong glance, one that startled Zhang Minghua into retreating a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. What is happening? How could a mere child intimidate me with a glance? The atmosphere he had so carefully crafted crumbled in an instant, and he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. That boy's gaze had indeed been terrifying, evoking an instinctive sense of dread. However, once their leader arrived, he would relish the opportunity to mock this boy, especially in front of his female companion, to see if he would retain his calm facade. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Minghua felt a slight alleviation. He had no intention of arguing with the corpse. Chapter 37. Resistance before long. A group emerged from within the estate, led by a man with a bare torso, a prominent scar etched across it. Clearly, not someone to be trifled with. The bald man who had entered earlier trailed closely behind, muttering to himself while occasionally gesturing towards the two outside. Indeed, the scarred man followed his gaze, his eyes lighting up as he approached the two with swift strides. Zhang Minghua, witnessing the leaderess emergence, felt emboldened and hurriedly spoke up. Brother, look at the fine treasure I've brought back this time. Quite exceptional, wouldn't you agree? The man known as Brother who began to circle Jiang Xiaoke, scrutinizing her closely while nodding in approval, evidently regarding her as his possession. Excellent, Huazi, you've truly outdone yourself this time. I find this cargo quite appealing. Feel free to select any of the previous goods within the estate as your reward. Brother who exclaimed with palpable excitement. This kind of merchandise was something he had never dared to dream of before. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, such women had become mere playthings, a most delightful turn of events. Indeed, I nearly forgot to introduce myself to you two. My name is Lu Qianghu, but you may call me Brother Hu. This estate is under my command, and now that you're here, there is no escaping that. Do you understand? He pointed at Jiang Xiaoke, adding, from now on, you will serve me well, and you shall reap the rewards. Understood? When he glanced at Zhang Lu, only to find him still maintaining a calm demeanor, he chuckled, amused that a tough nut had appeared this time. That I leave this one to you. Just remember not to kill him. He must witness how his lady serves me. Ha ha. Beside him, Zhang Minghua grinned malevolently at Zhang Lu. Let us see if you can remain so composed once we've had our fun with your little girlfriend. Even if you beg for mercy, I won't spare you. By the way, how come you still have a weapon? Drop it. What if you hurt me? Brother who expressed his displeasure at Jiang Xiaoke, still brandishing a sword. Allow me. The bald man, volunteered to step forward, having recently taken an interest in the sword she wielded, and was determined to seize this opportunity. With a swagger, he approached, dismissing the slender girl before him as an insignificant threat, confident in the prowess of his muscular frame. Since the moment Tiger Brother had made his entrance, all eyes had been fixated on Jiang Xiaoke, the target of the crowd's attention. Though faced with these ordinary men, she felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she had never engaged in combat before. Now, she was to confront these burly men, uncertain of her own capabilities. Yet, observing her master's demeanor, she realized that the situation had been entrusted entirely to her. Otherwise, that Zhang Minghua would surely have met a grim fate by now. As the bald man drew nearer, Jiang Xiaoke unsheathed her sword. The onlookers erupted in laughter, mocking her defiance. Oh, is the merchandise planning to resist? This should be entertaining. They were well aware that the last rebellious captive had been mercilessly tormented, and now another had emerged. They gazed at her with pity, certain of her impending doom. The bald man, seeing her draw the sword, scoffed and reached out to snatch it to his surprise. Jiang Xiaoke stepped back and swiftly executed a side slash, leaving his hand severed and tumbling to the ground. Ah, my hand, my hand. The excruciating pain elicited a loud wail from him, while the onlookers began to grasp that this girl was not to be underestimated. Just moments ago, they had scarcely paid attention. But now they realized that a heir's hand had been severed with a force and speed beyond what one would expect from a mere girl. Jiang Xiaoke had no intention of holding back. She understood all too well the sinister intentions of these men, villains unworthy of mercy. "You four, come at me together, bring your weapons, and let us see how this little girl fares," Lu Qianghu called to the four men beside him. Growing increasingly fond of this spirited girl, relishing the thought of her resistance, adding thrill to the encounter. The four men brandished crowbars they had brought from the estate and advanced toward her. In response, Jiang Xiaoke decided to take the initiative. She lunged forward and decisively severed the arm of the nearest assailant. The other two reacted swiftly, swinging their crowbars at her, but she effortlessly parried their blows with her sword. In a swift motion, she executed a horizontal sweep, creating a visible gash across their midsections. Blood poured from the wounds as they collapsed to the ground, clutching their injuries, while the last remaining thug hesitated in fear. Unwilling to approach, seeing their trepidation, Jiang Xiaoke took a moment to steady her nerves. This was her first time engaging in combat. Although she had witnessed more gruesome scenes before, the reality of striking out herself was an entirely different experience. And she had exerted considerable effort to restrain herself. Lu Qianghu's expression darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that four grown men could not subdue a mere girl, which left him feeling humiliated. Zhang Minghua, equally astonished, had assumed that the sword she carried was merely ornamental, not realizing it was a genuine weapon, and no wonder she had dared to walk the streets with another person. Yet now it seemed that the game was over. No matter how skilled she was with the sword, this was not the ancient world at that moment. Lu Qianghu drew a pistol from his waist and aimed it directly at Jiang Xiaoke. Intent on ending this farce, "Do you know what this is? Put down the sword, or I cannot guarantee that your pretty face won't bear a bullet hole." After dispatching three men, Jiang Xiaoke felt emboldened. She had once been utterly defenseless, and now she had accomplished something impressive. However, she had not anticipated the appearance of the Gun Das. She stared down the dark barrel pointed at her. A pang of fear gripped her. Though her reflexes had improved, she was acutely aware that she could not outpace a bullet. With no other option, she turned to glance at Jiang Lu, who remained seemingly unfazed. Relieved, she felt reassured, with her master as her protector. Her confidence surged. Lu Qianghu, expecting her to surrender, was infuriated by her disdainful nonchalance. "Did you think this was a toy gun?" He seethed, his irritation palpable. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 gunshots startled the nearby crowd. As it was the first time they had witnessed their leader fire a weapon, Lu Qianghu fired 3 shots at the ground near Jiang Xiaoke before turning the gun towards Jiang Lu. "Have you made up your mind? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't drop the sword, I'll shoot the boy beside you. You wouldn't want to see him perish, would you?" Despite his words, he had already resolved to eliminate the boy once Jiang Xiaoke complied, ensuring that they would capture both and teach her a lesson about defiance. That he signaled to his men to prepare for the worst. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Jiang Xiaoke stood her ground, sword raised defiantly, seemingly unconcerned for the life of the boy beside her. Lu Qianghu, now convinced that she would not act, resolved to show them just how formidable he was, having taken lives long before they had even been born. With a loud bang, the bullet erupted from the gun, hurtling toward Jiang Lu. Lu Qianghu eagerly awaited the sight of his target collapsing. Yet, in a twist of fate, something utterly unforeseen occurred. Jiang Lu caught the bullet barehanded. What the hell? The astonished onlookers were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Someone had caught a bullet with their bare hands. It felt like something out of a film or a magic show. Lu Qianghu was the most terrified of all. He was acutely aware that this was not a toy gun, but a genuine firearm. How could a person catch a bullet? His hands trembled, and with the last remnants of courage, he fired the remaining bullets at Jiang Lu, only for each one to be caught effortlessly. Lu Qianghu felt a creeping numbness. This was beyond human capability. Jiang Xiaoke gazed at Jiang Lu in admiration. She had known her master was extraordinary, but witnessing him catch bullets with his bare hands was beyond her wildest expectations. Jiang Lu, having caught the bullets, swiftly tossed them aside, then promptly dispatched several of Lu Qianghu's thugs with a single throw, their demise rivaling the power of a bullet fired from a handgun. Lu Qianghu could scarcely articulate a response, collapsing to the ground as his earlier bravado evaporated. They had encountered a genuine monster. Zhang Minghua, terrified, wet himself, realizing that his earlier provocations had been folly. In a panic, he dropped to his knees, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. I was blind to your might." bowing his head repeatedly against the ground. The remaining thugs, witnessing his desperation, quickly followed suit, fearing for their lives. Jiang Lu ignored their pleas. Turning to Jiang Xiaoke, "You handle this," he instructed. Upon hearing this, the men turned to Jiang Xiaoke, begging for mercy. "Miss, we were wrong. Please forgive us." Zhang Minghua suddenly comprehended why Jiang Xiaoke had been glancing at the boy beside her. He had mistakenly thought him a mere dependent, unaware that he was, in fact, the true pillar of strength. Regret washed over him, but it was too late. He could only hope for a sliver of mercy. Jiang Xiaoke, confronted with a throng of supplicants, was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "What did you mean when you referred to me as merchandise? Have others like me been captured and brought here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qianghu's face paled, revealing the truth would surely cost him his life. Before he could respond, Zhang Minghua interjected, "I know about that. We previously captured girls like you, and that despicable man has violated them. They are currently imprisoned in the estate, treated like livestock." Lu Qianghu was taken aback, unable to believe that his secret had been exposed so easily. His murderous glare directed at Zhang Minghua went unnoticed. For the latter understood that failing to recognize their allies would lead to certain death. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Minghua's revelation, Jiang Xiaoke glared fiercely at Lu Qianghu. "Take me to see where those people are imprisoned. I'll take you there." There in the cellar, Lu Qianghu conceded that as Zhang Minghua hastily rose from the ground, his once pristine suit was now in disarray, besmirched and unkempt, observing the two individuals who had accompanied him. Lu Qianghu, kneeling on the ground, bore a countenance rife with resentment. Noticing that the three had already entered, he discreetly reloaded the bullets in his handgun, acutely aware that he was already trapped in a dead end. He understood well that he was no fool. The gunshot he had fired had effectively pronounced his own death sentence. The man who had spared him did so merely to witness his current state of humiliation. Yet he would not succumb to their wishes that if that man could not kill him, then he would eliminate the woman by his side. After all, surely not all of them could withstand a bullet. And then there was Zhang Minghua, that wretched traitor. Despite his previous kindness, he turned out to be a double-crosser. Having betrayed him, let them both descend into the depths of hell together, with his plans firmly in place. Lu Qianghu smirked coldly. He was no pushover. Even in death, he would take a piece of his adversary with him. Led by Zhang Minghua, the two soon grasped the internal layout of the manor, which appeared exquisitely tailored for indulgence, replete with entertainment facilities, from swimming pools to karaoke lounges. Zhang Minghua, noticing their astonishment, elaborated, "This manor does not actually belong to Lu Qianghu. It was seized after he kidnapped a wealthy individual following the apocalypse." "And what of the manor's original owner?" Jiang Xiaoke inquired. "Feeding to the monsters," Zhang Minghua stammered, trembling that in truth, the affluent individual had been delivered to the beast by him, though he had no intention of admitting such. It was far more convenient to shift the blame entirely onto Lu Qianghu. What a bunch of scum. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoke was consumed by fury. She could scarcely believe that within just a few days, humanity could devolve into such depravity. Indeed, they are all scoundrels. Lu Qianghu was a death row inmate, having escaped from prison only after the onset of the apocalypse. Understanding Lu Qianghu's criminal background slightly alleviated Jiang Xiaoke's bewilderment. It explained the malevolent aura he exuded. Zhang Minghua, without hesitation, revealed Lu Qianghu's true nature, hoping that all the ire would be directed solely at him, thus granting him a chance at survival. Meanwhile, he kept a vigilant eye on the demeanor of the young man beside Jiang Xiaoke, feeling a sense of relief as he remained as composed as ever. As long as this gentleman was not angered, there remained a glimmer of hope. Chapter 39. The cellar unveiled upon entering the well-concealed cellar. Jiang Xiaoke was rendered speechless by the shocking sight before her. In the dimly lit space, several cages were arranged, each containing young women whose faces betrayed not a trace of youthful vitality. Their garments were tattered and filthy, their expressions numb and hopeless. As they noticed the newcomers, they lifted their heads, recognizing that another unfortunate soul had joined their ranks. "You scoundrels, how can you commit such atrocious acts?" Jiang Xiaoke could no longer contain the fury boiling within her, confronting the trembling Zhang Minghua, who stammered, "This has nothing to do with me. These are all demands from Lu Qianghu. The women he has toyed with are kept here to avoid discovery." Jiang Xiaoke was no fool. She understood that Lu Qianghu could not possibly be the sole perpetrator in this heinous affair. Zhang Minghua undoubtedly played a pivotal role, yet she needed to exploit him to uncover the full extent of their malevolence. The women in the cages, witnessing Zhang Minghua's obsequious demeanor toward Jiang Xiaoke, were bewildered. A new leader had arrived, yet she was a mere girl, and so young at that. Where are the keys? Quickly, release these women. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they heard the words they had longed to hear. Is this truly happening? Are we to be freed? Who is this girl? Could she be our savior? Yet, thoughts of Lu Qianghu quickly dashed their hopes. The newcomers bore the appearance of privileged youths, lacking the strength to confront such a formidable foe. Could they possibly be relatives of Lu Qianghu? Nothing else could explain Zhang Minghua's evident fear. His usual demeanor toward them was far from this. Indeed, Zhang Minghua soon said to Jiang Xiaoke, "My dear, I do not possess the keys. They have always been in Lu Qianghu's custody. Should I go seek him now?" Jiang Xiaoke, unwilling to lay eyes upon that repugnant face again, strode directly toward the nearest cage. With a swift stroke, she severed the lock, leaving the occupants of the cage astounded. What just transpired? Are we truly being released? How did she break that lock? The chain is several centimeters thick. Her thoughts were in disarray. Jiang Xiaoke replicated her actions, liberating the remaining cages one by one. The Zhang Minghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, she had held back, or else they would have been cleaved in two by her sword. As Jiang Xiaoke completed her task, she regarded the freed women with a complex expression. Had it not been for her master, she too might have shared their fate. That it was evident that lacking strength in this apocalypse rendered one a mere plaything to others, especially women. Come, sisters, Lu Qianghu has been subdued by us. None can restrain you now. The women stood in stunned silence, unable to process the reality of their salvation. After a moment, the silence of the cellar was broken by waves of tears. Finally, their torment was at an end. They were free at last to go find some clothing. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of escape. You know what awaits you otherwise. Jiang Xiaoke coldly instructed Zhang Minghua, gesturing toward the rags the women wore. Yes, I won't run away. I'll fetch it right away. He hurriedly departed. The women then inquired how Jiang Xiaoke and her companion had managed to subdue Lu Qianghu, to which he briefly recounted their encounter. Benefactor, do not believe Zhang Minghua's deceitful words. He is as much a scoundrel as Lu Qianghu, often assisting him in his vile deeds. Without needing their warning, Jiang Xiaoke was already aware of Zhang Minghua's dubious character. Their words only reinforced her belief that he deserved no less than Lu Qianghu's fate. At that moment, she posed another question. Are there any others like you still trapped here? The women's expressions darkened. They were not the only ones to have been captured, yet since their imprisonment, they had seen no one else, and they could easily guess the grim fate that awaited them. Sensing their silence, Jiang Xiaoke deduced the truth, her grip tightening around her sword. During her days of confinement, she had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation. She had not anticipated encountering such moral decay in the world. Had humanity truly sunk to such depths in the wake of the apocalypse? Jiang Xiaoke, who had always resided in her ivory tower, struggled to comprehend this new reality. The experiences of recent days had relentlessly challenged her worldview. Yet, she was not one to passively accept such a fate. She now possessed the power to instigate change. Master, do you believe we can eradicate all the scum that exists in this world? Jiang Xiaoke earnestly questioned Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, lost in meditation, was taken aback by his apprentice's inquiry. What troubles you? Are you beginning to find it intolerable? Why, in this apocalypse, do people resort to such abhorrent behavior? Shouldn't we unite to vanquish the monsters instead of persecuting our own kind? Jiang Xiaoke's confusion deepened. How could humans change so swiftly? The security guard who had once sought to harm her mother had been a normal person not long ago. That I cannot say. All I know is that the world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. It has always been thus that in the past, the official powers were supreme, and all were compelled to obey as for now. Jiang Lu chose his words carefully, recognizing that his young disciple was still naive. Yet it was only natural for a girl of her age to grapple with such dramatic life changes. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's words, Jiang Xiaoke felt a flicker of understanding. Master, if I become the strongest, can I resolve these issues? Jiang Lu had not anticipated her interpretation, but he conceded it was indeed a valid perspective. Your understanding is correct. Should you become the strongest, all will undoubtedly heed your call. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's unequivocal response, Jiang Xiaoke felt as though she had solidified her ambitions. Master, I shall become stronger, surpassing everyone, she declared, unable to tolerate the abhorrent actions she had witnessed. She was determined to put an end to such behavior and to emerge as the most formidable of them all. Very well, rest assured, as long as you diligently follow my lead, becoming the strongest in this world is merely a matter of time. Jiang Lu was not being arrogant. In his elevated position, he had always faced such contempt from those beneath him. There was no need for immortality. In this world, perhaps even the Yuanying realm could render one invincible. Of course, this was a sentiment directed towards Jiang Xiaoke, and did not apply to him personally. He considered himself a mere anomaly, having engaged in a dimensional suppression of sorts that he had little interest in bullying the weak. Rather, he preferred indulging in fine cuisine or enjoying a game. Thus, he entrusted everything of the day to Jiang Xiaoke, both to hone her skills and because he found little interest in the matter. After a millennium of such endeavors, he had realized that focusing on oneself sufficed. Expecting others to become like him was inherently unrealistic. Chapter 40. A return home. At that moment, Zhang Minghua, who had just stepped out to procure clothing, returned to the cellar. Grandma, I have found the finest garments available. Please take a look, observing the clothing he brought back. Jiang Xiaoke distributed it among the women, encouraging them to change. Perhaps due to the torment they had previously endured, the women appeared numb. They promptly stripped off their old garments and donned the new ones. Jiang Lu, absorbed in his own thoughts, paid them no mind. Noticing that Zhang Minghua was still lingering nearby, Jiang Xiaoke swiftly struck, blinding him with a single stroke that in no one anticipated Jiang Xiaoke's sudden aggression. Zhang Minghua, caught off guard, felt a searing pain and collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. The women, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of satisfaction. Nothing was more gratifying than seeing their tormentor in agony. Once the sisters have changed, we shall venture forth. Lu Qiang, who awaits outside. It is time to deal with this scoundrel. Upon hearing this, the women, exhilarated, hastily completed their attire. The day of vengeance was at hand. And how could they not feel a rush of excitement? As for Zhang Minghua, Jiang Xiaoke left him in the cellar. Now blinded, he had lost any chance of survival in this apocalypse. Whether he would become fodder for mutated creatures or meet another grim fate was of no concern to her. She hadn't anticipated her own decisiveness. After all, just moments ago, she had been a girl terrified of insects. Yet instinctively, she had acted. Nonetheless, she held no regrets. They should have known that their actions would lead to this outcome. Emerging from the cellar, the women were greeted by sunlight once more. Previously, in the dimness of the cellar, they felt as though they might go mad if they remained any longer. Thankfully, a benefactor had rescued them. They arrived at the location where Lu Qianghu and his men had knelt, only to find them still in place, unwilling to flee. Jiang Xiaoke was somewhat surprised. She had been preoccupied with the captives and had forgotten how to handle Lu Qianghu's group. To her astonishment, they remained obediently in their positions. However, this thought was merely internal. Had the kneeling group known of her contemplation, they would have expressed their desire to escape. Upon entering, Zhang Lu had given them a look that clearly stated, "You may try to flee, but do so at your peril." Thus, they remained, paralyzed by fear. Lu Qianghu, witnessing the liberation of the women he had hidden, comprehended that he was likely facing a grim fate. His right hand stealthily reached for the pistol he had concealed, but alas, Zhang Minghua, that treacherous traitor, was nowhere to be found, presumably already dispatched by those two. Lu Qianghu sneered coldly, believing that betrayal would ensure his survival. The two were already akin to thieves. None would escape unscathed. In that case, if he could eliminate the girl, he would not lose out. Observing Zhang Lu's calm demeanor infuriated him. It seemed as though this individual had never regarded them with any seriousness. "Just wait until I kill your little girlfriend. Let us see if you can maintain that indifference," he thought, eagerly anticipating the moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoke was contemplating how to deal with these individuals. Lu Qianghu had to die. The question was what to do with his lackeys. While she pondered, Lu Qianghu sensed his opportunity, and he swiftly drew the pistol hidden at his waist and aimed it at her. Jiang Xiaoke noticed his movement too late. The distance was too short for her to react. The corners of his mouth curled into a manic grin, anticipating the ensuing chaos. With a sudden, loud bang, Jiang Xiaoke instinctively closed her eyes, yet the expected pain never arrived. She opened her eyes to find Lu Qiang, who collapsed on the ground, screaming in agony. His gun-wielding hand was now a mangled mess, his face marred and bloodied. Realizing what had transpired, Zhang Xiaoke understood that his weapon had misfired. What terrible luck. Good deeds are rewarded, she thought, feeling grateful for her fortune, and she approached Lu Qiang, who, with her sword drawn, to her astonishment, this wretch still harbored thoughts of killing her. His ruthlessness was more than she had anticipated. Without hesitation, she swiftly severed his arms with 2 strikes, rendering him utterly powerless. Now lying on the ground, Lu Qiang, who was left with nothing but suffering and dread, while others might be oblivious to the events. He was acutely aware of what had transpired, that fleeting moment before he pulled the trigger. He felt as though Jiang Lu had propelled something into his gun's barrel he wished to halt. But his finger had already pressed down, resulting in the catastrophic explosion of the firearm, leaving his hands mangled and bloodied. Once the smoke cleared, he realized that his fate had been sealed by nothing more than a milk candy, a feat that clearly surpassed human capability. With his last shred of support vanished, he surrendered to despair, relinquishing any resistance. The women she had rescued felt an exhilarating sense of justice. The once mighty Lu Qiang now lay on the ground like a beaten dog. The stark contrast of his downfall leaving them in a state of disbelief. "Leave this scoundrel to us, dear sisters," Zhang Xiaoke declared, stepping aside. The women, filled with joy, wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Having already lost too much blood, he succumbed to their assault and fell unconscious. Nearby, Lu Qiang, whose subordinates, witnessing their leader's humiliation, scrambled to plead for mercy from Zhang Xiaoke. Had this been days prior, she might have shown compassion. However, she had now steeled her resolve. With a few swift strikes, the remaining individuals drew their last breaths. Jiang Lu was taken aback by his young apprentice's decisiveness. She had executed them all without hesitation. After completing this grim task, Zhang Xiaoke exhaled deeply. It was evident that she was not unscathed by the experience. This was her first act of murder, and the sensation of severing a human life was profoundly different from slaying mutated beings. The feeling of extinguishing another's vitality was undeniably unsettling, yet she recognized that this was a necessary step she had to take. "All right, we've dealt with everything here. Let us leave. I just noticed that this place isn't far from my home." As Zhang Xiaoke began to regain her composure, Zhang Lu spoke. "Do you, dear sisters, know how to drive?" Zhang Xiaoke inquired. One of the women replied, "I can. I used to drive my family's car." "Excellent, that we shall depart now. If you can drive, head to the shelter in the city using Zhang Minghua's vehicle." "Very well. But what about you, benefactor? Are you not coming with us?" The women were eager to reach the shelter, having been captured by Lu Qiang, who only moments ago. Now that they had the chance, they wanted to ensure their safety under official protection. "That we have other matters to attend to, so we must part ways here. Take care of yourselves." Zhang Xiaoke would not divulge their intentions, nor would it be appropriate to mention they were off to retrieve comics and games. They would never believe such a tale. With a wave, the two departed the estate, leaving the women gazing after them with gratitude, wondering if their benefactors were off to rescue others like themselves. Chapter 41. Zhang Xiaoke's culinary skills upon exiting the estate. Zhang Lu retraced his steps along the main road, recalling his earlier memories. Thankfully, the estate was indeed not far from his home. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to take a longer route. "Master, do you think I was too ruthless this time, leaving them no chance for survival?" After walking for a while, the silent Zhang Xiaoke suddenly spoke up. She had been contemplating her earlier actions, wondering if she had been too ruthless and whether granting those individuals another chance might have been a better course of action. Zhang Lu, however, was not troubled by such thoughts. "Not at all," he replied. "I believe you handled it quite well. Initially, I thought you merely had a good foundation, but I was skeptical about how far you could truly go." He paused, scrutinizing her, "But now, I find my perspective has shifted." Zhang Lu was not being disingenuous. He had indeed harbored doubts about his disciple's potential. It was not her talent that concerned him. On the contrary, her abilities were exceptional. Rather, it was her temperament that made him apprehensive. In the realm of cultivation, such a gentle disposition could lead to one of two fates, either becoming a toy for others, unless one had a strong family background or sect to protect them, which merely ensured a life of being a decorative vase, or facing death, for the world of immortals would not spare you simply because you were endearing. Your survival hinged solely on the value you provided to others. Nonetheless, Jianglu did not dislike her previous demeanor. After all, with him around, there was no one in this world who could threaten him. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoke's fate was of little consequence to him. The level of conflict here was incomparable to that of the cultivation world, that as long as she adapted to the initial changes, she would gradually acclimate. Yet the fact that this incident had caused her to transform so significantly took Jiang Lu by surprise. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's words, she too was taken aback, having anticipated her master would admonish her. His approval indicated that her actions had not been misguided. With her master's endorsement, she felt reassured. After all, the words of an immortal carried substantial weight. She had not expected her master to commend her. And this was indeed the first time he had praised her. Stealing a glance at Jiang Lu ahead of her, she felt a small surge of delight, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. 7 days later, Jiang Lu returned to the familiar neighborhood, with Zhang Xiaoke curiously surveying her surroundings. It was her first visit to his home, as she had never had the opportunity during their high school years. Upon entering, they discovered that the once vibrant community had turned eerily quiet, with residents who had previously occupied the area now absent. Ascending to the 4th floor and opening the door to his home, Zhang Xiaoke finally laid eyes on her master's modest abode. That it was indeed less spacious than her own, for in the bustling city of S, owning a personal residence was no simple feat. However, the apartment was impeccably tidy, an unexpected trait for a young man, which was undoubtedly a testament to Jiang Lu's character. Despite his inherent laziness, he had a strong aversion to untidiness and took pride in cleanliness, evidenced by his trips to the mall for new clothes. Ignoring his disciple's curious glances, Jiang Lu made his way directly to his bedroom, fully aware of the purpose behind this outing. He swung open the door to his room and began to stow away the manga he had purchased but had yet to read, along with his handheld gaming console, only stopping when his backpack could accommodate no more. Zhang Xiaoke, noticing her master's overstuffed bag, gasped in astonishment. She had not anticipated that he possessed such a collection. "Let us go. Everything is packed, and we've accomplished our goal here," Jiang Lu stated. However, Zhang Xiaoke hesitated, glancing at the time. "Master, it's already noon. That if we head back now, it will take a while, and I suspect my mother has already finished eating. Why don't we have a meal at your place first?" Jiang Lu acknowledged her reasoning, but realized he had no prepared food at home and lacked culinary skills. Just as he contemplated this predicament, Zhang Xiaoke quickly offered, "I notice your kitchen has some leftover dishes. Let me cook. It will be a chance for me to showcase my culinary skills, as I have been deeply influenced by the renowned chef Jingya." "You can cook?" Jiang Lu inquired, clearly surprised. He had not expected this revelation. Pouting in response to his skepticism, Zhang Xiaoke recalled having prepared a meal for him during his previous visit to her home. That it was surprising that he had forgotten, but she relished the opportunity to demonstrate her culinary prowess. With that, she dashed into the kitchen. Jiang Lu set down his backpack, feeling a twinge of anticipation for his disciple's cooking. If her mother was an excellent cook, surely she could not be far behind. However, the familiar scenario did not unfold as expected. After a brief wait, Zhang Xiaoke emerged from the kitchen with several plates of food. Jiang Lu sampled a dish and found it quite satisfactory. While it did not surpass her mother's cooking, it was certainly a vast improvement over his own culinary attempts. It's decent, but it still falls short compared to your mother's fare, he remarked candidly. Acknowledging the gap in quality, Zhang Xiaoke felt a twinge of disappointment at Jiang Lu's critique, having hoped for his praise. She had employed all the skills she had learned from her mother. Only to hear this remark, her master's emotional intelligence seemed lacking. Yet, Jiang Lu quickly changed his tone, adding, "If you can reach the level of your mother's cooking, I will teach you an exceptionally powerful sword technique." How does that sound? He had already begun to devise a plan, as future outings would undoubtedly involve her culinary talents. If she could cook as well as her mother, he would be able to enjoy gourmet meals while she learned the sword technique she admired. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoke's eyes sparkled at this prospect. How powerful is it? Is it as formidable as the technique you used to slay that giant spider? Jiang Lu shook his head, feigning profundity. "Oh, it is far beyond that. It is incomparable." With that, Zhang Xiaoke brushed aside her earlier displeasure, realizing that mastering the dishes could lead to learning such an impressive sword technique. She felt it was worth the effort. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Master, this technique doesn't require me to reach some specific realm, does it? Like that last one. She was concerned that he might be attempting to deceive her once more. Jiang Lu was momentarily at a loss for words before responding. Rest assured, this sword technique does not have any restrictions, and only I can teach it to you, that I guarantee you will master it. With Jiang Lu's assurance, Jiang Xiaoke beamed with joy, eagerly diving into her meal. Strangely enough, she found her own cooking to be quite delectable. Chapter 42. Unrest at that moment. Not far from Jiang Lu's residence, the school was anything but tranquil down on the hillside behind the school. Chu Kuang had been lying in wait for an entire day and night. The creature he was monitoring had not moved an inch, leaving him feeling increasingly frustrated that he had exhausted all conceivable strategies. Yet none could divert the attention of the aberrant entity. Moreover, the situation seemed to worsen. The emergence of the spiritual crystal was rapidly approaching, seemingly attracting nearby monsters. Aware that he needed to change his position before the horde of mutated beings arrived, Chu Kuang scanned the area. Seizing an opportunity, while the second-tier aberrant creature was distracted, he swiftly climbed a tree and positioned himself at the top. This should be a safer vantage point. He sighed with relief. Sure enough, it was not long before a swarm of monsters ascended the mountain, including several formidable second-tier, aberrant beings that appeared particularly threatening. Chu Kuang sensed that matters were becoming dire. Having barely managed to contend with a single second-tier creature, how could he hope to confront a multitude? Fortunately, these aberrant beings had a singular aim: to acquire the spiritual crystal. Upon reaching the vicinity, they began to engage in fierce battles among themselves. This spectacle offered Chu Kuang a glimmer of hope. He silently wished for them to inflict mutual destruction, thereby granting him a chance to seize the spoils. However, this phenomenon did not persist for long. Upon closer observation, Chu Kuang realized that the second-tier aberrant beings were systematically exterminating the first-tier ones and consuming their cores to enhance their own strength. Strangely, the second-tier creatures showed no signs of fighting amongst themselves, as though they maintained a peculiar balance. Inwardly, Chu Kuang lamented, "This is bad." Thus, he stands little chance of seizing any precious spirit crystal, for the nearby second-tier mutants have encircled the very spot where the crystal is destined to manifest. As if achieving some extraordinary equilibrium, it is now the afternoon of the second day. Perched atop the tree, Chu Kuang finally observes the surrounding mutants beginning to stir restlessly, indicating that the spirit crystal is on the verge of emergence. To be candid, he feels a twinge of anxiety, as this marks his inaugural close encounter with the birth of a spirit crystal, an opportunity he never had in his previous life, in the past. The vicinity of spirit crystals was always dominated by formidable mutants, far beyond the reach of awakened humans. The rare occasions when humans managed to acquire them were predominantly due to subtle abilities that allowed for cunning tricks. Direct confrontation was virtually hopeless. Therefore, this represents his most significant opportunity thus far. Should he fail to seize it, future chances will only become more elusive. He now awaits the emergence of the spirit crystal. Convinced that the mutants will inevitably clash, as the moment of the spirit crystal's birth draws near, nearly all nearby mutants are irresistibly drawn to the site. The mountain is already strewn with the carcasses of mutants. While ordinary first-tier mutants lack the qualifications to approach, even Chu Kuang is taken aback by the scene before him. He has only witnessed such a spectacle during the collective assault of mutants on the shelter in his previous life. He never anticipated that a single spirit crystal could exert such an alluring force. Meanwhile, at Jiang Lu's residence, after enjoying their meal, the pair lingered for a brief respite before departing. To be frank, Jiang Lu's understanding of the concept of home is rather superficial. Otherwise, he would not have taken up residence in Jiang Xiaoke's home. This house is merely one of several properties bequeathed to him by his parents, while the others have been rented out, leaving him uncertain whether the current tenants are still able to pay their deposits. As they walk back, Jiang Lu munches on snacks brought from home. Having engaged in cultivation, his appetite has notably increased, prompting him to replenish his energy for the afternoon. Jiang Xiaoke walks ahead, abstaining from food, occasionally practicing sword movements while contemplating the techniques Jiang Lu has taught her. Reflecting on her previous encounter with Lu Qianghu and his group, she senses areas where she could improve, attributing it to her lack of proficiency. "Excuse me, wait a moment," a sudden voice calls out to them, prompting Jiang Xiaoke to glance up in the direction of the sound. There, at the window of a second-floor apartment, a middle-aged man addresses them. Are you two students from Beichuan High School? I believe I recognize you. Jiang Xiaoke is taken aback. How could he possibly know they were from that high school, especially since they are not in uniform? She curiously inquires, Uncle, how did you know? We indeed attended that high school as seniors. Indeed, indeed. Are you from Class 8? Is there a student named Chu Kuang among you? The middle-aged man responds eagerly. Jiang Xiaoke, surprised by his unexpected knowledge, confirms, yes, Chu Kuang was indeed our classmate. That's so. Are you Chu Kuang's father? She ponders the man's identity, realizing she does seem to have a vague recollection of him. Indeed, I am Chu Kuang's father, Chu Jing. Please come upstairs. It's too dangerous down here, he urges, quickly beckoning them inside. Upon entering the second floor, Chu Jing promptly opens the door to welcome them, and that he had been watching for his son's return from school, and having waited a day and night, he is filled with concern. While he knows his son is a reborn individual, he cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of unforeseen events. Not spotting his son as figure, he instead sees the two of them below it first. Chu Jing wonders if he is mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he recognizes them as his son, as classmates, that he recalls the girl vividly. During the parent-teacher meeting, she was consistently praised for her academic performance and was quite beautiful, a quintessential young lady. As for the boy, it takes him a moment to remember that he is the girl's deskmate, that he never expected to see these two at his doorstep, especially considering the current circumstances, the seventh day of the apocalypse. When pedestrians are scarce, either sheltering in safe havens or hiding within their homes. Those daring enough to venture outside, aside from the official rescue teams, have only been him and his son. However, it is clear that these two do not fit the profile of individuals forced out for survival. They appear as though they are simply out for a stroll, laden with bags and munching on snacks. A decidedly incongruous scene. Chapter 43. The emergence of the spirit crystal as Chu Jing opens the door. His daughter Chu Qian cautiously emerges to observe the newcomers, her curiosity piqued. Dad, who are these two? Do you know them? She asks inquisitively. These are your brother's classmates that I happened to spot them from the window while assessing the situation. Chu Jing explains. Oh, I see. Chu Qian relaxes slightly upon learning they are her brother's classmates. In this apocalyptic world, opening the door to strangers is a significant risk, a lesson she is well aware of. By the way, may I ask how you two are addressed? With the two now seated, Chu Jing turns to them. Jiang Xiaoke, and this is Jiang Lu, he interjects, surprising both Jiang Xiaoke and himself, as he typically refrains from speaking in front of strangers. Chu Jing slaps his forehead, exclaiming, Of course! Jiang Xiaoke, I remember now. And you must be Jiang Lu. Jiang Xiaoke nods in agreement, still puzzled by why Chu Jing invited them up. Now Jiang Xiaoke and Jiang Lu. I trust you are aware of the current situation outside. It is certainly not a place for ordinary people, Chu Jing states. Jiang Xiaoke is well aware of this, but she does not comprehend why Chu Jing is emphasizing it. Nor has she seen Chu Kuang since their arrival, which adds to her bewilderment. Noticing their silence, Chu Jing continues, To be frank, your ability to traverse the streets so boldly suggests that you possess some form of protection. I am an awakened individual, and I assume you both are as well. Jiang Xiaoke is taken aback. She did not expect Chu Jing to be awakened. However, he has misjudged her, as she is not one of them. Recognizing her astonishment, Chu Jing surmises he has guessed correctly and proceeds. As for your abilities, I shan't pry into your privacy, that my reason for inviting you here pertains to Chu Kuang. You must be curious as to why Chu Kuang is not home. He left yesterday and has yet to return, which worries me, Chu Jing admits, his concern palpable. Though he had not intended to share this, he recently observed that numerous mutants in the vicinity were inexplicably drawn towards one direction, the school. Given that Chu Kuang had previously informed him of the spirit crystal's properties, he understands that this influx of mutants is likely drawn by the crystal's allure. Observing the sheer number of mutants sends a shiver down his spine. While his son is a reborn individual, even he cannot contend with such overwhelming odds. Are you suggesting that we assist in locating Chu Kuang? Jiang Xiaoke inquires, her curiosity piqued, that if her master's assertions hold true. As a reborn individual, Chu Kuang would surely have his own intentions, as he is already privy to the future and would not place himself in jeopardy. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jing ultimately replies, Not exactly. Chu Kuang should still be at your school, but he may have encountered some unforeseen circumstance that has delayed his return. You might not be aware that just moments ago, a multitude of mutants surged towards the school, which raises concerns about his safety that I kindly ask you to check on the situation there. If you happen to find Chu Kuang, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in helping him. Chu Jing is aware that his request might be a bit excessive, yet he presents a handful of crystal cores he obtained from slaying mutants, fewer than 10 in total. Although the amount is modest, it represents the fruits of his labor, and he offers them as a token of gratitude. These cores may not be much, but they are all I can provide at the moment. Upon hearing the ambiguous remarks from Chu Fu, Zhang Xiaoke found herself engulfed in confusion. Why was Chu Kuang present at the school? And why were the nearby aberrations flocking towards it? These were matters he had failed to elucidate earlier. Just as Zhang Xiaoke was about to voice her thoughts, Jiang Lu interjected, I have but one question. And once I ask it, we shall proceed to the school to investigate. Upon hearing this, Chu Fu's spirits lifted, as he had anticipated a refusal, but he had been reluctant to leave his daughter alone at home. And now, with Jiang Lu's affirmative response, he eagerly urged, What is your question, classmate Jiang? I shall share what I know without reservation. However, Jiang Lu's subsequent inquiry clearly transcended the bounds of Chu Fu's knowledge. Is Chu Kuang a reincarnate? Jiang Lu posed this question with an air of indifference, leaving Zhang Xiaoke utterly astonished. She had not expected her master to articulate the most pivotal queries so directly. She had assumed they would need to probe for some time. Indeed, upon hearing this question, Chu Fu's expression shifted. Though he quickly regained his composure, he was perplexed as to why Jiang Lu would pose such a question. Yet he understood that such secrets should not be casually disclosed to outsiders. The implications were far too extensive. Thus, he feigned ignorance, responding, What do you mean, classmate Jiang? I find myself somewhat perplexed. Enough of this, Xiaoke. Let us depart for the school and ascertain the situation, he declared, rising to leave. Zhang Xiaoke, still in a state of bewilderment, could only hasten to keep pace with her master. The moment Jiang Lu posed his question, he had already discerned the truth. Chu Kuang was indeed a reincarnator. Just as he had surmised, this revelation was intriguing. The emergence of another reincarnator in this world suggested that his own rebirth was no mere coincidence. It must have been orchestrated by someone with intent. As for the reason behind their visit to the school, Jiang Lu was not truly there to assist Chu Kuang. If a reincarnator could perish so easily upon reliving their life, then the very notion of reincarnation would be rendered pointless. The genuine impetus for his journey to the school stemmed from a sudden surge of spiritual energy he had sensed emanating from that direction that in terms of his previous life within the realm of cultivation. This indicated the presence of a spiritual vein, a prime location for cultivation. It was no wonder that Chu Kuang had appeared there. Yet the existence of such a spiritual vein in this world was a mystery Jiang Lu felt compelled to unravel. Chapter 44. A direct confrontation. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoke trailed behind Jiang Lu, her curiosity piqued. Master, why did you agree to his request so readily? There were evident discrepancies in his words that I wished to address. She could not fathom why Jiang Lu had chosen to leave after asking just one question. Had it been her, she would have sought to clarify the reasons behind Chu Kuang's presence at the school. What Chu Kuang does is of no concern to us. It is now certain that he is a reincarnator. His visit to the school likely pertains to some treasure unknown to others. Zhang Xiaoke gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape at the revelation that Chu Kuang had indeed been confirmed as a reincarnator. However, given that it was her master who had stated this, she accepted it as truth. Are we now to compete with Chu Kuang for this treasure? According to your assessment, master, there must be something concealed within the school to this moment. Realization struck Zhang Xiaoke. It was no wonder they had encountered no aberrations upon their earlier departure from the school. She had found it peculiar. Now, with all the aberrations converging upon the school, it was clear that there was something amiss within. She began to harbor curiosity regarding what lay within the school, compelling enough to draw them all like moths to a flame. Shortly after their departure, Chu Fu sat at home, deep in thought, still unable to comprehend why Jiang Lu had posed such a question. Should he have refrained from bringing these two individuals into the fold? His son had clearly stated that he had only confided in him and his younger sister about being a reincarnator. Even if this information were to be shared with others, they would likely dismiss it as nonsense. Yet the moment such a query had been posed by another, it felt fundamentally wrong. Jiang Lu's tone had seemed casual. And yet he sensed that the other party was already privy to the truth. This was clearly impossible, and yet Jiang Lu had departed without allowing him the opportunity to respond, with a heavy sigh. Chu Fu could only hope that his actions would not adversely affect his son. The sole consolation was that, given the current circumstances, his son appeared to be in no immediate danger. After all, anyone bold enough to venture into the school after hearing of such monstrous occurrences must possess considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have agreed so decisively. Meanwhile, Chu Kuang remained poised atop a tree, awaiting the opportune moment. Below, for second-tier aberrations seemed poised to pounce, clearly eager for the imminent birth of a spirit crystal. Sure enough, in the next moment, a surge of energy erupted forth, giving rise to a resplendent crystal, significantly larger than an ordinary crystal core, amidst the encirclement of the four aberrations. The instant the spirit crystal was born, the four aberrations could no longer restrain their primal desires and began to vie for possession. What had initially appeared to be a tacit agreement of peace quickly devolved into chaos, with the muscular aberration at the forefront delivering a devastating punch that obliterated the head of a nearby gaunt, grotesque aberration, its own spirit crystal consumed in the process. Chu Kuang, observing from his perch, had anticipated that the onset of conflict would present him with an opportunity. However, he was taken aback by the raw power of the initial aberration, which had effortlessly dispatched one of its second-tier counterparts in an instant. The remaining two aberrations, witnessing the demise of one of their own, banded together to assault the muscular aberration. One of them spewed a viscous substance, enveloping the muscular creature in a cloud of smoke, eliciting a pained roar as it attempted to retaliate. Yet, as it extended its arm to deliver a crushing blow, it found itself ensnared by the tongue of another aberration, rendering it immobile. Did I end this standoff? Chu Kuang recognized that the moment for action had arrived. Without a trace of hesitation, he descended swiftly towards the spirit crystal that I anticipated. He seized the crystal without incident. But before he could revel in his triumph, he understood that it was time to flee from this perilous place. The muscular aberration, incensed by the theft of the spirit crystal, tore free from its bindings and retaliated with a punch aimed at the aberration that had spewed the viscous substance. Chu Kuang, seeing that the two aberrations entangled with the muscular one were utterly outmatched, hastened to summon every ounce of speed he possessed. He realized that he could not hope to defeat this creature. His only course of action was to escape. Yet he had grossly underestimated the speed of the muscular aberration. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also formidable, and it rapidly closed the distance between them. Faced with the imminent threat, Chu Kuang understood that he had no choice but to engage in battle. He could not relinquish the spirit crystal. Even before fully absorbing it, he could already feel the immense energy it offered, revitalizing his stamina, that he no longer cared what enhancements awaited him upon complete absorption. The aberration lunged at him. Intent on reclaiming the spirit crystal, Chu Kuang evaded its grasp. That fleeting moment, he swung the hammer he held, aimed squarely at the aberration's head. Yet, to his dismay, the hammer struck with no discernible effect, leaving him pale with shock as he retreated several steps. That he had anticipated a disparity in strength, but not one so pronounced that he could not even breach the creature's defenses. The aberration, now thoroughly enraged, roared in fury, not only furious over the theft of its spirit crystal, but also outraged at Chu Kuang's defiance. It charged at him once more. Chu Kuang, in a frantic bid to evade, found his mind racing as he contemplated a strategy. Had it been the previous two aberrations, he might have stood a chance to inflict damage and perhaps even fend them off. But this muscular creature was an entirely different beast. He could not even hope to defend himself against it, despite being a strength-type awakener. Others would fare far worse, he surmised, suddenly, as he continued to evade. The muscular aberration's punch, which had been aimed at him, shifted and lunged towards the spirit crystal in his grasp. Chu Kuang, taken aback, scrambled to react. He never anticipated that this monstrous creature would suddenly change its approach. It is worth noting that such intelligence is not characteristic of beings at the second mutation level. However, he had no time to ponder further. The spirit crystal was something he could not allow himself to obtain. For otherwise, reclaiming it would be an arduous endeavor akin to climbing the heavens. Thus, he was compelled to sidestep and use his body to block the opponent's fist. Fortunately, the strike was directed at the spirit crystal, and did not carry excessive force. Yet, it was still more than he could withstand at that moment. Had he not enhanced his physical attributes, that blow might have claimed his life. Even so, he was far from unscathed. After taking the punch from the mutated creature, he was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth, and the spirit crystal fell to the ground. He was astonished at the sheer power behind that strike, which seemed to reflect strength nearing the third mutation level to AT that moment. He strained to retain his dwindling consciousness, attempting to retrieve the nearby spirit crystal, but his body was unwilling to comply. In the final moments before losing consciousness, he glimpsed the mutated creature drawing nearer. Faced with his impending fate, Chu Kuang realized the grim truth. He had not expected to perish in this life, even earlier than in the previous one. He could only blame his own greed, offering a bitter smile before succumbing to darkness. Chapter 45. Flying Sword Technique. The mutated creature, seeing its source of sustenance, its spirit crystal, devoid of reaction, prepared to advance and reclaim it. As for the sustenance itself, it had already resolved to devour him whole, intending to teach this little thief a lesson on the consequences of theft. Yet before it could take 2 steps, the very sight it least wished to encounter appeared before its eyes. Jiang Lu and his companion had just reached the back mountain of the school, and the number of deceased mutated creatures they encountered en route surpassed any they had previously seen. Indeed, there was a significant issue at hand. What they did not expect was to witness such a thrilling scene upon their arrival at the back mountain that moment, the focal point of the incident. Chu Kuang lay motionless on the ground, devoid of awareness, while a massively built mutated creature loomed nearby. Jiang Lu, indifferent to the plight of Chu Kuang and the creature, immediately focused his attention on the spirit crystal lying on the ground. Surely, it was the very item he had anticipated, and no one was more familiar with this object than he. Yet at that moment, the mutated creature was fixated on them, giving Jiang Lu the opportunity to swiftly seize the spirit crystal that had fallen beside Chu Kuang. This material was considered rare even within the realm of cultivation, as it was the essence birthed from the extraction of all spiritual energy within a spiritual vein, typically utilized by cultivators to break through their limits. The spiritual essence contained within was equivalent to no less than 10,000 ordinary spirit stones, but he never expected that such a thing could be born here. How was it that Blue Star's connection to the realm of cultivation was becoming increasingly intertwined? Even Jiang Lu found himself questioning whether this was truly the doing of the cultivation world. However, those individuals hardly seemed inclined to engage in such matters, and as for their ability to involve themselves, Jiang Lu was confident they had yet to reach that level. While Jiang Lu pondered these thoughts, Jiang Xiaoke had already shifted her focus entirely to the mutated creature. Before making a move, she sensed an overwhelming pressure. The danger emanating from this creature was reminiscent of the mutated spider they had previously encountered. This too appeared to be a second mutation creature, though she wondered if her current strength would suffice against it. At that moment, the mutated creature had completely lost its composure. The earlier sustenance had already vexed it, and now, with 2 more intruders, it was oblivious to what true anger felt like. All it knew was that it must consume these 2 new sources of sustenance. As the creature moved, Jiang Xiaoke drew her sword, intending to replicate her previous actions, aiming directly for the creature's head in an attempt to behead it. However, to her astonishment, the mutated creature did not flinch, allowing her sword to strike its head directly. She felt as though her sword had collided with metal. Her enhanced strength failed to penetrate AT that moment. The creature reached out with a hand to grasp her, intent on crushing her. Jiang Xiaoke hastily activated her technique, and the creature's movements appeared to slow in her perception. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly evaded its grasp. Seeing its attempt thwarted, the creature let out an enraged roar and lunged at her once more, the disruptive noise causing Jiang Lu to furrow his brow. "Master, this creature's body is incredibly tough. What should I do if I can't break through its defenses?" Jiang Xiaoke exclaimed, retreating to Jiang Lu's side. "You truly cannot handle this monster at present, and it appears to be on the verge of a breakthrough, that if it succeeds, it will be far stronger than the previous spider." Jiang Lu assessed the creature, realizing why Chu Kuang had suffered at its hands. Its rate of evolution surpassed that of humanity by leaps and bounds. "What then? Master, will you intervene? I am utterly incapable of dealing with this creature," Jiang Xiaoke said, understanding that she was powerless against it. She was eager to see how Jiang Lu would confront the mutated creature and whether he would employ the same technique as before. This creature must die. Furthermore, its earlier roar disrupted my thoughts, compounding its transgressions. Let me demonstrate the technique I mentioned today, to ensure you cannot claim I deceived you. Upon hearing Zhang Lu's words, Zhang Xiaoke's interest was piqued. He was about to unveil a new technique, sword rise, Zhang Lu uttered softly, and to her astonishment, the sword in Zhang Xiaoke's hand flew from her grasp, hovering before Zhang Lu. Master, this Zhang Xiaoke was rendered speechless by the sight. Before she could continue her astonishment, the hovering sword sliced through the air at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, cleanly severing the head of the previously formidable mutated creature as though it were mere tofu. Its body collapsing heavily to the ground. After dispatching the creature, the flying sword returned to Zhang Xiaoke's side, as if awaiting her grasp. Upon reclaiming the sword, it reverted to its ordinary form. Zhang Xiaoke's mouth fell agape, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Zhang Lu. Master, what is the name of this technique? It is simply incredible. Can you teach me quickly? Zhang Lu had anticipated this reaction, though he had prepared a preventive response. This technique is called the flying sword technique. When the sword is unleashed, it is guaranteed to kill. It was the first sword technique I created in my past life. However, he quickly shifted the conversation. As for teaching you now, that is out of the question. That I promise to teach you when your culinary skills reach a level comparable to your mother's, and I intend to keep my word. Yet, the primary reason for not teaching her now was that her current cultivation level was still too low. The amount of true energy within her body could not sustain prolonged use of the sword technique. Even if the sword were to fly, it would only serve a deterrent purpose. Thus, when she truly reached a level akin to her mother's, her cultivation would likely advance as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoke pouted in disappointment, but quickly regained her composure. Humph, is that all? I will simply ask my mother to impart her true culinary secrets to me when I return today. I shall strive to learn this technique as soon as possible. Her heart was already captivated by the sword technique, and she was eager to learn the previous technique from the marketplace as well. At that moment, Zhang Lu extracted the crystal core from the mutated creature's head and handed it to her. Zhang Xiaoke stared blankly at the crystal core being offered. Master, don't you want this? You were the one who killed the creature. Zhang Lu waved his hand dismissively that I no longer need this item. And besides, your future endeavors will require it. I will merely act as an observer. Hearing Zhang Lu's words, Zhang Xiaoke rolled her eyes, knowing that such good fortune was unlikely. Nevertheless, she was undoubtedly the one who benefited from this encounter. The most crucial items in this world were right before her. Zhang Lu had casually handed it over to her. Though he claimed he had no need for it, she knew he was merely providing an excuse to allow her to accept it without reservation. As she took the crystal core from his hand, Zhang Xiaoke earnestly replied, Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Zhang Lu regarded her with bemusement, puzzled by her sudden seriousness. It's just a crystal core. After all, I truly have no use for it. Since breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his automatic cultivation ability had significantly improved, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate comparable to replenishing it from a crystal core. Thus, it was far more beneficial to give it to his young disciple. His own cultivation was already sufficient, and unless someone were to strike him with a nuclear weapon, there was little that could threaten him at present. Moreover, he sensed that he would soon break through to the golden core stage, at which point he would truly be invincible in the mortal realm. Chapter 46. Awakening, and take this spirit crystal as well. Zhang Lu said, handing her a spirit crystal the size of a fist. Observing Zhang Xiaoke's bewildered expression, he continued, This item is not for your immediate use. It currently contains too much energy. Absorbing it now would merely waste the contained spiritual energy. Just carry it with you. It will replenish the spiritual energy you expend during your daily activities. Zhang Xiaoke stood in a daze as she accepted the item, though she may not have comprehended its nature. She certainly recognized its significance. Otherwise, Chu Kuang, this reincarnated individual, would not have gone to such lengths, risking his very life to acquire it. This moment, Zhang Lu casually tossed it to her, and she gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes. Master, you are truly too kind to Xiaoke. Zhang Lu found her expression somewhat overwhelming. All right, it is not particularly valuable. There is no need for such theatrics. While this object might indeed be considered a precious treasure in the eyes of others, to him, it was merely an unusual stone found by the roadside. Had it not been for the fact that his cultivation had been reset to 0, he would not have given it a second glance. Now, Jianglu was beginning to appreciate the joys of taking on a disciple. And oh wonder those old codgers in his previous life were so enamored with this endeavor. He had once found it perplexing, believing that one should be content on their own. Yet now, he understood that witnessing his disciple grow stronger was far more gratifying than his own ascent. Master, what should be done with him? Shall we just leave him here? Jiang Shaoke inquired, pointing at the still, unconscious Chu Kuang, who lay sprawled on the ground. Do you not concern yourself with him? He is merely temporarily incapacitated and will awaken shortly. As Jiang Lu surveyed the comatose figure of Chu Kuang, he mused that, according to the typical narrative arc, this individual was indeed meant to be the protagonist of this world and would not so easily meet his demise. Master, I cannot agree with that notion. If he is the protagonist, then what are you? Jiang Shaoke firmly opposed this assertion. That as for me, I should be an anomaly, one who ought not to be here. Now, let us not dwell on this. It is time to return home. There are countless comics awaiting my attention. Confounded by the enigmatic statement, Jiang Shaoke hurried to catch up with Jiang Lu, eager to return home and seek her mother's culinary secrets. Shortly after their departure, the consciousness of the unconscious Chu Kuang began to gradually return. Where am I? Have I ascended to heaven? He patted his head, attempting to clear his mind, and soon began to observe his surroundings, only to discover that he was still in the same place as before. So, I am not dead. What transpired during my unconsciousness? Upon rising, Chu Kuang's gaze fell upon a massive headless corpse. What is this? How was this monster slain? His previously foggy mind sharpened instantly. Right, the spirit crystal. He quickly scanned the vicinity, only to find that the spirit crystal, which had been beside him moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Who could have killed this monster and stolen my spirit crystal while I was unconscious? Chu Kuang pondered, unable to piece together the mystery. Could it be her? A singular figure crossed his mind. If there was anyone from S-City he was wary of, it would be her. Yet that did not seem right either. He realized that even if it were her, she should not have been capable of defeating this monster. After all, he possessed the experience from his previous life, which had granted him his current strength, this moment. Even that woman should still be figuring out how to wield her abilities, with his thoughts in disarray. What had once appeared to be a clear future was now shrouded in fog. Forget it. At least I have preserved my life. The fact that she did not take advantage of my unconsciousness to eliminate me can be considered a stroke of luck. In his previous life, such acts of murder and theft were commonplace. The fact that she spared him was a sign of her lack of malice. Having reconciled these thoughts, Chu Kuang exhaled deeply. This experience had taught him that despite possessing the knowledge of his past life, he must not grow overly confident. The battle with the mutated creature had awakened memories of the pressure he had felt from monsters in his previous life. He had needed several teammates to confront creatures of similar rank. How could he now presume to challenge monsters of a higher level simply because he had experience? He quickly corrected his mindset, realizing he had indeed been too arrogant. Since he had narrowly escaped death, it was a sign that his fate was not yet sealed. After adjusting his torn clothing, he felt a dull ache in his back where he had been struck by the mutated creature. Had that blow been any harder, he might not have awakened at all. I must hasten home. It has been too long that if I do not return soon, my father and little sister will surely begin to worry. Fortunately, most of the nearby monsters had been drawn away by the earlier commotion, having perished in the conflict. Otherwise, in his current state, he would have had no choice but to flee upon encountering any beasts. After a narrowly uneventful journey home, Chu Kuang felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing that his father and little sister were still there. At least the family remained intact. As for the spirit crystal, it was a loss he could bear that moment. His father sat anxiously on the sofa, contemplating whether to check on him, when suddenly the door opened and Chu Kuang stepped inside. His father's heart eased. Thank goodness. You are safe. Brother, I was so scared something happened to you. Chu Qian rushed over and enveloped her brother in a tight embrace, her face etched with worry. A faint smile crept onto Chu Kuang's lips as he gently ruffled his little sister's hair. That I told you I would be fine, that I'm sorry for making you worry. Son, how was it? I saw that many mutated creatures were heading towards the school. I feared something had gone awry there. Upon hearing his father's words, the smile on Chu Kuang's face faded slightly. That I failed. In the end, I did not manage to acquire the spirit crystal. Noticing his son's despondent expression, Chu Jing realized it was not the right time to pry and quickly offered consolation. It's all right. If you didn't get it, then you didn't. The important thing is that you are safe. As long as you are alive, there will always be opportunities. Chu Kuang nodded in agreement, but he had already come to terms with the situation on his way home. Now, seeing his sister and father only strengthened his resolve to prioritize his own survival before pursuing anything else. By the way, son, did you see your two classmates? Chu Jing asked after observing that his son had found clarity. Classmates? What do you mean? Chu Kuang was confused, unable to comprehend his father's words. Chapter 47. Chu Kuang's astonishment seeing his son's bewildered expression, Chu Jing explained, I mean your high school classmates. Zhang Xiaoke and Zhang Lu. Chu Kuang was perplexed by his father's sudden mention of these two individuals that I did not see them. Why are you bringing them up? What happened? He began to sense something was amiss. Had something occurred during his absence? Realizing his son genuinely did not understand, Chu Jing recounted the events of his encounter with the two, including their visit to the school. Chu Kuang was astonished. He had not anticipated such developments in his absence. Why are those two here? This shouldn't be the case. He began to mentally retrace his memories, recalling that he had no recollection of either of them from his previous life. By his understanding, Zhang Lu should have been an ordinary pawn in the grand scheme of things. As for Zhang Xiaoke, this girl was either destined to perish in some obscure corner or become someone's plaything. Such was often the fate of attractive young women. Yet now, these two were brazenly walking about, which was utterly unexpected. Moreover, judging by his father's description, they seemed to possess some degree of strength. Otherwise, they would not have dared to venture towards the school amidst reports of so many mutated creatures. The strange occurrences of late were becoming increasingly perplexing. When he heard that Zhang Lu had directly asked him if he was a reincarnator, he was taken aback. Why would Zhang Lu pose such a question? His mind raced as he attempted to piece together the events leading up to this moment, that he and Zhang Lu had exchanged only a brief greeting when he had seen him gathering supplies. He had spoken candidly and had never anticipated that Zhang Lu would take him seriously. Yet now, Zhang Lu was not only alive and well, but had also inquired about his status as a reincarnator. Though there was a hint of prophetic undertone in his words, it was still absurd to think he would conceive of him as a reincarnator. That would be utterly ridiculous. However, upon hearing his father mention that Zhang Lu had seemed to ask casually and had not appeared to care much about the response, it felt more like he had merely sought an excuse to dismiss him. Chu Kuang sighed in relief. That was likely the case, for otherwise it would be difficult to explain. What normal person would even consider such a notion? Suddenly a thought struck him. Father, did you say they went to the school as well? Yes, I initially thought they seemed to possess some strength. Since they're your classmates, I wondered if they would lend you a hand. Could it be that the ones who vanquished the monsters were indeed them? Merely contemplating this notion, Chu Kuang shook his head in disbelief. This was utterly impossible, setting aside whether they truly possessed the strength. Even if they did, they were merely two high school students, perhaps fortunate enough to have awakened some formidable ability, yet there was no conceivable way they could have defeated that aberrant creature. Moreover, from the scene, there were no signs of a fierce struggle. It appeared to be a one-sided annihilation, thus making it even less plausible. Even if they too had undergone reincarnation like himself, it would still be beyond their capabilities. So, who could have been the one to slay the monster? Confusion engulfed Chu Kuang's mind. The current circumstances were exceedingly enigmatic. Regardless, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to meet his two classmates in the future. For something must have transpired with them that he was unaware of. Never mind, he thought. He needed to regain his own composure before contemplating other matters. Dad, is there still food at home? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Seeing his son return to a semblance of normalcy, Chu's father felt a wave of relief wash over him. There's the leftover lunch from today. It's in the kitchen. I saved it for you. Your little sister made it herself, Did my little sister cook today? Chu Kuang exclaimed in surprise as he glanced at his sister, who was still clinging to him. Of course. I can't just do nothing. Can I? This is my special preparation. You must eat it all. Big brother, Chu Qian declared proudly, tilting her head. All right, Xiao Qian, let go of your brother. He needs to finish his meal and rest. He surely hasn't had a proper rest these past few days. At this, Chu Qian finally released her tight embrace. And in that moment, Chu Kuang felt a sigh of relief. The spot where his sister had been holding him was precisely where he was injured. But in order not to worry them, he had endured in silence. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, he did possess a certain level of resilience that if only Shi Yao were here, he thought subconsciously, he wouldn't have to put on a brave face. Quickly shaking his head, he dismissed the thought that it was still unclear whether she was among those who betrayed him in his past life. Though she had always maintained a good relationship with him and seemed to harbor feelings for him, he knew he could not afford to lower the suspicion towards any member of their team. Even his closest brother could betray him. She was no exception. Without further deliberation, Chu Kuang entered the kitchen and brought out the dishes prepared by his sister. He was indeed famished, having expended too much energy during the battle with that aberrant creature. Although his sister's cooking was not particularly exquisite to him, it was a delicacy. Seeing her brother eat with such gusto, Chu Qian tilted her head in confusion. Was there something wrong with her taste buds? It felt quite mediocre when she had eaten it herself. On the way home, Jiang Xiaoke had already slain several oblivious first-tier aberrant creatures. After her earlier encounter with the second-tier creature, she now found herself adept at dispatching these lower-level monsters. As her master had said, they merely charged forward mindlessly. With even a modicum of combat awareness, one could easily handle them. Compared to just a few days prior, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Coupled with the crystal core she had just absorbed from the second-tier aberrant creature, she had already attained mid-stage qi refining cultivation. She was quite pleased with this pace. However, Jiang Lu had advised her not to advance too rapidly, emphasizing the need to solidify her foundation first, ensuring a smoother progression in the future. She understood this principle, yet she still yearned to advance more quickly. After all, when would she be able to learn those impressive techniques? Master, when will we go out next? Even before returning home, Jiang Xiaoke was already looking forward to their next outing. This trip had yielded significant rewards, and while she had witnessed some gruesome events, she had also saved some innocent lives. This sense of rescuing others filled her with genuine joy. Jiang Lu, however, was left speechless. They hadn't even returned yet, and she was already thinking about the next excursion. You can go out whenever you wish, but I most likely want to accompany you next time. Therefore, I suggest you consolidate your skills before venturing out again. The current situation outside remains perilous for you. Jiang Lu spoke candidly, finding little enjoyment in bullying children. It was far less appealing than lying on the sofa, but he merely wished to wait until he had sufficient strength to confront the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes. That was his ultimate goal, as for the intrigues of the apocalypse, he had no desire to engage. Let his little disciple handle the child's play. Upon learning that her master would not accompany her next time, Jiang Xiaoke's lips turned down slightly. She understood that her master couldn't always be by her side. Otherwise, she wouldn't grow. Yet, she still wished to be with Jiang Lu, not for his protection. The emotions of a young girl were fleeting. Once they arrived home, she dashed into her mother's room, eager to share everything she had experienced. Chapter 48. Chui Wanwan's passed shortly after Chu Kuang left the school. Two individuals ascended the back mountain of the school, familiar figures to Jiang Lu and his companion. The leading figure was the woman they had encountered earlier at the mall. Second sister, what on earth happened here? Why are there so many corpses of aberrant creatures? The second in command shook her head in disbelief, equally stunned by the scene before them. When they had first arrived at the school, everything had seemed relatively normal. However, as they followed the trail of the monsters to the back mountain, the situation had become increasingly dire. Their objective was to investigate the cause of the aberrant creature uprising, as instructed by their lady. According to her speculation, a substance known as spirit crystal, which could significantly enhance a being's strength, might manifest here. She had dispatched them to investigate. However, the lady had repeatedly cautioned them about the high likelihood of encountering second-tier aberrant creatures, emphasizing the importance of ensuring their own safety before proceeding with the investigation. Naturally, she had prepared thoroughly, bringing along her younger sister, known as the Sixth Sister, whose ability was to impose a gravitational field on others. In simpler terms, she could slow down enemies, and paired with her swiftness, they faced minimal danger, which was why she felt confident in undertaking the investigation. Additionally, she wished to fulfill this task well. The previous assignment had concluded with her only discovering the names of two individuals. Yet she had failed to pinpoint their exact whereabouts, resulting in a lost lead. Therefore, she was determined not to fail this time and to return with the information her lady sought. However, she never anticipated that upon arriving, not only would there be no sign of that spirit crystal, but not a single living aberrant creature was in sight. This was utterly illogical. She had witnessed countless monsters charging towards the school. And now, not a single one remained alive, each corpse bearing grotesque wounds. With their deaths not conforming to a singular pattern, it was evident that these creatures had not been slain by a single individual. It felt as though the monsters had turned on each other. But could that truly be the case? The second-in-command found even the thought absurd for the second-tier aberrant creatures the lady had mentioned. If they indeed existed, they should be among the multitude of corpses. She ventured deeper. She soon discovered a headless body that was evidently distinct from the lower tier of aberrant creatures. The intact body stood an imposing 2 to 3 meters tall, its robust physique making it difficult to fathom what could have killed such a creature. The crystal core that had once resided in its head had evidently been removed. Furthermore, the wounds on this aberrant creature bore a striking familiarity. The precise incisions resembled those made on the previous aberrant spider. It was hard not to associate the individual who had slain this creature with the one who had previously dispatched the spider. Following closely beside the second-in-command was a delicate girl with glasses, a recent addition to their ranks, having been rescued by their lady. This was her first mission, and she was confronted with such a horrifying spectacle, so many terrifying aberrant creature corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. The entire back mountain resembled a mass grave. Now, upon seeing this massive aberrant creature, she felt a surge of fear. If it were alive and before her, she would likely be paralyzed with terror. Wait, second sister, look! Could this be a bracelet dropped by the person who killed that monster? Suddenly, the sixth sister spotted a bracelet lying quietly nearby the gigantic aberrant creature. Its pristine condition suggested it had only recently been lost. The second-in-command took the bracelet, examining it closely. Indeed, it appeared to have been dropped just moments ago, with little dust settling upon it. With this find, she was now equipped to report back to the lady. Perhaps they could even track down the person she had been seeking all along. Even if it wasn't the owner, this bracelet's former owner should possess knowledge of the events that transpired here. Sixth sister, we must hurry back and inform the lady of the situation. With so many aberrant creatures perishing, including such a fearsome second-tier one, something significant must have occurred at this moment. Number 2, her expression grave. Spoke up, sensing a disquieting similarity to the previous incident at the shopping mall, suspecting it to be the handiwork of the same individual. Upon hearing this, Number 6 nodded anxiously, wishing to linger not a moment longer in this place. Within the confines of the Chui residence, Chui Wanwan listened with astonishment as Number 2 recounted the recent occurrences at the school that had been merely a few days, and yet another complication had arisen. Strikingly, just like the last time, a mutated entity had been eliminated prematurely by someone as she absorbed Number 2's words. Chui Wanwan began to ponder whether this might indeed be the work of the same person as before. At this stage, the only individual capable of directly dispatching a second-tier mutant, aside from the one involved previously, was elusive to her thoughts. Even she, in her current state, could only contend with ordinary second-tier mutants. The talk described by Number 2 was beyond her capacity to handle. Even if she could engage, it would likely result in mutual destruction, utterly unattainable at the level of her adversary. Her curiosity about this individual was growing increasingly intense, not solely due to their prowess, but because they seemed to possess something she had long coveted. Miss, we also discovered a bracelet at the scene, very likely left behind by that person, upon hearing of this tangible clue. Chui Wanwan's interest was piqued as she accepted the bracelet handed to her. She scrutinized it closely, noting its unremarkable nature. Merely an ordinary bracelet. This revelation left her somewhat disheartened, as she had anticipated finding something of greater intrigue. Nevertheless, it was still a lead. Please hand this bracelet over to Number 5, instructing him to locate its owner. Understood. After Number 2 had taken back the bracelet, she immediately vanished from the room a while later. Chui Wanwan finished handling her affairs and glanced out the window, confirming that no one else would arrive. She closed the door, shedding her previously aloof persona, and promptly flopped onto her soft bed, her hands continuously squeezing the rabbit plush toy that lay upon it. This toy had been a birthday gift from her mother on her 10th birthday, and she had cherished it ever since. The plush toy morphed in her grasp, exhibiting various peculiar expressions that if anyone familiar with her were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, astonished that their usually composed young lady could display such girlish demeanor. To them, she had always embodied an unflappable, expressionless persona, and such a display of vulnerability was beyond their imagination. Yet, only Cui Wanwan herself understood that she was merely an ordinary girl. The reason she had achieved such heights in her past life was due to a secret she had never shared with anyone. It was this very secret that had enabled her to become the most formidable awakener in her previous existence. She had thought this secret would remain locked within her heart until her current life came to an end. However, unexpectedly, this life had unveiled a glimmer of possibility. Although she was aware that this possibility was exceedingly slim, she was unwilling to relinquish even the slightest hope. Chapter 49. Dreams and Reality since the moment of her birth. She had experienced a recurring dream almost every night. A continuous dream that I end this dream. She was born into an immensely powerful empire, the Ice Cloud Empire. This empire spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. And she was the youngest princess within its bounds. Unlike the real world, this was a realm entirely different, akin to the depictions found in novels, that it was a land teeming with formidable cultivators capable of cataclysmic destruction. The Ice Cloud Empire governing this realm was no exception, boasting an abundance of powerful individuals. The emperor of the empire was the mightiest cultivator in this world, wielding absolute authority as a member of the royal family. She was the sole female heir of the empire, adored by the entire royal court from a young age. Both her father and her several brothers took great care of her, growing up in such a nurturing environment. She eventually matured, becoming less like the child she once was. She began to struggle to distinguish which world was real, for both realms felt overwhelmingly authentic. In the waking world, she was the heiress of the Cui family, living a life of luxury and ease. Envied by all night, she would sleep and transform into the princess of the Ice Cloud Empire, where in the harsh realm of cultivation, accidents claimed lives daily. As a scion of the realm's ruler, she naturally lived a life beyond the reach of ordinary people. As time passed, she could no longer discern which world was the reality. She ceased to ponder which realm was genuine. After all, she found immense happiness in both, and that was sufficient. Thus, with memories of two lives, she thrived in both worlds. Within the empire, she utilized the governance policies she had learned from her experiences in Blue Star to fortify the empire's rule. Her father, the emperor, was astonished to discover that his youngest daughter possessed such talents in this area. Initially, the emperor had not harbored high expectations for his little girl. He merely wished for her to be happy each day. Her brothers were all exceptionally talented, and thus even when the empress bore a daughter, she was allowed to remain a rare occurrence. However, the emperor was taken aback by her superior cultivation talents compared to her brothers, as well as her remarkable aptitude for governance, that he could not help but lament why his precious daughter was not born a son. Yet with her by their side, he felt slightly reassured. With her assisting her brothers, he could confidently entrust the empire to them and focus on ascending to higher realms that he had possessed the capability to ascend long ago, but had hesitated, fearing for the vast empire. Now that his offspring were all exceptionally capable, he could finally devote himself to cultivation. Thus, on her 16th birthday, her father ascended to the upper realm, receiving a grand farewell from the nation. While the throne was passed to the crown prince, that on the day of her father's ascension, she wept for a long time in her chamber. She held no interest in the throne. She merely felt a pang of sorrow at his departure. Unlike her brothers, she was not a true cultivator. The influence of her life in Blue Star had led her to value familial bonds more than they did in Blue Star. Her parents had raised her in a laissez-faire manner, being a typical political marriage with little affection for their daughter, viewing her merely as a tool for alliances. In contrast, it was in the emotionally distant realm of cultivation that she found a semblance of familial warmth. Surrounded by a loving father, a caring mother, and several brothers who treated her with great kindness, she recognized that her brother's affection stemmed from her lack of threat to the throne and her ability to assist them. However, she did not concern herself with such matters. All she desired was a harmonious family life. Thus, her father's departure left her profoundly heartbroken. The separations in the cultivation realm could truly be eternal. Unless she achieved her father's level of cultivation and ascended herself, such partings were likely irrevocable. She understood that this would take thousands of years, even under the best circumstances, but she resolved to work diligently in her cultivation, hoping for at least a chance. Others were astounded to see this pampered little princess beginning to train diligently, yet they dismissed it as a fleeting whim that days turned into weeks. Cui Wanwan believed she would continue on this path. But fate had other plans that on her 18th birthday, as she prepared to enter the cultivation realm as usual, the familiar dreamscape failed to manifest. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in reality. Panic set in. She initially thought it was just a fleeting mishap, but in the following days, she remained disconnected from the Ice Cloud Empire. That a month passed, and she resumed the mundane life of a typical heiress. As if that place had truly been nothing more than a fantastical dream, without any evidence of its existence. Unable to share this secret with anyone, she resigned herself to a dull and ordinary life. Attending school, advancing to higher education, and eventually seeking a marriage alliance with a family of similar standing, living a life devoid of passion. Then the turning point arrived. Shortly after her 18th birthday, the apocalypse erupted without warning, and her parents transformed into mutants. Yet, she felt no sorrow. Her thoughts were solely on whether death would bring her back to that world. With the protection of her family, she survived the initial wave of chaos and discovered that she had awakened a new ability, the capacity to conjure ice elements from thin air. Elated, she realized the techniques she had practiced in the Ice Cloud Empire were ice-related, though she had never been able to cultivate them in Blue Star, leading her to question the reality of that realm. Now that she had awakened an ice-based power, if this were merely coincidence, it would be an extraordinary one that without delay, she applied her training from the Ice Cloud Empire and quickly mastered the nuances of this newfound ability, solidifying her belief that the world from her dreams was indeed real, and her father, mother, and brothers were all tangible beings. Moreover, she made a crucial discovery. The crystalline core within the bodies of the mutated beings bore the same structure as the spirit stones used in her cultivation within the Empire. When she realized this fact, she was left astounded. Could it be that this world was genuinely connected to the realm of cultivation? However, aside from encountering items such as spirit crystals, which also existed in the cultivation realm, she found no further evidence of that world. Utilizing her experiences from the Ice Cloud Empire, she swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of this era, albeit only among the awakened humans. She understood that her current strength was still lacking, and there remained a significant gap between her and the cultivators from her dreams. Without the ability to cultivate, she could not progress FA or in her past life. She had ultimately perished without ever encountering what she yearned to see. She had once thought death would bring her liberation, only to awaken in this new world, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Her desires were fundamentally simple, yet elusive. Nevertheless, she was determined to forge ahead. Since she had been granted a second chance at life, she would not abandon any hope that in just a few short days. Unexpected events began to unfold. She encountered residual sword energy within the corpse of a monster. She knew well what this place was, Blue Star. The sword energy was something she had only witnessed during battles between cultivators in the realm of cultivation. Why, then, did it manifest here? In that first moment of realization, her heart raced with excitement. This signified that sword energy could be wielded in this world, indicating that cultivation was indeed possible. Did this mean she could cultivate as well? As long as she could cultivate, there was a chance to return to her dream realm, transforming fantasy into reality. This urgency drove her to seek out that individual, though deep down, she knew that even if she did not find him, he would inevitably reveal himself, that as long as he remained in this world, he would undoubtedly make his presence known. True cultivators would scoff at mutants, regarding them as mere trifles compared to the beasts of the cultivation realm. Indeed, just as she had anticipated, the mutant at the school, destined to evolve into a third-tier mutant, was swiftly eliminated. Chui Wanwan could think of no one else capable of such a feat but a cultivator. Yet, she remained uncertain of the cultivator's true strength. Though based on the spider's remains, she surmised it was formidable. Having spent over a decade immersed in the Ice Cloud Empire, she had developed an eye for distinguishing strength. At the very least, this individual's prowess in the sword arts was assuredly commendable. Her second brother was also a swordsman, often dragging her along to watch his training. Although she had little interest in it, she would not disrupt her brother's passion. Her brother was renowned as a swordsmanship genius within the Empire. Even if this stranger's skills were inferior, they would likely not differ by much, but that was sufficient. It would certainly be adequate in this world. Thus, upon learning of his whereabouts, conveniently close to her, she could no longer contain her inner joy. Her heart had remained anchored to that fateful night of her 18th birthday. The subsequent days had been nothing more than a meaningless repetition. Contrary to what others believed, she was not an unyielding ice goddess. She was merely a little girl yearning for love, after indulging herself briefly on the bed. Chui Wanwan quickly regained her composure. There were still many matters awaiting her attention, that in this life, she was determined not to act passively as she had in her past, with relevant memories at her disposal. She intended to utilize them wisely. The Awakeners team had only been established in this life, and she had drawn upon her previous memories to recruit renowned and capable individuals from her past. She had exerted little effort, merely leveraging the Chui family's influence to gather capable individuals from the vicinity before the apocalypse struck. Those individuals had no inkling of why the Chui family's heiress summoned them. But upon hearing of the generous rewards for spending a day with the Chui family, they readily agreed. Indeed, after the onset of the apocalypse, they understood why they had been gathered and expressed their gratitude for the life-saving grace of the Chui family's heiress. In the following days, Chui Wanwan also rescued individuals like Number 6, sending ordinary people to shelters while offering opportunities to the awakened willing to stay. She had made preparations for the school. But the situation escalated faster than anticipated. Fortunately, she received crucial information, ensuring she suffered no losses. Now, all that remained was to locate the bracelet's owner, and she was eager to meet this person in person. As Jiang Lu and his companion arrived home, dusk was approaching. Upon entering, they found Jiang Jingya had prepared a meal, waiting for their return. When Jiang Jingya saw her daughter, her previously vacant expression suddenly brightened. Uncertain of the reason, since the onset of the apocalypse, she had felt at a loss at home, unsure of what to do each day that in her previous life. Work had always felt overwhelmingly busy. But now that she had time, she found herself at a loss. All she could do was prepare meals early, which seemed to be her only remaining task. She had considered asking Jiang Lu to teach her cultivation. But her daughter had already become the apprentice of another, and she understood such opportunities for ascension were exceedingly rare. She was content that her daughter had encountered such fortune, as long as her daughter was happy. She had no other extravagant wishes. "Mom, after dinner, I'll share the details of what happened this time. You won't believe it." Jiang Xiaoka could hardly contain her eagerness to speak, yet upon beholding the delectable spread laid before her, she resolved to first indulge in the meal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingya's lips curved into a subtle smile. In truth, she cherished every word her daughter uttered, for the mere fact of her safe return was the most gratifying response she could hope for. After the meal, Jiang Lu revealed the treasures he had brought back, an impressive collection of dozens of comic books and some novels, prized possessions from his high school days. Fortunately, his backpack was sufficiently spacious to accommodate such bounty. Finding a comfortable spot on the sofa, Jiang Lu reclined and opened one of the novels, savoring its contents. However, after perusing a few chapters, drowsiness began to overtake him. What sort of novel was this? It paled in comparison to the folk tales he had heard while traversing the realm of cultivation. As the protagonist executed a particular skill, blue-silver bind, Jiang Lu's interest waned entirely, and he cast the book aside. Puzzled as to why he had purchased it in the first place, he reached for another book, ready to delve deeper, when he noticed Jiang Xiaoka stealthily approaching. Uncertain of her intentions, he wondered what had caused her to act so timidly. "Master, may I ask you for a favor?" As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoka's gaze flickered, revealing her evident nervousness. Jiang Lu, intrigued by her request, set aside the comic he had been holding. "What is it?" The moment Jiang Lu fixed his serious gaze upon her, her mind went blank, and she forgot the carefully chosen words she had prepared. With no choice but to speak her mind, she blurted out, "I know this request might be a bit excessive, Master, but I wish for my mother to become a cultivator as well." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiaoka closed her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, resembling an ostrich burying its head in the sand. She was acutely aware that opportunities for cultivation were exceedingly rare. She recognized her own good fortune in becoming Jiang Lu's disciple. Had it not been for this, she would merely be an ordinary person. Thus, even if Jiang Lu were to decline her request, she would understand, albeit feeling a tinge of sadness. Jiang Lu observed her demeanor, finding it rather endearing. He had anticipated a more grave matter, that I never said it was impossible. He reassured her, "There's no need to be so anxious. Cultivation is attainable for everyone, including your mother." Upon hearing Jiang Lu's affirmative response, Jiang Xiaoka's previously despondent expression brightened instantly. "Really?" she exclaimed, astonished by his swift agreement. Having braced herself for rejection, "I would never deceive you," he replied, then shifted his tone. "However, the techniques I teach you cannot be imparted to your mother." Jiang Xiaoke was momentarily taken aback. Master, why is that? Is the technique so precious that it cannot be shared?" She had been preparing to teach her mother the methods right away. "Not quite. The technique is simply not suitable for others, only for you," Jiang Lu explained. The wood spirit technique he taught was indeed only applicable to those possessing a wood spirit body. Without that, even intra-level practice would be insurmountable. "What then, Master? Does this mean my mother has no chance of cultivating?" Jiang Xiaoke's apprehension grew. Clearly, cultivation was not a simple endeavor, and she had perhaps underestimated its complexities. Jiang Lu, unaware of the extensive implications his words had on her thoughts, continued, "However, I do have other introductory techniques available. Why don't you fetch your mother? I shall assess her potential." Awakening from her reverie, Jiang Xiaoke understood the significance of this. It meant her mother had a substantial chance of cultivating. Without hesitation, she hurried to her room to bring her mother forth. That moment, Jiang Jingya stood before Jiang Lu, appearing somewhat reserved, unsure of what to say. She had merely been listening to her daughter recount the adventures of their recent journey. Hearing her daughter had been able to vanquish villains and battle terrifying mutated beings left her astonished and somewhat dazed that in just a few short days, the little girl who once nestled in her arms had transformed into a formidable heroine. The swiftness of this change was overwhelming. Yet, witnessing the spirited expression on her daughter's face as she recounted her tales, Jiang Jingyan knew this was her daughter's true passion. Still, she harbored concerns that her ordinary existence might create a rift between them, as if her daughter was now dwelling in a realm entirely apart from her own. Jiang Jingya was acutely aware that her daughter would never disregard her as a mother. She understood her daughter's character better than anyone. Nevertheless, a sense of worry lingered. She felt increasingly disconnected, as though the guidance she once provided in her daughter's studies and daily life was now rendered obsolete. Now, it seemed only her daughter could initiate conversations. Lost in these thoughts, Jiang Jingya suddenly found herself distracted, perplexed by her own mental state. Why was she contemplating such trivial matters when she had never done so before? It felt as if she had become a completely different person. Noticing her mother's unusual demeanor, Jiang Xiaoke, who had been animatedly recounting her experiences, also recognized something was amiss. She recalled how, upon returning home, she had found her mother lost in thought, as if burdened by some hidden concern. "Mom, what are you thinking about? You seem a bit absent-minded." Jiang Jingya snapped back to reality at her daughter's inquiry, bewildered by her own thoughts that, "It's nothing, that I was just reflecting on how capable you've become. And I, as your mother, find it somewhat hard to adjust." Jiang Xiaoke listened to her mother's explanation with a mix of belief and skepticism. That's so. "By the way, Mom, would you like to become a cultivator? Just like me? If I can become so powerful, surely you can too." Jiang Xiaoke expressed what had been on her mind. She had often seen her mother merely observing her during her cultivation sessions. The prospect of having her mother as a companion in cultivation seemed infinitely more enjoyable. Jiang Jingya had not anticipated her daughter would broach such a topic. Naturally, she had considered it. After all, she had little to occupy her time each day. The idea of cultivating alongside her daughter was indeed appealing. Furthermore, the decision ultimately lay with Jiang Lu, and she felt a surge of happiness knowing her daughter had such intentions. "Xiaoke, the techniques passed down from your master are likely not meant for sharing. You should focus on your own cultivation and not worry about me," Jiang Jingya advised. Understanding her mother's stance, Jiang Xiaoke realized that her mother was still interested in cultivation. She felt compelled to explore this further and decided to consult with her master about it. Thus, through a series of exchanges, Jiang Jingya found herself standing before Jiang Lu. "Immortal Jiang, please do not blame Xiaoke for being willful. It is my greed as a mother that has led to this. You need not accommodate me," she stated, still feeling somewhat uneasy, having not engaged in much conversation with him. "There is no need for such formality. Just call me Jiang Lu. Xiaoke is indeed my disciple, and I understand her wishes," Jiang Lu said, aware of the imposing presence his identity held over ordinary folk, save for Jiang Xiaoke, who was an exception. "Please extend your hand. I shall determine which technique suits you best." Jiang Jingya let out a subtle sigh of relief upon hearing this. Extending her hand to the other party, while secretly feeling grateful, that Jiang Lu did not exhibit any arrogance that in contrast to the eccentric personalities of many capable individuals she had encountered in her career. Jiang Lu, despite his formidable prowess, remained remarkably unpretentious. Had it been anyone else, they might have long since taken advantage of the chaos of this world. This was one of the qualities she admired most about him. Had he possessed even a hint of lecherousness, she and her daughter would likely have become mere playthings. Yet, he treated their home as simply a place to reside, requiring nothing more than her responsibility for daily sustenance. This arrangement was virtually akin to having no conditions at all. Others would have undoubtedly made exorbitant demands. Chapter 51. The body of the dark moon. Jiang Lu grasped Jiang Jingya's outstretched hand gently. A mysterious energy emanated from within him, reaching into Jiang Jingya's being. Although he could have employed more refined methods, the limitations of his current foundational stage restricted his ability to perceive another's primordial spirit, compelling him to utilize his inner true energy to explore the intricacies within her. Jiang Jingya found herself somewhat bewildered by this extraordinary sensation, feeling as though a nimble entity roamed throughout her body. It was an indescribably peculiar feeling that nearly elicited a moan from her lips. However, with her daughter present, she stifled the urge, knowing that such an outburst would utterly compromise her dignity as a mother. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoko observed the scene with curiosity, recalling her own experience with such sensations. Seeing her mother's reaction, she assumed the feelings were similar. She had thought she was the only one to have encountered such. Before long, Jiang Jingya sensed that the agile entity had finally dissipated within her. Only then did she dare to meet Jiang Lu's gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment from the earlier experience. However, she noticed that his brow was furrowed, as if deep in thought. Did I ask something wrong, master? Is there a suitable cultivation method for my mother's physique? Jiang Xiaoko inquired, having noticed the unusual expression on his face. At this moment, Jiang Jingya felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Could it be that her aptitude was too poor for cultivation? Jiang Lu, hearing her question, did not respond immediately. He found the situation rather perplexing. Jiang Jingya's physique was not lacking. On the contrary, it was remarkably exceptional, rivaling that of Jiang Xiaoko and in certain aspects, even surpassing it. Her body was a rare dark moon physique, also known as a furnace body. Individuals possessing the dark moon physique could cultivate at a speed several times faster than others. Yet in tandem with their advancement, they would also harbor celestial essence, making them ideal as furnace vessels. In his past life, Jiang Lu had encountered several female cultivators with the dark moon physique, most of whom were kept by powerful factions as mere tools for cultivation. Such individuals were often fated from birth. And during his efforts to eliminate some cultivators, he had even rescued a few. However, they had already been thoroughly conditioned, becoming mere slaves reliant on others. After he vanquished their masters, they naturally regarded him as their new lord. Although Jiang Lu was not exactly virtuous, he would never engage in such despicable acts of taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities, but he held no interest in powers obtained through coercion and plunder. Instead, he would erase their memories and nullify their dark moon physique, allowing them to live as ordinary individuals, thus sparing them from the fate of being captured again. Now that such a physique had manifested in Jiang Jingya, Jiang Lu found it difficult to comprehend. Though it was not an unparalleled divine body, it was certainly a rare find, and to encounter it so casually on Blue Star was indeed a stroke of luck. Additionally, her daughter possessed the equally rare wood spirit body, further heightening the coincidence. The fact that two individuals he happened upon were both of exceptional physique led him to question whether he was somehow blessed with a protagonist halo, as such odds seemed improbable. However, this alone was not sufficient to explain his confusion. The primary concern was Jiang Jingya's identity as Jiang Xiaoko's mother, a woman who had borne a child in the realm of cultivation. Those endowed with the dark moon physique were typically pure and unblemished, and upon losing their virginity, their dark moon physique would dissipate along with their primordial essence. The current situation was perplexing. How could a dark moon physique exist within a woman who had seemingly lost her primordial essence? This left him questioning the authenticity of their mother-daughter relationship. Yet, upon observing their striking resemblance, he could not dismiss the possibility of their blood ties. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lu found himself at a loss. Ultimately, it mattered little. With the dark moon physique, she could cultivate, and fortuitously, he possessed suitable methods for her training. Acquired from the furnace vessels he had rescued previously, did know, your mother's physique is quite remarkable, comparable to yours. Making her highly suitable for cultivation. The speaker is none other than Luan Huan from the official rescue team. Their current mission involves eradicating a group of scoundrels within this factory. To understand the situation, one must trace back to the onset of the apocalypse over 20 days prior. According to the information gathered by Luan Huan, the current authority of this factory is a small-time leader of a nearby malevolent faction. When the apocalypse struck, he seized the opportunity with ruthless determination, eliminating the original leader and claiming dominion over all of his power. Coupled with his awakened ability of rapid healing and a fierce fighting spirit, he swiftly ascended to become the most formidable local warlord, boasting a retinue of dozens. Subsequently, he pilfered numerous firearms from a nearby police station, fortifying his position within the factory. This, however, was not particularly astonishing, considering it had already been a month since the world fell into chaos. Numerous factions, both large and small, had emerged, and the power dynamics of S-City had undergone a radical transformation. In addition to the protection offered by their official organization, there existed a small faction of individuals unwilling to submit to official governance. They formed their own awakened teams, establishing a power base outside the official purview. The authorities were overwhelmed with managing the mutated beings and could scarcely attend to these outcasts, allowing them to fend for themselves. Yet, the small group within this factory committed acts intolerable to the officials. Luan Huan learned of a nearby faction when he encountered a disheveled girl with vacant eyes after a mission. After providing her comfort and stabilizing her emotions, he discovered from her that she had escaped from a university close to S-City. She had previously been part of a group predominantly composed of female students, led by a swordsmanship prodigy, rumored to be a Japanese exchange student. Following the outbreak, she awakened unparalleled reflexes, complemented by her impressive sword skills, enabling her to cut through the mutated beings and form a temporary team with other survivors from her school. The group expanded, incorporating nearby survivors. Their numbers grew. However, the school's supplies were limited and soon depleted. Faced with dire circumstances, they were compelled to venture into the outside world. Initially, they fared well, bolstered by a few awakened individuals who, despite being inexperienced, managed to handle the ordinary mutated beings, for otherwise they would not have survived at the university. Their fortunes changed when they sought food at a fresh produce supermarket and encountered an extraordinarily swift mutated being, which disrupted their formation before they could react. One awakened member was killed instantly. Her neck broken and skull pierced, devoured before their eyes. It was only after suffering several losses that they managed to slay the creature, with their leader delivering the fatal blow, lacking the strength to fight. The girl had hidden, inadvertently saving herself. Just as they celebrated the monster's defeat, they were unexpectedly surrounded by a group of armed individuals, whose demeanor did not resemble that of the official forces. As she watched, the leader of the assailants uttered something that caused the girl in charge of their team to frown in anger, leading to a gunshot that claimed the life of one of their male members. The scene instilled terror within the group, especially in the sword-wielding girl, who was aghast that the attackers would resort to gunfire against fellow humans. Soon, the others were taken away, leaving her in a state of panic. Realizing that the assailants were none other than the Black Dog Gang, led by Lu Wenkong, also known as Lu Matzi, whose face bore the distinct marks of pockmarks. This operation was not a random occurrence. They had been monitoring the female-dominated group since their arrival in S-City. After the apocalypse, the public's faith in the authorities had dwindled, having witnessed too many failures. Lu Wenkong understood that this was an era dictated by strength, where only the powerful could establish the rules. That he had learned this lesson when he plunged a knife into his predecessor's heart. Having amassed numerous followers after usurping power, he thrived, and with his rapid healing ability, he faced the terrifying mutated beings without fear, consistently fighting on the front lines. His subordinates revered him as their leader, particularly as he often brought back hidden women, ranging from former upper-class ladies to underage girls, whom he generously shared with his gang, living in luxury. The reason they could locate these hiding survivors was due to one awakened member in their ranks, whose ability allowed them to detect living beings in the vicinity. They initially believed this group of university girls would be annihilated, which would have been a missed opportunity, considering they were powerless against the creature. However, they were astonished by the strength of their leader. who managed to slay the beast, albeit at the cost of her own vitality. This situation, where two parties clashed and the opportunistic third party reaped the benefits, was precisely what Lu Matzi had been anticipating. He commanded his men to encircle the weakened group, asserting that if they could not deal with the mutated beings, they could certainly handle humans. Before the girls could recover, they were fully surrounded. Lu Matzi approached and, before their eyes, extracted the second-tier crystal core from the monster's head, waving it mockingly in front of the sword-wielding girl. Enraged by this display, she nearly allowed her fury to overwhelm her, wishing to strike down this loathsome man. Yet, her strength was waning, and having just survived a fierce battle, she had little energy left to evade bullets, leaving her at the mercy of her captors. Unsurprisingly, her sword was forcibly taken, and the entire group of dozens was led away. The hidden girl, frantic and desperate, realized that this gang was undoubtedly malevolent, and their fate would not be favorable. With no other options, she recalled hearing of an official organization within S-City that might offer assistance. Fortune seemed to smile upon her as she encountered Luan Huan's team along the way. Upon learning the sequence of events, Luan Huan was astonished to discover the existence of such a faction. Their missions typically involve eliminating nearby mutated beings and rescuing survivors. They were unfamiliar with these emerging powers. However, he could not make unilateral decisions regarding this operation. After bringing the girl back to their sanctuary and conferring with the higher-ups, they dispatched an elite team to investigate the situation. They awaited further instructions. A voice broke the silence of their small group. "Captain Luan, why not allow me to scout the situation? You know I excel at hiding." It was Lin Feng who spoke up. After enduring the experiences of the past month, he was no longer the naive high school boy he once was. With the capabilities bestowed by the system, combined with his formidable hidden abilities, he had now attained the strength of a Tier 2 awakened. However, he had not disclosed his true power to anyone. The other members of the team merely regarded him as an individual with exceptional physical constitution, a power awakened lacking any significant presence, often unnoticed and unremarkable in his performance. Yet his skills in concealment were indeed commendable, often making them nearly forget he was part of the team during missions. Upon hearing his words, Luan Huan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. At this juncture, there were indeed no alternative methods available. After all, they were on someone else's turf, and it was rumored that the adversary was armed, that a rash infiltration would undoubtedly be perilous. Furthermore, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable inability to fully discern the young man named Lin Feng within the team. Despite having previously been merely a high school student, Luan Huan had consented to his inclusion due to the latter's audacity and status as an awakened. Yet, he found himself frequently on the verge of forgetting about Lin Feng, which perplexed him, especially since his own abilities allowed for absolute focus. That he had also speculated whether Lin Feng's powers were different, but the sheer strength he exhibited could only be that of a power awakened, which led him to temporarily dismiss such thoughts that as long as Lin Feng's intentions remained pure, that was sufficient for him. After receiving Luan Huan's affirming response, Lin Feng once again amplified his abilities. Donning dark civilian attire as he vanished into the night, that a guard stationed at the entrance was utterly oblivious to the happenings outside, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of when his shift would end. Eager to return to the company of university students. Previously, he had only tasted the allure of such encounters, and now he craved more. The youthful female college students were simply delightful. Regrettably, he had yet to indulge in the most exquisite of them. But he was not in a hurry. Once his boss grew weary, he might still have his chance. As he mused, his excitement grew, and he was completely indifferent to the absence of others nearby. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the shadow that stealthily slipped inside. Once Lin Feng entered, he remained vigilant, but the reality surpassed his expectations. The entire factory, aside from the guard at the entrance, was devoid of any personnel. Although the factory was situated in the outskirts, with few mutated entities around, such lax vigilance was still overly careless. Upon receiving the assignment, Lin Feng felt little pressure, that he alone was aware of his true capabilities, which had significantly improved over the past month, that he could effortlessly eliminate ordinary low-tier mutated beings, and even typical Tier 2 mutants posed no challenge. Although he had yet to encounter a Tier 3 mutant, he believed he could hold his own, especially with the aid of his abilities. However, in dealing with the faction comprised of low-tier awakened and ordinary individuals, he realized he could resolve the matter single-handedly. But that would complicate reporting. Understanding the adage that a tall tree attracts the wind, Lin Feng did not allow himself to feel pride in his current prowess, reflecting on the events of a month prior at school. When a boy had decapitated a mutant, he comprehended the true extent of that individual's strength. The level of control over power exhibited then was something even he could not replicate now. Indeed, there are always greater talents and realms beyond one's own. Even with the system by his side, he could not afford to be complacent. His purpose in infiltrating was not merely reconnaissance. He sought to orchestrate an unforeseen incident that would eliminate Liu Motzi prematurely, thereby easing the subsequent actions of his team and allowing him to navigate with greater ease. This factory, formerly a pharmaceutical facility, had been seized for drug production and had even made headlines. Lin Feng had a vague recollection of it, to his surprise, it had been appropriated by the Black Dog Gang as its base. As he surveyed the premises, it became evident to him where the personnel were located. Clearly, the factory would not be staffed at this hour, and the glaring lights of the office building left little doubt as to the whereabouts of the occupants. Such blatant disregard for discretion was astonishing. Lin Feng shook his head. Over the past month, he had witnessed much, realizing that those with a modicum of power often grew arrogant, oblivious to the fact that they remained mere frogs in a well. At the entrance to the office building stood 2 guards, each holding cigarettes of unknown origin, engaged in idle chatter. Without affording them a moment to react, Lin Feng swiftly incapacitated them with a couple of precise strikes. Rendering them unconscious, stripping one of them of his clothing, Lin Feng donned the garment, presenting himself with an air of authority as he ascended. Upon reaching the upper floor, he encountered several individuals descending, seemingly oblivious to his presence as they chatted amiably. Observing them closely, Lin Feng noted their disheveled attire, as if they had hastily donned their clothes. Just as he began to ponder further, distressing sounds reached his ears. Guiding him directly into the loudest area of the building that as he entered, Lin Feng was greeted by an exceedingly debauched spectacle. This floor, once an office space, had been transformed into a nightclub-like environment. Most of the men were bare, utterly disregarding their appearances, while beneath them lay women dressed similarly, subjected to their whims. Before him unfolded an absurd scene. "Brother, let me have a turn with yours. I am bored of this one," that he observed a naked man nearby, grabbing a woman beneath him and exchanging her with another man, as if they were mere commodities. The exchanged woman bore scars, her face a mask of degradation. Witnessing this, Lin Feng, despite having steeled himself mentally, found his fists clenched beneath his clothing. These scoundrels, he longed to send them straight to hell. However, he restrained himself. Now was not the time for action. Uncertain of the whereabouts of their leader, he could not afford to alert them prematurely. Before ascending further, he glanced back one last time. The inhabitants remained engrossed in their depravity, oblivious to his presence. He resolved firmly that none of these individuals would escape his wrath. Chapter 54. Sirai Nami. As he ascended another floor, the cacophony below diminished. Yet, this level proved to be less easily deceived. No sooner had Lin Feng arrived than he was confronted by 2 guards stationed there. "What do you want? Are you unaware that this is the private domain of the boss? Get lost." One of them scrutinized Lin Feng, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if he should recognize him. "Wait, doesn't this guy look familiar? I feel like I've seen him before." Another individual, upon hearing his words, began to observe seriously. After a few glances, he became entirely certain that this person was not affiliated with their gang, that if he was not one of their own, then who could he be? The answer was already on the tip of his tongue. Without further thought, he was about to shout, but he clearly underestimated Lin Feng's reaction speed. Before he could utter a sound, Lin Feng had already taken the initiative, dispatching the 2 with a swift and lethal maneuver. Under Lin Feng's exaggerated strength, the 2 struggled momentarily before succumbing to silence. Unlike before, this time he had dealt a fatal blow. These individuals no longer had any reason to exist in this world. Stepping over their lifeless bodies, Lin Feng caught sight of an office. The light within illuminating the closed door, that it was evident that someone was inside. Approaching, he peered through the window and beheld a girl with long black hair. Her hands bound behind her to the office chair, a black blindfold obscuring her eyes, that it was clear that whoever had treated the girl this way possessed a certain malevolent penchant. Although the girl could not see the outside world, she was still struggling against her restraints. evidently resisting fiercely in her desire to break free. Lin Feng was now certain that this was the room where Lu Matzi was holding her captive. Despite the blindfold obscuring her features, the girl's alluring figure suggested that she was indeed the OB at this moment. Kiyono Nami was engulfed in utter despair. She found herself so devoid of strength that even the thought of suicide eluded her. She could only resign herself to being manipulated by her captor. Had it not been for that aberrant entity, she would not have fallen prey to such a person. Yet, regretting the past was futile. The apocalypse was merciless, with a strong triumph over the weak. She yearned for a swift conclusion to all this, hoping to hang herself, feeling unworthy of the Kiyono family as principals, observing the now submissive Kiyono Nami. Lu Wenkong felt a surge of excitement, preparing to strip her of her garments. Remarkably, the door, previously locked by him, was suddenly lifted along with its frame, upon seeing that it was a member of his own faction. Lu Wenkong's fury erupted. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see I'm busy? Get out." Yet, the intruder seemed impervious to his words, casually tossing the door aside and advancing towards him. It was only then that Lu Wenkong recognized the individual's face. Entirely unfamiliar to him. He was not one of their own. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, seizing a dagger from the ground and eyeing the stranger warily. "Who are you, and why are you wearing our attire? What is your purpose here?" The intruder replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourself with that. All you must know is that you are about to die." The visitor was none other than Lin Feng, who had been observing outside for quite some time, having not anticipated that he would emerge at this moment. Initially, he intended to strike as Lu Wenkong made his move, but the unfolding drama took him by surprise. He had not expected the girl to hold back at such a critical juncture, prompting him to re-evaluate her capabilities. Ultimately, however, she had still failed, but what could she do? This was the territory of others, and it was all too easy for them to take action. After waiting until now, he finally decided to act, though the outcome was already sealed. Lu Wenkong realized that his opponent was no ordinary foe. Anyone bold enough to storm into his stronghold alone was undoubtedly formidable. He had but one recourse left. "Intruder, we have an enemy here," he shouted, realizing he could only summon help. Fortunately, this was his base. Otherwise, that young man might have succeeded. However, the intruder appeared unfazed by his outcry, gesturing for him to continue. Lu Wenkong shouted again, but the silence from below was unnerving. He began to entertain the worst possible scenario. Had all his men been slaughtered? Why else would there be no response? Lin Feng smirked coldly. He was not surprised by the silence. His subordinates were likely enjoying themselves elsewhere, oblivious to the situation here. Lu Wenkong was now drenched in cold sweat, fearing that he was in grave danger. Observing his assailant closely, he noted the absence of weapons. The intruder was completely unarmed, which only served to underscore the disdain with which he regarded Lu Wenkong. The excess fear morphed into a flicker of anger. He could only gamble that the other did not know about his self-healing abilities. Thus, he could wager his life against his opponent, hoping to emerge victorious. With this resolve, Lu Wenkong hesitated no longer and struck first. After all, he had once thrived in the underworld, where killing and arson were second nature. He had no reason to fear this inexperienced youth. Meanwhile, Kiyono Nami, slumped on the ground, fought to suppress her discomfort as she observed the two men. She had never anticipated that someone would come to her aid at such a moment, realizing her opponent was likely an enemy. A flicker of hope ignited within her. As Lu Wenkong charged at him, Lin Feng merely smirked, likely unaware of the vast chasm separating their strengths. Lu Wenkong's movements were painfully slow in Lin Feng's eyes. As the dagger drew nearer, Lin Feng sidestepped effortlessly, grasping Lu Wenkong's arm with one hand while delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The force was so immense that it tore Lu Wenkong's arm from its socket, propelling him into the wall behind, where he crashed to the ground. The dramatic scene left Kiyono Nami in stunned silence, even causing her to momentarily forget the sensations coursing through her body. Lu Wenkong, now sprawled on the floor, coughed up blood, feeling a searing pain that threatened to tear him apart. Had anyone else taken that blow, they would have likely perished instantly. He could hardly fathom the depth of his opponent's strength. Lin Feng, equally surprised that Lu Wenkong had not succumbed, mused that although he was a second-tier awakened being, he was far from ordinary. He wielded a system. The fact that Lu Wenkong had withstood his strike was unexpected. Let us finish this, Lin Feng decided. Denying Lu Wenkong any opportunity to recover, he advanced and crushed the man's skull beneath his foot. Lin Feng had intended to eliminate him the moment he entered the restroom. His presence had become intolerable, and he found every word spoken by Lu Wenkong revolting. Having completed this task, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Kiyono Nami. That it must be said, she was a striking beauty. Likely the belle of any university, which explained Lu Wenkong's infatuation. Kiyono Nami, still reeling from the shocking events, was astonished that Lu Wenkong had been dispatched so easily that as Lin Feng approached her, she could no longer contain herself. Rushing forward to embrace him. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, she had leaped into his arms. Transformed from his high school days, Lin Feng had undergone significant changes through the system's enhancements. He was now taller and more physically defined. Kiyono Nami, pressing against him, found her height aligned with his neck as she unexpectedly licked his skin. The unfamiliar sensation sent jolts through Lin Feng's nerves. Barely an adult, he was ill-equipped to handle such stimuli, feeling more anxious than when confronting aberrant creatures. Looking down at Kiyono Nami, whose face was flushed and clearly lost in madness, Lin Feng acted without hesitation. Striking the back of her neck, the impact rendered her unconscious, and her arms, which had clung to him, fell limp. Lin Feng caught her as she began to slump, realizing he had no choice but to assist her in this moment. If he allowed her to continue, he feared he would lose control. After all, he was still a young man. However, he could not bring himself to take advantage of her vulnerability, especially not in this setting. Having completed his infiltration mission, he hoisted Kiyono Nami over one shoulder and carried Lu Wenkong's lifeless body with the other. Leaping through a nearby window, he casually discarded Lu Wenkong's corpse onto the factory road. Ready to report back. Chapter 56. Lin Feng's encounter. Meanwhile, outside the factory, the Lu En squad remained on guard. Captain Lu En, do you think Lin Feng has been captured inside? It's been quite a while since he went in. One of the squad members voiced his concern over Lin Feng's prolonged absence. Typically, reconnaissance missions were swift. Lu En, equally puzzled, shook his head in uncertainty that he had no insight into Lin Feng's situation. But given that he had volunteered for the infiltration, it was clear he possessed confidence in his abilities. Their squad was among the elite within the shelter, having dealt with numerous aberrant entities over the past month. Even successfully taking down a second-tier creature, they were unlikely to falter against a group of ordinary individuals with a few awakened members. Not long after, Lin Feng reappeared as the squad members prepared to inquire about his mission. They noticed he was carrying someone. Lin Feng slowed his pace upon reaching them, leaning the unconscious figure against a nearby tree. It was then that the squad members discerned the identity of the person he had brought back. Well done, Lin Feng. You were only gone for a short while, and you returned with such a beautiful girl, one of them exclaimed, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder with a grin at Lu En. Bewildered, questioned Lin Feng. You went in to ascertain the situation. So why did you bring someone back? Lin Feng, perceiving the confusion among the crowd, proceeded to articulate the narrative he had meticulously crafted. It turned out that upon his entry, he discovered that aside from the guard at the entrance, there was no one else overseeing the premises, allowing him to stealthily infiltrate the enemy's stronghold. Consequently, he witnessed the tumultuous scene that had just unfolded. Upon learning that the previously rescued girls had all been violated, the members of his team were consumed by rage, eager to confront the scoundrels responsible. However, Huan swiftly intervened, calming the group's fury and gesturing for Lin Feng to continue his account. Lin Feng then recounted how, after departing from that place, he intended to reunite with his comrades. Unexpectedly, on a narrow path within the factory, he encountered an individual poised to commit an atrocity against the very girl he had rescued. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the facial features of their target, Lu Wenkong. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng decided to launch a surprise attack. Indeed, the adversary was caught off guard, oblivious to Lin Feng's presence, and was swiftly subdued, allowing him to rescue the girl. The rest of the team, upon hearing of Lin Feng's experience, lauded his actions, astonished that he had not only dealt with the enemy leader, but also saved a girl from impending violation. Yet, Huan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The event seemed to unfold too seamlessly, bringing down the enemy leader with such ease. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that there was no evident flaw in their plan, and the girl they rescued served as the most compelling evidence. After a moment of contemplation, Huan spoke. If the enemy's internal situation truly mirrors what Lin Feng has described, then our course of action is clear. We shall advance directly into their stronghold. We will adhere to our previous strategy, but we must remain vigilant. Although the enemy comprises merely ordinary individuals armed with firearms, caution is paramount. Understood. The team members responded promptly, preparing for action. Juan, Captain, what shall we do with this girl? Lin Feng pointed towards the still unconscious Kiyono Nami, concerned about leaving her alone. Juan replied, in that case, Lin Feng, you stay here to watch over her. The confrontation with Lu Wenkong must have drained you of considerable energy. We shall handle matters on our end. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that this arrangement was indeed the most prudent. Thus, he remained behind while the rest of the team entered through the main entrance. One member swiftly executing the guards still lost in thought. With the team unobstructed in their entry into the factory, Lin Feng found a spot beside the tree where Kiyono Nami lay and took a seat. System, please scan the vicinity for any mutated entities. Host, there are 8 first-tier mutated entities within a 2-kilometer radius and 1 second-tier mutated entity within 5 kilometers. Upon learning that there were only these few minor threats nearby, Lin Feng felt an immense sense of relief. The enhancements he had undergone over the past month had unveiled the system's extraordinary capabilities. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be no more than a first-tier awakener at this moment. Even their team leader, Juan, was merely on the verge of grasping the threshold of a second-tier awakener, highlighting Lin Feng's rapid advancement. Yet he recognized that this was still insufficient. His current strength could only be deemed as the fastest among humans. However, in comparison to mutated entities, he was merely above average, not among the elite ranks. During a previous scan, he had discovered that within S-City alone lurked no fewer than 3 third-tier mutated entities. A remarkable fact considering he had only recently attained a second tier. He could not comprehend why, despite having a system to enhance his abilities, he was still outpaced by these monsters that he had acquired with the system. But it remained reticent, merely urging him to strengthen his power. This was the very reason he had chosen to conceal his true capabilities. He sensed an underlying conspiracy, and premature exposure could yield unforeseen consequences. The system's insistence on this course of action assured him that there were reasons behind it. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, he was suddenly brought back to reality by a soft groan from the girl beside him. It was then that he noticed Kiyono Nami, who had just regained consciousness, albeit still somewhat dazed. Her last memory was of lunging towards the man who had slain Lu Wenkong, leaving her uncertain of what had transpired thereafter. She quickly checked her attire, relieved to find it intact, only to realize that she was not alone. "Oh, you're awake. Are you feeling any better?" Lin Feng inquired. Kiyono Nami, now recognizing the man beside her as the one who had killed Lu Wenkong, felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. "Thank you for saving me. I truly don't know what I would have done otherwise," she murmured, biting her lip, clearly still shaken by her recent ordeal. Lin Feng, unfazed, responded casually, "It's nothing. Anyone would have acted against a scoundrel like Lu Wenkong. I merely did what was necessary." Though his tone was light, Kiyono Nami understood that the world had changed. In this apocalyptic era, most individuals had revealed their true natures, with those like Lu Wenkong forming the majority, making the likes of him a rarity. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Kiyono Nami, an international student here," she introduced herself. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. She was Japanese. It took him a moment to process this revelation. "I'm Lin Feng, a local resident, previously a high school student here." Kiyono Nami's eyes widened in disbelief upon realizing that her savior was still in high school. "No way. You're younger than me. How do you possess such strength? Seriously, are you saying you just turned 18? She asked incredulously. "Why would I lie? Plus, you can tell by looking at me," Lin Feng replied, anticipating her surprise. "You're a university student. After all, you can't be much older than I am." He had expected her astonishment at his age. Indeed, it was remarkable for a high school student to wield such power. "By the way, you must have seen how I dealt with Lu Wenkong, right?" Kiyono Nami nodded. "Please keep it confidential. When my teammates arrive, just say you were rescued by me on a path within the factory, and I took Lu Wenkong by surprise." "All right, but why do you want to do this?" she inquired, puzzled, as this seemed like an opportunity to showcase her own capabilities. "It's a secret. Just help me keep it under wraps, and consider it a reward for saving you." Lin Feng was naturally reluctant to reveal his true strength at this juncture, as he could have single-handedly subdued the entire factory. Seeing her agree, he felt a measure of relief. However, Even if she did divulge the information, it was unlikely anyone would believe her, as he was merely an 18-year-old boy, and such extraordinary strength seemed implausible. I have a question. Suddenly, Kiyono Nami hesitated before speaking. What is it? Well, before I lost consciousness, I lunged into your arms. Did I do anything inappropriate? Upon hearing her question, Lin Feng froze, recalling the moment when she had nibbled at his neck. An unusual sensation washing over him once again to know. He couldn't reveal this. It was best for both of them. Clearing his throat, he quickly replied, Of course, not that I saw the effects of the drug taking hold. So I knocked you out. You see, your clothes are still intact, so you must know I didn't do anything, that I didn't mean it that way, that I know you didn't do anything. And I'm very grateful. She reassured him, but knowing that I didn't do anything out of line puts me at ease. Otherwise, I would have a hard time facing my family's teachings. After learning she hadn't acted inappropriately, Kiyono Nami felt a wave of relief in her family's teachings. An unmarried woman was forbidden from having intimate contact with men, and as the daughter of the Kiyono family, she had been instilled with such values from a young age. At this moment, Lin Feng decided to voice a curiosity that had lingered in his mind. Miss Kiyono, judging by your name, you must be Japanese, yet why do you appear so much like a local? Kiyono Nami tidied her slightly disheveled hair and straightened her posture before responding. My father is Japanese, and my mother is from the Summer Kingdom. That is why you might perceive me as a local. No wonder Lin Feng remarked that he failed to recognize him at first glance, considering he had indeed perused the works of numerous teachers. It was inconceivable that he could not discern this one. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the surroundings suddenly plunged into utter darkness, leaving only the moonlight above as the city's last remaining beacon. Lin Feng was momentarily startled by the abrupt darkness, finding himself somewhat unaccustomed to such an extreme change. Accompanying this unsettling shift were the anguished screams emanating from within the factory. Clearly, Captain Luan and his team had commenced their assault, and the power outage presented an opportune moment for action. As for the blackout, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. The refuge had long since prepared for such eventualities, equipped with backup power sources. However, the fate of the smaller groups still outside remained uncertain. Before long, the factory fell into a complete silence. Lin Feng lingered in place for a while longer, until he finally spotted Luan Huan returning with his team, prompting him to inquire, Captain, how did it go? Is everything resolved? At this moment, Luan Huan noticed that the girl Lin Feng had carried back had regained consciousness, and he let out a weary sigh. Unlike her, the other girls were not so fortunate. Upon entering, he had encountered a scene that ignited his fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he had dealt them fatal blows. While the individuals on that floor, engrossed in their revelry, were utterly unprepared for the sudden invasion, they were swiftly overwhelmed and slaughtered before they could react. When the girls beheld the demise of their tormentors, they were momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone had come to rescue them. Some broke down in tears, while others wore expressions of shock, clearly teetering on the brink of psychological collapse. Observing their plight, Luan Huan felt compelled to offer words of comfort, yet he found himself at a loss for what to say. The events had already transpired, and had he arrived even slightly earlier, perhaps he could have altered the outcome. Alas, there was little to be done, as their operation had to adhere to certain protocols. Reluctantly, Luan Huan assigned one of his team members to notify headquarters to send someone for the rescue, while he and a few others set about eliminating the remaining remnants within the factory. The power outage, in this regard, provided him with an unexpected advantage to AT that moment. The Tianfu community was also shrouded in darkness. Jiang Lu lay on the sofa, engrossed in a game, when the entire living room was suddenly engulfed in blackness. Oh no, the power is out. He realized, deducing from the external circumstances, that the entire city had succumbed to a blackout. The mother-daughter duo, still engaged in their cultivation, emerged from their room. Master, is this a power outage? Jiang Xiaoke asked, her tone tinged with annoyance. The lack of electricity would undoubtedly bring about some inconveniences. Jiang Lu was not surprised by the blackout. Given the current situation, power could fail at any moment, and managing to last a month was already quite commendable. Most likely, an issue at the power station was to blame. If left unattended, it was only a matter of time. What shall we do now? We cannot remain in the dark. Otherwise, what difference is there from being trapped in the realm of cultivation? He mused that I suppose I shall address the power issue tomorrow. It is unavoidable. With his month-long endeavor reaching its peak, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Once he achieved that, venturing outside would no longer pose a problem. For now, he would have to make do for the night. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter tomorrow. You two continue your cultivation. Jiang Xiaoke nodded in agreement. She had already reached the advanced stage of qi refinement and was on the cusp of reaching its pinnacle, not far from forming her foundation. The Master's impressive sword techniques had become a part of her repertoire, and after a month of intense training, she was eager for her imminent victory. Determined to persevere. Chapter 58. Ascension to Golden Core. The dawn of the following day arrived, the morning sun dispelling the darkness of the previous night. Many who had been struggling to survive in the city awoke to find their refuge plunged into darkness. Within the Tianfu community, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through the air, and after a night of consolidation, Zhang Lu had once again attained the Golden Core realm, a milestone that signified his true entry into the path of cultivation. It is worth noting that in his previous life, achieving this level had taken him several decades, even with fortuitous encounters. This time, however, he benefited from the experience of his past life, coupled with his self-created techniques. Otherwise, such rapid progress would have been unattainable. Yet, Zhang Lu did not feel particularly different. His current realm could only be deemed invincible in this world, for his true adversaries had never been the mutated beings or awakened individuals of this realm. The true puppeteer behind the scenes had yet to reveal themselves, the one responsible for creating the mutated beings and awakening the others, as well as for keeping him in this world, remained an enigma. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront whatever came his way. There was little point in pondering such matters at present. The commotion surrounding Zhang Lu's breakthrough to Golden Core stirred the mother-daughter duo in the room. "Master, have you truly broken through to the Golden Core realm?" Jiang Xiaoke asked, her voice laced with excitement. After a month of training, she had come to understand the specifics of the cultivation path and the extent of her master's abilities. It turned out he was merely one realm above her. When she first learned of this, disbelief washed over her. The prowess her master exhibited hardly seemed to correspond with such a modest advancement. However, upon confirming the truth, she felt a wave of despondency. The gap between them felt insurmountable. Yet, upon remembering her master's celestial nature, she found solace in the realization that his strength reflected her own potential. After all, he was her master. Zhang Lu nodded in acknowledgement. With his newfound Golden Core cultivation, it was time for him to venture out once more. Originally, he had planned to do so upon reaching this stage. And the coinciding power outage now provided the perfect opportunity to, I may be gone for an extended period. Focus on your training while I am away, that if you must venture out, ensure your cultivation is solidified first. Additionally, the techniques I have taught you should be utilized sparingly. You are not yet ready to bear the burden they impose. Zhang Lu imparted these crucial reminders to his young disciple before taking his leave. He had never been one to be so verbose, yet for some reason, he felt compelled to express these thoughts during this period. "Understood, Master. Will you truly be gone for long? When might you return?" Jiang Xiaoke inquired, still somewhat unaccustomed to the prospect of his absence. The days spent together had fostered a sense of comfort and familiarity. However, this journey had been one he had forewarned her about, and she could not accompany him. Her body was not yet capable of enduring the flight speed of someone at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, her immediate priority remained advancing her own cultivation. She understood that her master could not always be by her side, and ultimately, she had to rely on her own strength. Zhang Lu shook his head, uncertain of how long he would be away. The duration would depend on the circumstances he would encounter. Nonetheless, he was determined to return as soon as possible, for he had no desire to linger outside for too long. "Master, please take care while you are out. I will await your return at home." Jiang Jingya, standing nearby, wished to express her farewells, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only offer a gentle wave. Zhang Lu glanced back at them, offering a slight nod before turning towards the balcony that I in the astonished gaze of the two women. He manifested a sort of pure energy beneath his feet, rising effortlessly into the AI in an instant. He vanished from the balcony, leaving no trace behind. Even though the mother and daughter had previously witnessed his extraordinary abilities, this display of sword flight, akin to something out of a fantasy, was a first for them. Jiang Xiaoke, consumed by her thoughts, felt an overwhelming urge to ascend to her masteress realm and master this technique herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingya's previously placid heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. Her earlier cultivation had merely served to alleviate her boredom and accompany her daughter. Yet, Zhang Lu's recent actions had ignited within her a newfound desire for proactive engagement in cultivation. So this is what it truly means to be a celestial being. Having witnessed Zhang Lu lounging on the sofa, she had nearly forgotten his true identity. Mother, hurry and cultivate. When Master returns, I want to surprise him. Jiang Xiaoke spoke as she grasped her mother's hand, leading her towards the room, already eager to indulge in her practice. With Zhang Lu absent from home, they could afford to simplify their daily sustenance and concentrate solely on their cultivation. At that moment, in the skies above S City, anyone paying attention would witness a fleeting white figure darting through the air. Zhang Lu, hovering above, was observing the conditions on the ground. After a month, the city had transformed into a decrepit shadow of its former self. It wasn't long before he spotted some mutated creatures loitering nearby, evidently lying in wait for their prey. Zhang Lu also took note of a few slightly more formidable mutated beings. However, they seemed to have established a peculiar balance, maintaining considerable distance from one another while each claimed their own territory. Zhang Lu had little interest in dealing with them, as long as they did not provoke him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal flying creature suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. Zhang Lu paused, intrigued to discover what had intercepted him. Before him stood an extraordinarily bizarre being, its massive eagle-like body adorned with a human face and two pairs of wings extending downwards, boasting an impressive wingspan of 8 meters. Noticing Zhang Lu's gaze, the creature began to scrutinize him in return, its head swaying side to side as if deep in contemplation, which only added to its eerie demeanor. Upon discerning the creature's form, Zhang Lu lost interest. It seemed to be a third-tier mutated entity on the verge of reaching fourth-tier strength. Otherwise, it would not have dared to block him midair. Nonetheless, this was also why Zhang Lu had been flying slowly, as he was uncertain of the precise location of the power station, only aware of a general vicinity to avoid passing it by too swiftly. The human-faced griffin fixed its gaze on Zhang Lu. Intrigued by this rare sight of a flying creature akin to itself, that it was curious, not immediately attacking, as it had never encountered prey that did not flee upon its approach. The higher-tier mutated beings tended to exhibit more human-like reasoning. It was evident that this griffin possessed a degree of intelligence. Instead of launching an immediate assault, it chose to observe, noticing that its prey did not exhibit fear. Unlike past victims who would beg for mercy, it became increasingly curious about the creature's intentions. Yet, it soon discerned the reason behind Zhang Lu's composure. Zhang Lu, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon realizing the creature blocking his path was a mutated being, its fate was already sealed, with a firm grip of both hands. He directed his energy towards the griffin, compressing the space around it as if an immense hand was tightening its grasp. The human-faced griffin, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found itself unable to breathe as an unseen force constricted its surroundings. Accompanied by its chilling, human-like cries, its massive form disintegrated into a mist of blood, silencing it entirely. Zhang Lu erected a barrier with his true energy to shield himself from the splatter of blood. After a prolonged silence, beneath the spot where Zhang Lu had just battled, the mutated creatures on the ground suddenly noticed the rain of blood falling from above, drawn irresistibly by its scent, and gathered to lick it up. Among them, a humanoid-like mutated being stealthily slipped away. If its assumptions were correct, it had just stumbled upon a crystal core from a mutant nearing fourth-tier strength. Fortunately, in its current mutated form, it refrained from expressing its elation audibly. This stroke of fortune was aided by the presence of numerous lower-tier mutants nearby, allowing it to seize the opportunity without resistance. With this crystal core, it could ascend to second tier, making third tier a tangible aspiration. Contemplating its newfound advantage, it cast a resentful glance towards the direction of Z City. Fortune had favored it, and it surmised that the group there would not anticipate its continued existence. Just wait, for one day, it would make them regret their past actions. Chapter 59. The lightning mouse at the border between Z City and S City, within a grain storage base, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Zhang Go, I beg you, spare my daughter. She is merely 8 years old, but if you seek to vent your anger, direct it at me instead. Do not harm her." The man pleaded as he bowed before the man seated before him. The man, exuding an air of languid authority, replied, "Chinghe, it is not my desire to harm your daughter. Rather, it is you who must confront the consequences of your own actions regarding her. This is not my doing." As he spoke, he accepted grapes from a woman in a chi-pao beside him, savoring them while nodding in acknowledgement, causing her to visibly relax as she resumed her previous task, seemingly oblivious to the man kneeling behind her. "Zhanggu, I assure you, it is not that I am unwilling. You know well the dangers surrounding the power station. It is simply too perilous to approach that I care not for your excuses that if you cannot resolve this issue, then bid farewell to your precious daughter. Choose wisely." With that, he kicked the kneeling man aside, coldly instructing, "Leave that I have important matters to attend to. Consider your options carefully. If you cannot provide an answer shortly, you and your daughter shall never meet again." Defeated, the man rose and trudged towards the door, ignoring the chipa-clad woman now seated atop the man. Upon closing the door, he found a nearby corner and broke down in tears, feeling utterly cornered by the situation. His name was Qian Qinghe. Once a skilled electrician, he had a happy family, a loving wife, and a warm home that he had always taken pride in his work, cherishing the harmony of his family. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. His wife had transformed into a grotesque monster, forcing him to confront the harrowing choice of taking the life of the one he loved to protect their daughter. Subsequently, the pair had wandered through hardship until they arrived at this place, believing it to be a sanctuary, only to discover it was merely a new hell. The leader here, the man before him, Zhang Mu, was said to have once been a mere university student, only to awaken extraordinary powers when the apocalypse struck, that he possessed the ability to store food within an alternate space and could teleport using his spatial powers. From the moment he seized control of the grain storage, he had emptied its resources. This left subsequent survivors arriving here at his mercy for sustenance, that as the apocalypse progressed, conditions worsened, and more refugees flocked to this haven, swelling Zhang Mu's ranks that a cadre of awakened followers pledged loyalty to him, transforming him into the undisputed ruler of this realm. Initially, Qian Qinghe managed to fend for himself and his daughter, utilizing his relatively robust physique to dispatch low-tier mutants and repair the base's electrical systems, ensuring their survival. However, everything changed yesterday when the power, which had sustained them for a month, finally failed. This had been anticipated. He had worked in that field and had surveyed the area post-apocalypse that IT had long been claimed by a yellow creature crackling with electricity, apparently siphoning power from the vicinity. Just a fleeting glance had prompted him to flee, as it was evidently beyond his capabilities. Yet, this power outage had plunged him into his current predicament, with Zhang Mu demanding he rectify the issue. Typically, he was the one to troubleshoot problems, but he never imagined Zhang Mu would assign this task to him. Knowing well it was unmanageable, he promptly relayed the situation to Zhang Mu, but his words fell on deaf ears. The threat to his daughter loomed large. If he failed to comply, she would no longer have a place in the base, as they did not harbor the inept. Realizing this was a direct threat, he felt utterly helpless, as his fate rested in Zhang Mu's hands. He had considered rallying others to overthrow Zhang Mu, for many had suffered under his tyranny. However, no one was willing to cooperate, as food remained firmly in Zhang Mu's grasp. Even if they succeeded in killing him, they would still face starvation. After crying for what felt like an eternity, he tremblingly rose, resigned to take a chance. Perhaps the electrical rodent had vacated the area following the outage, granting him a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in the skies above S City, Jiang Lu continued his search for the power station's location. He sensed he was nearing the edge of S City, on the cusp of crossing into Z City. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. After scanning the skies once more, he finally identified his target, finding a suitable place to land. Jiang Lu dispelled the form of his energy sword. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of a long-abandoned site. Just as he contemplated his next move, a yellow figure sprang forth from below. Standing directly in front of him, Jiang Lu was startled by the sudden appearance of this creature. An electric, four-legged being, approximately a meter in size, crackling with electricity. The WC, is that not Pikachu? Jiang Lu, momentarily caught off guard, let slip an expletive, utterly astonished to encounter something reminiscent of the animated world he once cherished. The resemblance was striking. Could such a creature truly have mutated into this form? while there remained some discrepancies between the yellow being before him and the animated Pikachu. The similarities were undeniably substantial, roughly 80% alike to AT that moment. The yellow creature bared its teeth at Jiang Lu, feeling a twinge of danger emanating from this unexpected human intruder. Jiang Lu, however, was already scheming. This creature appeared capable of generating electricity that he pondered whether he might utilize it as a biological power generator, thereby resolving his electrical dilemmas. The yellow creature, no longer contemplative, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy directed at Jiang Lu. He remained unfazed, absorbed in his thoughts, and effortlessly caught the formidable energy with one hand, casually discarding it onto the nearby ground. The impact of that terrifying energy created a significant crater, charred the surrounding trees, and left Jiang Lu in realization. He had finally recalled the method for controlling intellect from his previous life. After releasing that powerful attack, the yellow creature exhibited signs of weakness, contemplating a repeat of its earlier maneuver as Jiang Lu advanced towards it. However, he granted it no opportunity, instantaneously appearing beside it and grasping its head firmly. In an instant, the once menacing creature's eyes began to glaze over, and after a brief interval, its eyes regained their former vibrancy. Jiang Lu gently set it down, astonished to see it transform from its prior ferocity to a more affectionate demeanor, nuzzling against his pant leg with its small yellow head. Fortuitously, Jiang Lu's extensive prior learning proved beneficial. He felt a sense of gratitude for his diligence in his former life. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to eliminate the creature. Chapter 60. Taming. This entire scene unfolded before the watchful gaze of Qian Xinghe, who had approached out of curiosity regarding the electric mouse that he had initially intended to ascertain its presence, but the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. The electric creature lay resting in its previous spot, leaving him at a loss for how to approach. Just as he pondered his next move, a shadow streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he beheld a figure clad in white standing atop the power station, a place no one dared to approach. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend how this individual had appeared there. Was it teleportation? He had been vigilantly observing that very spot and had not noticed the sudden addition of another presence. However, the ensuing events swiftly eclipsed his confusion. The yellow electric mouse awoke the moment the white-clad man drew near, springing to life and leaping to confront him. Qian Xinghe hesitated, torn between warning the man of the creature's formidable nature, having witnessed its capacity to absorb electricity firsthand, and maintaining his silence. However, before he could decide, the yellow being had already launched an attack. He witnessed a terrifying surge of energy erupt from the creature, rendering him motionless with fear. While he had suspected the creature's strength, he was unprepared for the sheer magnitude of energy contained within its diminutive form, that if such a blast were to strike a human, it would likely reduce them to ashes. Just as he began to lament the fate of the man who had disturbed the creature, he witnessed an unfathomable spectacle. The fearsome energy released by the yellow creature was effortlessly caught by the white-clad man with a single hand, casually tossed aside, resulting in a massive explosion that created a deep crater in the ground. Akin to the detonation of a missile, the immense commotion reverberated, affecting Qian Xinghe as well. What in the world is happening? Is this some sort of film production? He struggled to reconcile the reality before him. Previously, they had relied on brute force and tools to eliminate mutated beings. Those with slightly greater prowess, like Zhang Mu, could utilize teleportation to evade and find opportunities for ambush, yet they remained within the realm of ordinary humans. This individual, however, operated on an entirely different level, as though he had caught a missile with his bare hands, an impossible feat for any human. The unfolding events left him utterly dumbfounded after catching the creature's attack. The man, moving at a speed beyond Qian Xinghe's comprehension, approached the yellow being, disregarding the flickering electric sparks surrounding it, and seized its head, lifting it effortlessly. That he observed the once fearsome electric mouse transform into a creature yearning for affection. Akin to a small cat or dog seeking its owner's love, snuggling against a white-clad man. The entirety of this unexpected turn left him uncertain of how to respond. However, a fleeting image of his daughter flashed in his mind, reminding him of the purpose of his visit. Now that the electric mouse had been subdued, he could attempt to resolve the electrical issues he faced. Yet as he waited, the man showed no signs of departing, compelling Qian Xinghe to muster the courage to approach. hoping the man would spare him in consideration of their shared humanity. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay further, uncertain of Zhang Mu's intentions regarding his daughter. Days later, Qianqinghe returned to this familiar place, only to find the situation drastically altered. That as soon as he emerged, he was met with the piercing gaze of the electric mouse, baring its teeth at him. Instantly, fear gripped him, and he stammered an explanation. "Esteemed one, I mean no disturbance, that I merely came to inspect the electrical issues and will depart immediately." Upon uttering those words, he contemplated fleeing at the first sign of displeasure from the man. After all, survival was paramount. Without his life, his daughter would face certain doom. Fortunately, luck favored him. The man merely cast a brief glance in his direction before gently petting the electric mouse's head. The once menacing creature reverted to its previously docile state. Relieved, Qianqinghe bowed slightly in gratitude as he passed by, hastening to his former workplace. However, as he resumed his duties, beads of cold sweat began to form. He was horrified to discover that the power station was entirely depleted of electricity. It appeared that the electric mouse had absorbed every last bit. What was he to do? If the power could not be restored, both he and his daughter would be doomed. After a thorough examination, the power station's instruments ceased to function entirely. Frustrated, Qianqinghe struck the console, yet it remained unresponsive. That moment, he could no longer contain his despair. Covering his face as he wept that in the previous decades, he had never shed a tear, but during this month of calamity, he had cried no less than 3 times. When he had taken his wife's life, he resolved to protect his daughter at all costs. How could he face his wife in the afterlife if he failed? Now, however, his daughter's fate rested in his hands, and he felt utterly powerless. This anguish was far more unbearable than death itself. With renewed determination, he resolved to confront Zhang Mu, fully aware that the odds of victory were slim, but it was his only chance. Only through his demise could they have any hope of survival. His eyes burned with a fierce resolve, though this time it was a resolve to face death. Just as he prepared to return, an unexpected voice echoed from outside. "Are you one of the former staff members here?" Qianqinghe turned to find the white-clad man, who had tamed the fearsome creature, entering and addressing him directly. "Yes, I worked here for over 10 years. Having made his decision, his courage surged, allowing him to respond fluently to someone he had previously feared to engage. "Oh, do you know how to restore power to a household?" Taken aback by the question, Qianqinghe pondered how it contrasted with what he had just attempted to accomplish. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, "That would require electricity. I just checked the power station, and it is completely drained. It seems impossible." As he spoke, he glanced at the culprit, the electric mouse, still nestled against the man's leg. Jiang Lu understood the implication and grasped Pikachu's ears, lifting it up. This creature must possess an abundance of electricity. It could be useful. Chapter 61. Reunion of father and daughter. As Jiang Lu spoke, he gestured towards the Pikachu he had lifted, which was still thrashing its short, nimble legs in the air, yearning to leap into his embrace. This comical scene, however, appeared utterly humorless in the eyes of Qianqinghe and his companion. Both were beings capable of effortlessly vanquishing him. Yet here they were, seeking his counsel. Qianqinghe had not anticipated such a possibility, but upon realizing the identity of the individual before him, he found understanding. After all, this was a man who could catch missiles with his bare hands. Well, if that is the case, it should be feasible. Provided it is willing, he mused that it was indeed a stroke of fortune that the electrical conundrum was resolved in such a manner, all the while acquiring a pet to boot. "Are you available at present? If so, I would like to have this Pikachu deliver the electrician directly to my home, as I have other matters to attend to at that moment." Qianqinghe hesitated. Though he had no grounds to refuse the request, after much deliberation, he finally spoke up. "Esteemed one, I fear I cannot comply at this juncture. I must rescue my daughter." After uttering these words, he quickly glanced at the esteemed individual's reaction, and upon noticing a lack of expression, he proceeded to briefly recount the circumstances he faced. Having finished, he awaited a response, uncertain of the other's disposition. Should the individual disregard his feelings and insist he proceed, he would find himself powerless. Upon hearing the account, Jiang Lu grasped the situation well enough. It was merely a conflict born of human nature. He lifted the small creature once more and whispered a few words into its ear before gently placing it back down. "Let us do this. My little pet shall accompany you to resolve your predicament." Once that is accomplished, it will guide you to the location I require, where you can connect the electricity, thus completing your task. How does that sound? Listening to Jiang Lu's words, Qian Qinghe was rendered speechless. He had never envisaged that the problem which had plagued him for so long could be so casually resolved with a mere statement. After regaining his composure, he hurriedly replied, "Thank you. Truly. Thank you that I will attend to my affairs there, and come at once." With that, he knelt before Jiang Lu, bowing deeply 3 times in gratitude, his voice a continuous stream of thanks. While it may have seemed a trivial matter to Jiang Lu, for Qian Qinghe, Jiang Lu was the greatest benefactor of his life. Yet, when he rose, he found the esteemed figure had vanished, leaving only the electric creature, now preening itself in place at that moment. He was at a loss as to how to communicate with it. "Shall we go?" he suggested, gesturing forward, but the creature remained unresponsive. This left him perplexed. How could he transport it back to the base? He hadn't inquired how to interact with this creature. As he paced anxiously, he suddenly noticed that it followed his movements, that he decided to test this further by walking a short distance ahead. And indeed, the creature trailed after him. This brought him a measure of relief. If the esteemed one had provided him with a means of salvation, it would be embarrassing to be unable to utilize it effectively. In the grain storage facility, Zhang Mu was indulging in massages from 2 lovely women. Ordinarily, he would be enjoying chilled watermelon and a full-body massage at this hour, but with the power outage, he was left with only the massages. He blamed Qian Qinghe for the inconvenience. If he had repaired the electricity, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Should Qian Qinghe return without resolving the issue, he would ensure the old fool knew he was not a man to be trifled with. Unfortunately, his daughter was just 8 years old, and he had no interest in her. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. The women in the base were essentially his harem. Those who disagreed had been expelled, and their well-being was of no concern to him. Before long, Zhang Mu heard a knock at the door. One of the masseuses opened it, revealing Qian Qinghe waiting at the entrance. However, the power had yet to be restored, indicating that the old fool had truly made up his mind and grown defiant. Grabbing his clothing, Zhang Mu stood and instructed the woman beside him to tidy his attire. He then addressed the newcomer. "Let him in. Tell him to wait for me in the hall." Qian Qinghe felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he now had the assistance of the electric creature, he remained uncertain of its reliability. That IT had previously shown no distinction between friend and foe, and he could only hope that the esteemed one had indeed managed to bring it under control. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by his daughter, who had been waiting at the door. "Daddy, please don't leave Huan again. I'm so scared." Seeing his precious child clinging to him so tightly brought a wave of emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. "That it's all right, Huan. No one can separate us now. Daddy will always be with you." The onlookers within the base sighed at the scene, already anticipating what would unfold next. They were astonished that Zhang Mu had allowed the reunion between father and daughter. Just as the emotional moment lingered, Zhang Mu rudely interrupted. "So, Qinghe, it seems you've finally met your daughter again. I am quite merciful. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Mu approached with a smile, yet anyone with discerning eyes could see that his expression held no warmth at that moment. Qian Qinghe turned to him and replied, "Zhang Mu, let us dispense with the pretense that I will ask you one last time. Are you truly unwilling to spare us?" Zhang Mu was taken aback by the firmness of Qian Qinghe's inquiry, but quickly regained his composure, replying coldly, "I call you Qinghe uncle, but you don't genuinely believe yourself to be an elder, do you? Old fool, let me be clear. Unless you resolve the electricity issue at the base, you shall perish. Do you understand? Have I been too lenient with you? Now you dare speak to me in such a manner. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you may not grasp the true hierarchy of this base." With that, Zhang Mu signaled to 2 men nearby to approach Qian Qinghe. At that moment, Qian Qinghe realized that communication was futile. His life was in jeopardy. That he gently reassured his trembling daughter. "It's all right. Huan, Daddy will handle this." His gaze shifted to the peculiar yellow creature that had entered with him, which now drew the attention of others in the base. "What species is that? I don't think I've seen it before." "I am not sure. It looks familiar, though." The base members began to discuss the strange creature following Qian Qinghe. Zhang Mu also took notice of the yellow creature, suddenly recalling Qian Qinghe's earlier words. Could it be the mutated entity guarding the power station? Yet it seems to pose no threat, resembling a mere pet, and its appearance is strikingly similar to Pikachu from animation, although he was uncertain of its name. He was confident that since the esteemed one had sent it to assist him, there must be a purpose behind it. Now, please take action and rid us of these scoundrels, pointing towards the two individuals who were rapidly approaching. He spoke, causing them to be momentarily startled, immediately adopting defensive stances. However, after a considerable pause, the entity exhibited no reaction whatsoever, as if it had completely disregarded their utterances, remaining still in its position. Qian Xinghe was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he was employing the wrong method? At that moment, the two who had been frightened began to feel a sense of loss of face, initially believing there would be a significant commotion, only to realize it was merely a ruse. This old creature was truly reckless. Without further hesitation, the two struck Qian Xinghe with the sticks in their hands that he hurriedly shielded his daughter beneath him. But after waiting for a while, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, he heard terrified screams. Only then did he glance around, discovering that the other members of the base were wide-eyed, their faces etched with horror. Turning around, he realized that the two who had just been preparing to attack him had now been reduced to charred blackened remains, lying lifeless on the ground. Chapter 62. Zhang Mu's terror. Zhang Mu was also drenched in cold sweat from fright. Moments ago, he had been contemplating how to punish this disobedient individual. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck, and in an instant, the two subordinates he had dispatched returned to ASH. It was fortunate that the strike did not land on him. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as those two. And for the first time, Zhang Mu felt the chilling proximity of death. Since awakening his spatial abilities, he had always considered himself chosen by fate. And indeed, his circumstances had unfolded as such, stockpiling supplies, establishing a base, while others struggled to survive in the apocalypse. He merely pondered what delectable meal to indulge in each day. This stark contrast brought him immense pleasure. In his good spirits, he would treat those beneath him, who in turn harbored gratitude towards him, lacking any thoughts of rebellion. However, after the recent blackout, he had merely intended to teach a lesson to this disobedient fellow. Yet the audacity to resist him and bring such a perilous entity into the base was beyond comprehension that a sudden thought struck him. Qian Xinghe, do you intend to rebel, bringing such a dangerous being into the base? Are you seeking to bring about our demise? Taking advantage of the moment when the onlookers had not yet processed the situation, he shouted at Qian Xinghe. The base members, still in a daze, snapped back to reality upon hearing his words. Indeed, had he brought this creature in with the intent to kill them? How utterly malicious! The crowd began to murmur, casting blame upon him, observing the unfolding scene. Zhang Mu continued, Qian Xinghe, have you forgotten who sheltered you and your daughter when you were on the brink of starvation? Now, you begrudge doing a simple task for me, and by your demeanor, it seems you wish to eliminate me to become the leader yourself. What a profound disappointment you have become. With that, Zhang Mu shook his head, an expression of utter disillusionment on his face. Hearing these words, Qian Xinghe felt as though he might spew blood from indignation, but he was about to retort when he noticed the other members of the base beginning to point fingers at him, as if it were indeed his fault, portraying him as the ungrateful villain. The words of rebuttal that had risen to his lips were swallowed back, transforming into a faint, bitter smile. He understood that no amount of explanation would suffice at this moment. For it was true that Zhang Mu's assertions were not entirely unfounded, and he had not entered the base as a parasite, but had earned his food through hard work as for the electrical rodent behind him. He found it impossible to clarify. He had initially brought it here in hopes of gaining an equal footing to converse with Zhang Mu, yet it appeared that was no longer necessary. Gazing at Qian Xinghe, who was being denounced by the crowd, Zhang Mu realized his objective had been achieved. He continued, however, I am not a wholly malevolent person. Given our shared history of residing in the same base, I shall spare you this time. But do not think you can remain here. You must leave. With that, Zhang Mu turned and walked back to his room, disregarding Qian Xinghe entirely upon hearing those words. Qian Xinghe was not surprised in the least. Had it been earlier, he might have pleaded with Zhang Mu not to take such action. Yet, times had changed. Since his daughter was unharmed, he felt no attachment to this small place. Moreover, it seemed the others inside were now hoping for him to leave swiftly, so what reason did he have to linger? Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, set his daughter down, took her hand, and without a backward glance, calmly exited the base. The person responsible for opening the door hastily swung it open, and upon seeing the electrical rodent following him out, quickly closed the door behind them. With that terrifying entity now gone, the members of the base breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive presence of that yellow creature had been overwhelmingly intense. The charred remains of the two still lingered in their sight, the acrid smell of burning flesh still detectable. There was no question that the creature was an exceptionally powerful mutant, far stronger than any they had encountered before. It remained unclear why it obeyed Qian Qinghe's commands. Back in his room, Zhang Mu was overwhelmed with trepidation. Thankfully, in that moment, he had quickly shifted his focus on Qian Qinghe himself, redirecting the animosity of others toward him. It was fortunate that Qian Qinghe's disposition was relatively meek. Otherwise, had he truly acted against Zhang Mu at that moment, he would have surely met his demise, regardless of how powerful his abilities were. Without proper development, they amounted to nothing. Even if he possessed the ability to teleport, the speed of that creature's attack was clearly beyond his capacity to evade. Having calmed his racing heart, he stepped out of his room once more. The sight of the two corpses still vivid in his mind, that he hastily instructed others to remove the unfortunate pair. He felt a sense of relief for his instinctive decision. Had he approached them earlier, he would have been the one lying lifeless on the ground. With this experience, he began to regret his previous leniency. Had he dealt with Qian Qinghe decisively, this entire series of events could have been avoided, and he would not have risked a brush with death. Casting a resentful glance toward the base's entrance, he thought to himself that if they believed this matter had concluded, they were woefully naive. The tasks he intended to accomplish had yet to be fulfilled. Were it not for the creature at his side, Qian Qinghe would have been on his knees, begging for mercy by now. He remained uncertain about the creature's nature, suspecting it to be another mutant, and asked for why a mutant would heed a human's commands. That remained a mystery. This uncertainty was the very reason he could not allow Qian Qinghe to escape. He needed to extract this secret from him, that if he could learn how to control mutants, he would truly soar to new heights. Upon exiting, Qian Qinghe pondered where he could possibly go next. With his daughter in tow, it felt as though nowhere was safe. He sighed, deciding to fulfill the promise he had made to the mysterious figure before considering anything else. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tug on his right hand and saw that his daughter was pulling at him. "What is it, my dear?" he asked. "Daddy, you haven't eaten yet, right? This is the food I've saved up for you. Please eat it," she said, pulling out 2 loaves of bread from the small squirrel-shaped bag she carried. Seeing the food offered by his daughter, Qian Qinghe felt a rush of emotion, lifting her into his embrace. "Daddy, what are you doing? Your beard is making my face itch." Qian Huanhuan giggled at his affection. After regaining his composure, he placed the 2 small loaves back in her little bag. "Sweetheart, Daddy has already eaten. You should keep this for yourself." That, of course, this was a lie. However, he anticipated that the days ahead would be challenging. After leaving the base, he felt indifferent about his own well-being, but he was determined that his daughter must thrive. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he noticed that the mysterious creature had vanished without a trace. This bewildered Qian Qinghe that it had run off. Where could he find the home of that enigmatic figure? Fortunately, after a brief interval, the creature returned, fixating its gaze upon him, emitting a few chirps and pointing ahead with its tiny hand. Qian Qinghe was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend its meaning. He could not understand it, just as he was at a loss. His daughter chimed in, "Daddy, it says we should follow it." Qian Qinghe was taken aback, initially thinking his daughter was jesting, and gently patted her on the head. However, this was not the time for games. He needed to resolve the matter concerning the mysterious figure first. Chapter 63. Going abroad. At that moment, Qian Qinghe observed the enigmatic creature nodding its head and chattering again. "Daddy, it says we're moving too slowly." Surprised, Qian Qinghe gazed at his beloved daughter. Could it be that she truly understood what it was saying? "Huanhuan, can you actually comprehend its words?" Nodding, Qian Huanhuan looked at him with curious eyes. "Daddy, don't you understand?" Qian Qinghe was pleasantly surprised at that moment. His daughter must have awakened some extraordinary ability, for how else could she comprehend the words spoken by the creature? "Juju, could you ask it how we might reach the home of the Wise One?" Upon hearing this, Qian Juju repeated his words to the creature. Indeed, the little pet chirped a few times, seemingly responding to Juju's inquiry. "What did it say, Juju?" "Father, it claims to know the location, but it is quite distant. And at our current speed, it would be difficult to reach at this moment." Qian Qinghe understood why the little pet had wandered off and then returned. It must have deemed their pace too slow and feared losing them. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could they drive there? Previously, They had refrained from driving out of fear of attracting monsters, but now, with this creature by their side, he no longer needed to fear those mutated beings. Juju, tell it we are going to find a vehicle and ask it to wait. After Juju conveyed this message, the little pet fell silent, as if deep in thought. Chinchilla was uncertain whether it understood his intent. But according to its words, it would be impractical to walk there without any means of transportation. After a considerable pause, the little pet nodded, bringing relief to Chinchilla. Fortunately, their home was not far, and the car was conveniently parked nearby, still filled with gas. The apocalypse had struck before he had the chance to drive, and now it seemed this was its last opportunity to serve its purpose. The little pet resumed following him, and indeed, with its presence, they encountered no mutated creatures on their way home, that he successfully reached his car, placing Juju in the back seat. Just as he pondered how to get the little pet into the vehicle, he noticed it had already opened the door and hopped into the passenger's seat. Chinchilla's eyes widened in astonishment. Had this creature become so human-like that it could even get in the car? However, they would still need to follow its directions to know where to drive. Unsure whether it could comprehend a map, he decided to give it a try by opening the offline map on his phone, zooming out to show it. This is the map that that moment. The little pet seemed puzzled by Chinchilla's words, but after examining the map, it soon understood that then jumped to the center of the car and pointed at a specific location on the map with its tiny hand. Observing where it pointed, Chinchilla realized that the wise one's home was indeed quite a distance away, approximately 40 or 50 kilometers, that if they were to walk, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. Having confirmed their destination, Chinchilla started the car and set off towards their objective. As he revved the engine after such a long time, he felt a surge of emotions, astonished that he had the opportunity to drive once more. The sound of the car attracted the attention of nearby hidden mutated creatures, but they merely glanced at it before losing interest. Meanwhile, Jianglu had drifted far from S-City, flying a considerable distance, with the buildings below becoming increasingly sparse, revealing a vast expanse of blue ahead. Indeed, he had arrived at the seaside. This was the true purpose of his outing. He intended to reach the small nation across the sea. Approaching the shore, signs of human activity were virtually non-existent. The once lively beach, bustling with activity during the evenings, now held only Jianglu as a solitary figure, unless one counted the few mutated crabs poised to leap at him. The creatures on land had mutated, and it was no surprise that those in the sea had also undergone changes. Jianglu took note of the enormous crabs nearby, just as he was pondering his next meal. Fortune smiled upon him as this food presented itself. With a swift movement of his chi, he dispatched the claws of the previously menacing mutated crabs, reducing them to lifeless shells in no time. He then utilized his awakened abilities to levitate the crabs mid-air and began roasting them. Before long, a simple dish of grilled crab was ready, and Jianglu, unbothered by its lack of flavor, began to eat. Although it lacked taste, he had not consumed seafood in quite some time and found it acceptable that he could later have Jiang Jingyao prepare something more elaborate. A change of palate would be delightful. As for the crabs, he couldn't finish them all, so he left a few behind, hoping that a fortunate soul might benefit from them. After all, these were mutated crabs, and consuming them could slightly enhance one's strength. As dusk approached, Jianglu soared above the surface of the sea, where the horizon stretched infinitely, appearing to have no end. The seabed below was eerily silent, with the dark night merging with the deep ocean, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Jianglu was acutely aware of the movements beneath the sea. In the short distance he had flown, he had spotted no less than 10 third-tier mutated sea monsters. And one had even reached a 4th-tier level, its size colossal, measuring over 100 meters long. Compared to the land, the ocean was undoubtedly a far more perilous and unpredictable realm. But thankfully, these creatures could not come ashore. Otherwise, humanity would be hard-pressed to withstand such threats. However, Jianglu was not preoccupied with these monsters. He was merely contemplating the prospect of gathering some seafood to stock up on, as their mutated forms and substantial sizes would provide sustenance for a considerable time. Thus, under the moonlight, Jianglu traversed the sea, unaware that a dramatic change was unfolding at his intended destination. Chapter 64. The Oracle in Neon Country. Within the Asakusa Shrine. Lady Miko, we must flee. The monsters are about to breach the premises. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. A woman dressed as a maid urgently implored the one engaged in prayer. The praying woman appeared oblivious to her surroundings, continuing her ritual. This behavior only heightened the maid's anxiety, as she felt powerless to escape without her companion at long last. Once the woman had completed her prayers, she calmly addressed her, "Seiko, you speak of running, but where can we possibly go now? Is there anywhere left in this nation that offers refuge?" Upon receiving a response, the girl named Seiko hastily replied, "Lady Miko, we can go to Lord Tatsuya. It is surely safe there, and I have heard that Lord Tatsuya possesses strength comparable to a third-tier awakened being, making him more than capable of dealing with those monsters." However, upon hearing this, the woman gently shook her head, straightened her slightly wrinkled shrine maiden attire, and proceeded to step outside. The scene outside the shrine was chaotic. The guards were wielding firearms in a futile attempt to fend off a horde of grotesque creatures, resulting in a one-sided battle. Despite their weaponry, they found themselves utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the monsters. Bullets merely created shallow indentations on their bodies, failing to penetrate their defenses. In stark contrast, many of the guards were seized by the creatures and swiftly devoured. The line of defense was collapsing rapidly, and it was fortunate that some awakened beings were holding the line. Otherwise, the monsters would have already invaded. When the guards spotted the woman emerging, they quickly sent someone to her side. "Lady Miko, this place is perilous. You should retreat inside. It would be disastrous if you were harmed by the monsters." The woman did not acknowledge him. Instead, she gazed skyward and spoke softly, "You all should leave. There is no point in remaining here." The guards, alarmed, replied hastily, "That is out of the question. If we leave, what will become of you? Lady Miko, we cannot afford to lose you. Do not concern yourselves with me. The outcome is already determined. This is all our own doing. We cannot blame anyone else." With that, she pressed onward. The man, seeing her resolve, could do nothing but shout to the team, "Fall back. Do not hold your ground. Cover Lady Miko's escape and seek out Lord Tatsuya." The group retreated while still fighting, and Seiko, emerging from the building, grasped the hand of the advancing woman, joining the main force in their retreat. Some remained behind to hold off the monsters, buying time for their escape, but their fate was all but certain. Under the protection of the guards, she was ultimately brought to what remained the safest location in Neon Country, a place overseen by the awakened Tatsuya Kuriza. Within Meiji Shrine, Tatsuya stood at the far left, leaning against a pillar, idly grooming his nails with an air of indifference. That moment, the highest echelons of Neon Country were gathered there. And as footsteps approached, a group of bloodied individuals escorted two women into the shrine. Upon seeing that the women were unharmed, the previously tense expression of the country's leader eased slightly. "Risa, did you receive any revelations from Amaterasu this time?" The woman named Risa shook her head. Hearing this, the leader pounded the chair beside him in frustration. "Is this a sign that Amaterasu wishes to abandon us?" The young woman was acutely aware that her revelation would lead to such an outcome. Yet she found herself with nothing to show for it. She is Amaterasu Risha, the daughter of the current leader of the Neon Nation, and at the age of 22, she serves as a shrine maiden at the Sensoji Temple. Her demeanor is humble and gentle, and coupled with her noble lineage, countless visitors flock to the shrine to pay their respects daily. However, everything began to shift after a particular event. Ever since the Neon Nation commenced the discharge of nuclear-contaminated water, circumstances have spiraled into disarray. Initially, countries around the world opposed this action, but her father, the leader of the Neon Nation, fervently advocated for the release, disregarding all protests and external criticism. Amaterasu Risha found herself at odds with her father over this issue, which ultimately led her to embrace her role as a shrine maiden. Though by then, the contaminated water had already been released, and she possessed no means to halt it. While there were locals who resisted this decision, the majority remained indifferent, believing it would not affect them. This state of affairs continued until the day the apocalypse erupted. With the emergence of mutated beings, the people of the Neon Nation were caught off guard. But fortunately, some awakened individuals also appeared, allowing them to cling to survival. Amaterasu Risha herself awakened an extraordinarily bizarre ability. She could receive prophetic visions from the sun goddess Amaterasu during her prayers, which revealed the true state of the world. According to the sun goddess, they must seek out the chosen ones in each country and unite their powers to withstand the impending apocalypse. Following this prophecy, she identified the chosen one from her own nation, a seemingly ordinary high school boy named Kurosawa Tatsuya. His abilities, however, were exceptionally formidable, enabling him to temporarily gain strength surpassing that of his peers. With this power, complemented by official support, he ascended rapidly to become a pillar of the Neon Nation. Yet as his strength grew, so too did his true nature, revealing him to be an exceedingly lecherous individual. With no girl he fancied able to escape his advances, the Neon Nation observed his behavior with a watchful eye but refrained from voicing objections, as he was now their chosen one. Naturally, Amaterasu Risha, inheriting the noble genes of the royal family, became an obi listening to the praises from those present. He felt a sense of elation, aware that these individuals were merely flattering him, yet still deriving a certain comfort from it. Seizing the moment, he addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you to grant me the hand of Risa in marriage that I vow to protect her diligently, ensuring she faces no harm, and I believe our offspring will undoubtedly be of the finest lineage." At this juncture, the emperor hesitated that in the past he might have rejected such a proposal, considering that Amano Risa was a shrine maiden, and it was forbidden for royal shrine maidens to engage in romantic affairs. Furthermore, Amano Risa possessed the ability to communicate with Amaterasu, which naturally afforded her the power to refuse. However, it seemed she was gradually losing this ability, while Kurosawa Tatsuya had become an indispensable presence for them. This predicament placed him in a state of dilemma. Had Kurosawa been a more conventional individual, he would not have found himself in such turmoil. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that everyone was acutely aware of Kurosawa's true nature, yet none could do anything about it, which was the source of his greatest distress. Although he outwardly maintained a distance from his daughter, she was still his progeny, and he had no desire to push her into the flames of peril that as for Amano Risa, the protagonist of this unfolding drama. She had completely lost hope. Once her value diminished, she found herself akin to the other women in this apocalyptic world, reduced to mere commodities for exchange. Meanwhile, at the coastal vicinity near the Neon Kingdom, Jiang Lu had reached the destination of his journey. However, he did not arrive by flight. Rather, he traversed the waters. Initially, it was not meant to take long, but he had dawdled slightly along the way, taking a moment to delve into the depths of the sea. Ever since his school days, Jiang Lu had harbored a curiosity about the ocean's abyss, though he had never had the opportunity to explore it. Now, influenced by his youthful form, he whimsically descended into this realm, now deemed off-limits to humanity. Yet, the wonders he envisioned were absent. Aside from countless marine aberrations, there was nothing else of note. Having not experienced the sensation of water for quite some time, Jiang Lu thought the remaining distance was not far and resolved to swim the rest of the way. However, as he neared the Neon Kingdom, he noticed the increasing number of bizarre mutations, which exhibited a pronounced aggressiveness towards humans. Nevertheless, Jiang Lu swam with remarkable speed, and before they could fully register his presence, he vanished from their sight. Chapter 66. The path of Tao. Jiang Lu pondered the peculiar circumstances surrounding this area. Upon reaching the shore, he encountered an absence of living beings, only to be met by a multitude of grotesque aberrations. While Jiang Lu observed them, they in turn took notice of the lone human, perplexed as to why a human would appear in this forsaken place. Unable to comprehend, they regarded him as nothing more than a meal that a throng of strange marine creatures began to encircle him. Jiang Lu felt no interest in these mutated entities. Rather, he found them repulsive. It was jarring to see fish with legs sprouting from their bodies, while other marine beings bore appendages resembling human arms or mouths, their appearances even more grotesque than those of the other aberrations. As the hideous sea monsters closed in, he ascended into the air on his sword. His purpose was not to engage with these creatures. He would leave that to the locals that asked for the origins of these bizarre beings. Jiang Lu had begun to piece together the situation. He had no desire to clean up their self-inflicted mess. Once again channeling his energy, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Jiang Lu's eyes as he instantaneously locked onto his destination. Propelling himself at supersonic speeds, before long, a figure appeared in the sky above the Asakusa Shrine. So this is where it is, Jiang Lu mused, gazing down at the shrine, which he vaguely recognized from images he had encountered while surfing the internet. At that moment, the Asakusa Shrine had been entirely overrun by the marine monsters, which were feasting upon the corpses of the fallen guards, clearly indicating that those left behind had met their demise. Jiang Lu retracted his spiritual sword and descended into the shrine. The sea monsters within immediately noticed his presence and abandoned their meal, rushing toward him. The commotion caused by a few of the creatures alerted all the others in the shrine, drawing their attention to the sudden appearance of this human, who was swiftly surrounded. Yet the individual under siege remained wholly oblivious to the impending danger. Jiang Lu, intrigued, wondered why there were no monsters inside the shrine. He ventured further into the temple, heading directly toward a particular statue, the very location indicated by the golden light. Did I ask this the object? Jiang Lu inquired, brushing his hand against the statue's surface that if memory served him correctly. This statue represented Amaterasu, the deity of the Neon Kingdom. How had it come to rest here? In an instant, with a mere flick of his wrist, the colossal statue crumbled to dust, and a wisp of golden aura was captured within his grasp. Jiang Lu was taken aback by the essence contained within the statue. The Path of Tao. How could such a thing exist here? Even Jiang Lu was astonished by its presence. That it was known that only those who had attained the imperial realm and discovered their own path could possess such an essence. Why was it found in a humble shrine on a small island nation? Originally, his journey was prompted by an unintentional discovery while observing Jiang Xiaoka's fate line, which revealed an almost imperceptible golden thread. Following this thread's trajectory led him to this location, where he unexpectedly uncovered this phenomenon. That it appeared that this world was indeed intertwined with the realm of cultivation. However, he was left wondering what intentions the owner of this Tao essence harbored. Individuals of their caliber typically engage in grand undertakings, yet Jiang Lu remained unaware of this person's specific goals. When he opened his hand again, the golden aura had vanished, but Jiang Lu had committed its form to memory. Outside the shrine, the sea monsters had gathered around one particular creature, covered in tentacles, lashed out with one of its appendages. Jiang Lu, unaware of the imminent threat as he faced away, felt the tentacle approach. However, just as it came within a meter of him, it shattered as if meeting an exceptionally sharp blade. Only then did Jiang Lu turn, and upon witnessing the scene, the other monsters surged toward the temple, intent on eliminating this human. Soon, the surroundings of the temple were left in ruins. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, Jiang Lu realized that since the sea monsters had initiated an attack, there was no longer a need for him to survive. Grasping his sword, forged from true energy, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, slicing through the attacking sea creatures with ease. The monsters, previously gathered at the shrine's entrance, were severed in half as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Their formidable regenerative abilities, once their greatest asset, were rendered ineffective at this moment. Kurizuo Tatsuya also opened his mouth. Such a person could only be dealt with by him now. The sudden intruder was certainly not a character who intended to engage in amicable discourse. Otherwise, there would have been no conflict with the guards. Chapter 67. Kurizuo Tatsuya takes action upon hearing this. The guards stepped back, maintaining a vigilant watch on the intruder, refraining from firing their weapons. Jiang Lu, however, paid them no heed and instead fixed his gaze upon the girl in the shrine maiden attire at the center of the scene. The last remnant of the Tao energy lingered around her, leaving Jiang Lu somewhat perplexed about the current situation. It was surprising that this final trace resided in a living person. She certainly did not appear to be involved with the realm of cultivation. At this moment, Amain Risa also noticed his gaze. She, too, was uncertain of the intruder's intentions. Kurizuo Tatsuya, seeing his fiancé, being so brazenly scrutinized, felt a surge of anger as his previously cautious demeanor vanished entirely. He strode forward a few steps, placing himself protectively in front of Amain Risa. Although she was currently reluctant to acknowledge him as her fiancé, he believed it was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, what he possessed was not something anyone could encroach upon. "Hey, who are you? What is your purpose for coming here? Do you not know where this place is?" Kurizuo Tatsuya said coldly, pointing at the intruder. Though the pressure he felt was intense, it did not instill fear in him. After all, this was his territory, and it was not yet time for the intruder to wreak havoc. Jiang Lu had initially been focused on the shrine maiden, contemplating the reasons behind the events unfolding, only to find his view obstructed by a man from Neon, who was now pointing at him and speaking in a language he did not comprehend. This was rather troublesome. He was not a bloodthirsty killer and could usually communicate normally with his kind. Though he was uncertain as to whether the other party would understand, "Did I ask there anyone here who speaks the language of Xia?" Jiang Lu called out, and several individuals present began to realize that he was not from Neon. Kurizuo Tatsuya, However, felt utterly baffled. Not understanding what the man was saying that I can, Amain Risa stepped out from behind Kurosawa Tatsuya. Responding in Xia's language, "May I ask what brings you here?" Amain Risa was greatly intrigued by this unexpected foreigner. It was well known that only the elite could survive in Neon at this time. Ordinary citizens had long been abandoned, that is for foreigners. They had suffered severe casualties right from the onset. Now, at this particular moment, a person from Xia had appeared, which was indeed astonishing. Seeing that it was the Shrine Maiden who responded to him, Jiang Lu felt a sense of relief that that's good, as long as you can understand. Have you encountered the statue of Amaterasu at the shrine? Yes. May I ask what the issue is? Amain Risa replied. Somewhat perplexed. After all, her previous role as a shrine maiden at Asakusa Shrine was common knowledge throughout the nation. Why would he inquire about that? I see. That clarifies things, Jiang Lu mused, stroking his chin. Since she had encountered it, it would be easier to explain. Amain Risa was left bewildered by his seemingly nonsensical question. Could he truly be from another country, given his apparent ignorance? Meanwhile, Kurosawa Tatsuya, feeling insulted, realized that he was supposed to be the center of attention. The intruder completely disregarded him, as if his words had gone unheard, instead engaging in conversation with his woman. His face darkened considerably, and he interjected to disrupt their dialogue. Risa, why are you even concerning yourself with this person? His unauthorized intrusion has already sealed his fate, that I only spared him earlier out of courtesy. He truly thinks too highly of himself. Amain Risa was momentarily at a loss for words, understanding that the sudden appearance of this individual was fraught with suspicion, and it was prudent to ascertain his background first. Please, don't act impulsively. Just as she attempted to dissuade him, Kurosawa Tatsuya charged directly toward Jiang Lu, his abilities activated, his power approaching the peak of the third tier. Those nearby who had witnessed his prowess quickly retreated, fearing a potential bloodbath that might soil their attire. Amain Risa could only sigh. While Kurosawa Tatsuya may not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, his strength was undeniably formidable, which was precisely why he had been chosen as their nation's champion. Now, all she could hope for was that he would temper his attack, allowing the intruder to remain alive. She had many questions she wished to pose. However, Kurosawa Tatsuya had other intentions. He yearned to see the intruder kneeling in supplication. Curious to see if he could maintain his composure under duress, as he observed the man from Neon approaching with a menacing grin, Jiang Lu felt utterly perplexed. Had he inadvertently uttered something inappropriate? Why was this individual advancing toward him in such a furious manner? Although he would not initiate violence against his own kind, it did not imply he was merciful. The moment the other party exuded murderous intent, Jiang Lu's fate was already sealed. As Kurosawa Tatsuya closed the distance to within 5 meters, he suddenly surged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Jiang Lu's face that he exerted 7/10 of his strength. Enough to slay an average second-tier mutant. Jiang Lu's delicate features were his primary target. He had always favored striking at the faces of those whose appearances surpassed his own, a peculiar penchant of his. As his fist drew nearer, Kurosawa Tatsuya smirked, feeling a sense of disdain as the intruder exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It seemed he had been overly cautious. This man was merely a showy facade, not a genuine threat. However, as his fist closed in, Kurosawa Tatsuya suddenly sensed something amiss. It felt as though his hand had struck an invisible barrier. A wave of dangerous energy surged toward him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a scream erupted from his lips that, my hand, my hand. In that final moment before his punch connected, it was as if he had struck a wall. The next instant, that barrier transformed into a razor-sharp implement. To his astonishment, his robust arm was sliced into fragments. Had the pain not jolted him to withdraw his strength in time, his entire arm might have been obliterated. The onlookers finally grasped what had transpired. They had only seen Kurosawa Tatsuya charge at the intruder before witnessing him clutching a severed arm, wailing on the ground. Amain Risa was genuinely shocked. Kurosawa Tatsuya had reached the peak of the third tier, and even in confrontations with other third-tier mutants, he would not have appeared so disheveled. Yet now, he had lost an arm in a single encounter. Had this man achieved the level of a fourth-tier awakened being? But how could that be possible? On the ground, Kurosawa Tatsuya's eyes brimmed with terror, but he understood that the intruder was shielded by a barrier. Yet he had believed his strength sufficient to breach it, that he had underestimated the situation. That barrier not only provided protection, but also possessed terrifying lethality, akin to a meat grinder. His strength was nearly that of a fourth-tier awakened being, albeit temporarily augmented, far surpassing that of others at this stage. What level of power did this man truly possess? He dared not speculate further. What are you? Don't come any closer. I am the chosen one of Neon. You cannot harm me. Kurosawa Tatsuya cried out in desperation as Jiang Lu approached him. Lying on the ground, he dragged himself backward with his remaining arm, his face a mask of horror, completely devoid of his prior arrogance. In that moment, Kurosawa Tatsuya genuinely sensed the threat of death, a stark contrast to the crises he had faced in previous encounters with mutants. This time, he might truly perish. Chapter 68. Kurosawa Tatsuya's exit the barrier was a technique Jiang Lu had learned after reaching the Golden Elixir stage. Functioning as a passive skill, that as long as there was spiritual energy in proximity, it could transform into a protective shield, that in his past life. This skill had seemed somewhat trivial, useful only for bullying weaker opponents. In battles of equal standing, such a barrier would only exacerbate one's spiritual energy consumption, a net loss. However, in this era, it was undoubtedly a divine technique, preventing lesser beings from daring to approach him. Much like the man lying on the ground now. Observing the man from Neon, retreating in fear, Jiang Lu denied him the opportunity to continue speaking, delivering a swift kick to his frame. Kurosawa Tatsuya felt a searing pain. This blow was more forceful than any he had ever endured, leaving him utterly incapacitated, in the gaze of all present. Their chosen one was propelled upward by the sheer force. Smashing through the roof of the shrine, disappearing from sight, the onlookers could hardly fathom the unfolding spectacle. Their champion from Neon had simply perished at the hands of an unknown foreign assailant. Subjected to sheer brutality, with no chance of retaliation, some individuals are already trembling in fear. If this person were to strike now, none would escape unscathed. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. Have there been any peculiar occurrences beside that statue? Jiang Lu, undeterred by the growing cacophony of the crowd, continued to speak to the girl clad in the attire of a priestess. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's persistent inquiries, she snapped back to reality from the earlier scene, her mind swirling in confusion. Who is this person, and how does he possess such formidable power? And what of Kurosawa Tatsuya? Has he truly met his demise? Was he not one of the chosen ones? How could he fall so swiftly? What will become of the Neon Nation now that a chosen one has perished? How can they resist the impending apocalypse? And how might the words of Amaterasu be realized? A myriad of questions plagued her thoughts, leaving her at a loss in accepting these harsh truths. With her mind overwhelmed, she could only respond to Jiang Lu in a dazed manner. I do not know. Witnessing the girl's state, Jiang Lu felt compelled to approach her directly as he drew near. The surrounding onlookers instinctively retreated, their expressions a mix of caution and fear, anticipating an outburst of violence. Thus, a zone of solitude formed around Amaterasu Risa, permitting Jiang Lu to reach her unimpeded. Without granting her a moment to react, he seized her chin, compelling her gaze to meet his OWN at that moment. Risa was left bewildered, unsure of his intentions, and could only acquiesce to his control. Suddenly, she noticed a flicker of golden light within the depths of his obsidian pupils an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over her, prompting her to gasp in terror and question, "Why do you?" Jiang Lu, sensing her reaction, released his grip on her chin, aware that she held a crucial clue. Does this feel familiar? At that instant, Risa felt as though the sky itself was collapsing. She had just relived the sensation of receiving divine insight, despite not being in a shrine or in the presence of Amaterasu. Why did this man evoke the same aura as the deity? Could he possibly be an incarnation of Amaterasu herself? Or was there some other explanation for her earlier sensation? Trembling with anticipation, she stammered, "Are you sent by Amaterasu to save us?" However, upon hearing her question, the man shook his head. "I am no deity. I am a pure-blooded citizen of Xia." Risa regarded him with skepticism. "If you are not a deity, then why do you evoke the same feeling I experienced during my prayers for divine insight?" Finally seizing upon a pivotal point, Jiang Lu's interest was piqued. "Divine insight? What divine insight? Please elaborate." In response, Risa recounted her acquisition of extraordinary powers and the divine message she received from Amaterasu in detail. Jiang Lu, piecing together the entire narrative, realized that the thread connected to Zhang Xiaoke was indeed related to the Chosen Ones, explaining its persistent extension to this location. And where are the chosen ones of the Neon Nation? Jiang Lu inquired, eager to ascertain if all the chosen ones bore the same mark. Risa awkwardly replied, the one you just kicked away was one of them. Jiang Lu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It turned out to be that brash young man, now presumably beyond saving. It seemed the so-called chosen ones were not as formidable as rumored. He pondered the intentions of that individual with imperial-level power. Does this mean you will continue to receive divine insights from Amaterasu? Jiang Lu speculated, deducing that she might serve as a medium for the deity in this realm. Yet he remained uncertain why the deity herself was absent. Risa nodded, then shook her head. Previously, yes, but I have not received any divine insights for quite some time. Perhaps Amaterasu has forsaken us. As she spoke, a shadow of despair crossed her features. She had come to realize that Jiang Lu was indeed disconnected from Amaterasu, or he would not be so uninformed. However, Jiang Lu disagreed. Since Amaterasu's essence lingered in this place, it was likely she would manifest again. With this medium at hand, Jiang Lu felt confident he would not lack for leads in his pursuit. With his objectives accomplished, Jiang Lu prepared to depart, but he knew he would need to gather more resources on his return journey. That he turned to the girl before him and inquired, "What is your name?" Upon hearing his question, Risa replied truthfully, now convinced that he was indeed a foreigner unacquainted with her. The name struck a chord of familiarity in Jiang Lu's mind, as if he had heard it before. Yet he could not place it. "Risa, is it? I will overlook the actions of the one who assaulted me, but only on the condition that you accompany me." He was determined to bring her back, as she held vital information regarding the individual of imperial prowess, who might be implicated in the world's upheaval. Such leads were not to be neglected. Risa was taken aback by his statement. Their earlier dialogue had nearly led her to forget that he was an intruder who had slain her nation's chosen one. Yet, with no other options available, she felt compelled to acquiesce to his terms. Stripped of her ability to commune with Amaterasu, she would only serve as a burden here. Sacrificing herself for a final purpose seemed more valuable, especially since she felt no attachment to this place anymore. Having long lost faith in her homeland after her father's agreement with Kurosawa Tatsuya, she resigned herself to the inevitable, contemplating her worth beyond her appearance. "Did I accept your terms?" Those nearby who understood the language of Xia recognized the gravity of the exchange. Upon realizing that the creature sought merely a woman, they collectively sighed in relief. If this monster could depart swiftly, it would suffice. The divine child had been given away, and it seemed the girl had lost her powers, serving her final purpose. Chapter 69. Returned to the homeland surprised by her swift acquiescence, Jiang Lu pondered her lack of fear. Did she not realize the peril she faced in this apocalyptic world? Women often face dire fates at the hands of strangers, especially those as striking as she. Regardless, even if she were unwilling, Jiang Lu would ensure her return, for the leads he had uncovered were too significant to be overlooked. "Do you have any relatives here? I can grant you a final farewell," he offered. Risa hesitated, taken aback by his unexpected kindness. She had anticipated a far more sinister fate upon being taken. She was no naive, sheltered girl. As the daughter of a high-ranking leader, she understood the grim realities of power. Although he seemed not to be a villain at present, she could not dismiss the potential for deception. The memory of him sending Kurosawa Tatsuya flying was still vivid. In this world, every powerful individual was to be approached with caution. Yet, given his words, she felt compelled to express her gratitude as she bowed slightly. The only family she had left was her father, the Emperor. Their relationship had been severed publicly, and he had cast her aside to that scoundrel, but she could not forget the debt of gratitude she owed him for her upbringing. Slowly, she approached the Emperor of the Neon Nation and, with a cool demeanor, spoke. "Father, I am leaving. Please take care of your health." With that, she turned away, refraining from uttering another word. The Emperor, about to speak, found himself rendered mute that he had just sold his daughter, and now faced this situation, seemingly making the same choice once more. The term father had escaped her lips for the first time in years, yet he could not respond to ASA father. He had failed her. But all his decisions had been made for the sake of the nation. As Risa returned to Jiang Lu's side, he felt a pang of sorrow strike within him. Yet he quickly masked his emotions, adopting a fa ade as if he had not just relinquished his daughter to another. Once Risa concluded her farewell, Jiang Lu prepared to leave, disliking the environment around them, monsters tainting his vision. "Let us go." After speaking, Jiang Lu departed alone. Tiantianli Sha was momentarily taken aback upon noticing that he had left without any restraint. As if she were not in peril, shouldn't she be bound with a rope or something before he walked away? His trust in her was quite surprising. However, considering the strength of her counterpart, she began to comprehend that this was perhaps the confidence of a true warrior. Nonetheless, she was curious to see where he would lead her. It was essential to recognize that the safest haven in the island nation at present was indeed this place, a sanctuary fortified by the collective might of the nation's survivors. Could there be other locations unknown to her? Or was he perhaps contemplating venturing out to sea? Merely pondering this fleetingly, she dismissed the impractical thought that no matter how formidable he was, crossing the ocean was a different matter. The sea harbored far more monsters than the land. A painful lesson they had learned, moreover. With her as an encumbrance, she couldn't fathom where they could possibly go. As the two stepped outside, the onlookers near the shrine beheld them. Moments prior, they had noticed gunfire emanating from within the shrine, which had abruptly ceased, leaving them perplexed about the events that transpired inside. Suddenly, something shot forth from the shrine's apex at breakneck speed, leaving them unable to discern what it was. Their curiosity intensified. Yet without orders, they could not recklessly intrude. Furthermore, with Lord Tatsuya present within, it was hard to envision any calamity occurring. Then they witnessed the divine maiden emerging alongside a man clad in white. Some among the crowd regarded the man with confusion, as they had no recollection of him. Why was the divine maiden emerging alone with someone so unfamiliar? However, the subsequent scene nearly caused all present to experience a mental freeze. Upon exiting, Tiantianli Sha was still contemplating how Jiang Lu would handle the situation when suddenly she felt herself lifting off the ground. "What is happening?" she gasped in shock, despite her robust psychological fortitude. She couldn't help but exclaim in fright. This was, of course, a manifestation of Jiang Lu's abilities. He had not anticipated bringing someone back with him this time. Fortunately, his cultivation was sufficient, or else he would have had to carry her back. Tiantianli Sha then turned her gaze to the man before her. Who else could possess such power? She soon observed him stepping onto a sword-like object, which, like her, allowed him to ascend. In moments, she was completely detached from the ground, and the scenery around her transformed rapidly. That be why the time she regained her composure, the shrine was no longer in sight. Witnessing this spectacle, the citizens of Neon were left in a state of shock. What had they just witnessed? The divine maiden had ascended with a man, literally soaring into the heavens. They questioned whether their eyes had deceived them, but the disappearance of the two confirmed the reality of the scene. Was this the awakening of a deity's flight ability? Otherwise, how could it be explained? To carry another while flying was utterly absurd. That moment, individuals from within the shrine emerged to ascertain the situation, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jiang Lu and his companion. Upon discovering their complete absence, confusion reigned. Surely, they couldn't have vanished in such a brief span. After inquiring with one present, the shrine's personnel wore expressions of disbelief, thinking they were being jested with. Fly away? Really? Are we to believe there's some kind of monster? Even if it were ludicrous, it couldn't be that ludicrous. However, after questioning several individuals and receiving identical answers, they were left utterly baffled. Could it be that they truly had flown away? No, I must quickly relay this news to His Majesty. Upon hearing the news, the Emperor was equally incredulous, but after confirming the facts multiple times, he realized the truth of the situation, leaving him slumped in his chair. They had unwittingly offended someone of such formidable strength. Had they only been amicable earlier and handed over Li Sha, might the crisis facing Neon have been averted? Clinging to such a powerful ally, what threat could the aberrations pose? Yet, now it was too late. They had not only missed this opportunity, but had also lost their most potent warrior, along with his daughter, who had inexplicably become ensnared in this predicament. With a heavy sigh, the Emperor rubbed his aching temples and pondered. Have they located where Koizumi flew off to? Is there any chance of survival? I do not know. After Lord Koizumi took flight, we dispatched searchers, yet none have found him near the shrine. Given the force of that kick, Lord Koizumi may have, despite harboring a glimmer of hope. The truth was evident to all. There was little chance of survival after such a blow, and now they faced their gravest hour. Having lost a key general, the Emperor felt as though he could see no hope. The only potential for a turnaround. Those two had vanished. Meanwhile, the two in question had reached the surface of the S. As dawn approached, a radiant glow appeared on the horizon. Tiantanli Shah, suspended in midair, beheld the sun rising for the first time from such proximity. The moist air over the morning sea, now warmed by the sunlight, enveloped her in a delightful embrace. Due to the presence of an ordinary person, Zhang Lu did not ascend too swiftly, allowing her to savor this extraordinary experience. The tension that had gripped her for the past month relaxed in the wake of being abducted by a stranger. She found herself wondering if she had lost her sanity, as she felt a strange sense of relief from making such a choice. Chapter 70. Naming within the city of S, after half a day of travel. Qian Cheng and his companion finally reached the city center unscathed, with less than a few kilometers remaining to the adept's residence. Fortunately, the adept's small pet had provided protection along the way, and no significant issues arose that a few unwary aberrations attempted to attack them. But the small creature dispatched them effortlessly with its electrical prowess, and no one had anticipated that such a diminutive being could offer such a profound sense of safety. He almost felt inclined to regard this yellow-skinned rat as his elder brother. As Qian Cheng's thoughts wandered, a soft voice from the back seat broke through. "Daddy, Wan is so thirsty. When can I have some water?" Startled by her words, Qian Cheng realized he had been so preoccupied with other matters that he had overlooked this crucial aspect. He, too, had not had a drink in nearly a day and was feeling parched. It was evident that since the previous day, Zhang Mu had likely not provided his daughter with any sustenance, and now it was already evening. Given that Wan had only just now expressed her thirst, she must have been suffering greatly. Don't worry, sweetheart. You will have water soon. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there, Daddy. Wan can hold on a bit longer, but just a bit. Hearing the slight weakness in his daughter's voice, he hurriedly increased the speed, hoping to reach their destination swiftly. That he could only hope that the adept had some supplies on hand to borrow temporarily until he could venture out to find food to replenish what he had taken. At the same time, at Zhang Xiaoke's home, 2 days had passed since Zhang Lu's departure, and she found herself feeling a bit unsettled in his absence. Every time she exited her room, the lack of his familiar presence sprawled across the sofa left her feeling disoriented. She had also hit a plateau in her cultivation, sensing that something was amiss in her qi training at its pinnacle and unable to break through. Yet, this was a normal occurrence, as it was her first experience with cultivation. Just as she was preparing to make dinner, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Could it be her master returning? Instantly, she rushed to the door, but through the peephole, she saw not her master but a middle-aged man accompanied by a young girl. This sight sparked her suspicion. Why were there unfamiliar faces at her door? Hadn't everyone in the neighborhood moved away? Why were there still people coming? Her expression shifted in an instant as she grasped her sword. Just then, Jiang Jingya emerged from her room and, noticing her daughter's vigilant demeanor, inquired, "What is it, Xiaoko? Is someone outside?" Jiang Xiaoko nodded. "There are strangers outside, a middle-aged man and a little girl." Jiang Jingya also approached to investigate, quickly realizing she did not recognize either individual. The knock sounded again, prompting Zhang Xiaoko to exchange a glance with her mother, who then proceeded to open the door. The moment the door swung open, Zhang Xiaoko pointed her sword at the man's throat, preventing any untoward actions. Qian Cheng was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Who would have imagined that knocking on a door could lead to such a situation? Gazing at the sword tip barely an inch from his neck, he found it difficult to swallow, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Before he could utter a word of explanation, his daughter Qian Wan suddenly stepped between them. "Sister, please don't hurt my daddy. He's not a bad person." Jiang Xiaoko was taken aback to find that the young girl stood before her, and she considered that those who still bore children were not necessarily ill-intentioned. Thus, she sheathed her sword. Qian Qinghe, relieved to see the blade withdrawn from his neck, hastily clarified, "I harbor no malice. May I inquire if this is the residence of a revered master? I have been entrusted by the master to come here, and I did not expect to find 2 family members at home. My apologies." Listening to his words, Zhang Xiaoko felt a twinge of curiosity. "That a revered master? Which esteemed master do you speak of? Surely you don't mean my teacher. What does this master look like?" Qian Qinghe pondered for a moment. The master appears quite youthful, dressed in a white t-shirt and black casual trousers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoko realized that this description matched her teacher perfectly, as she had chosen that very outfit for him. "That makes sense that I am her disciple, Jiang Xiaoko. Please come in and speak." reassured by the fact that they were sent by her teacher. She welcomed the father and daughter into the house. Just as she was about to close the door, a yellow blur darted in at remarkable speed, leaving her momentarily bewildered. She hastily grasped her sword again, eager to discover what had intruded. To her astonishment, she found a small yellow creature, over half a meter tall, rolling about on the sofa where her teacher had previously sat. Jiang Xiaoke was instantly captivated by this creature, her rosy lips parting slightly in a "WNIS that, a living Pikachu?" At that moment, Qianqing added, "This little creature is a pet tamed by your master, that we managed to reach here safely thanks to it. It is no ordinary being, so do exercise caution." Jiang Xiaoke's eyes sparkled with a newfound excitement upon hearing that it was indeed her teacher's pet, which eased her concerns. Without hesitation, she leaped forward and embraced the small creature, which was still sniffing the lingering scent on the sofa. The pet, slightly bewildered, recognized the scent of its master on the woman holding it, concluding that she must be the little disciple spoken of by its owner. It allowed itself to be playfully manhandled. "Oh, how adorable!" Jiang Xiaoke exclaimed, her heart melting at the sight of such a fluffy creature. She could never resist such charming beings, and she began to pinch its tiny face. The little pet, seemingly enjoying the attention, remained still, adopting a posture of surrender, inviting further affection. Qianqing watched in amazement. Could this creature be so freely touched? Truly, it was a testament to the bond of their shared master. While he dared not even lay a finger on it, Jiang Xiaoke had approached it without hesitation. "Has the master given it a name?" she inquired, cradling the small pet and gently pinching its dainty paw. Qianqing contemplated for a moment, concluding that the master likely had not named it, and shook his head at that instant. The little pet emitted a series of chirps, leaving Jiang Xiaoke puzzled as to its meaning.